Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We come time, let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. We made it to the end of the week. We are in day 3 of Texans training camp. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne with you, live from the Methodist Training Center, where in a matter of hours we will be out here sweating again today, bringing the people with us.
It felt good. Felt good to get a sweat in yesterday.
It was good, man.
Felt like I was one of those old men in the sauna that don't care how naked they are in front of everybody.
It was a little over the top that you showed up in a towel.
I was,
yes.
yeah, that I sat buck naked with my legs spread open.
Yeah.
Texans HR was so annoying about that.
But I thought you made a good point. That
I'm like, listen, I work in radio.
Yeah.
I just had to file a report against Jessie Watt because she was talking a little too brusquely, okay?
Yeah. I thought you made a really good point to them that you're not an employee of theirs, so you're allowed to wear the towel with your legs spread.
Yeah, I've got diplomatic immunity.
That's right. Yeah.
My overarching theme of the last couple days of training camp when it comes to the offense, because let's be honest, nobody's worried about the defense.
Yeah.
You know, there's injury, like Jake Hansen got injured, okay, with everybody
and
loves
we wish
Jake
him
Hansen.
the best.
Yeah, hopefully it's not that big a deal.
Right.
Do we know if it's a big deal?
I haven't seen anything. D'Amico said it's a foot injury. And
so he went down with a foot injury yesterday.
Didn't look great.
This is what it is. Tell me if my bar is set too low. But I think the biggest difference between this year and last year in training camp is I've noticed that I do not have a complete and total sense of utter despair about the offense. No. And so the first 2 days, and I said this immediately after yesterday's practice in a couple either on a live stream or an interview or something, you know, I caught myself. I keep saying, like, well, it's notepads, so you don't want to read too much into it. And then I realized, you know what? I will read into it because part of the problem with the offensive line the last couple of years hasn't been just physical mismatches or losing the physical battle. It's the times in training camp, whether they're in pads or not, when defensive linemen were completely unblocked. The offense had no answer for the blitz. CJ was just left out there naked and afraid. And that's what's changed a lot, is that they have hemmed up so many of these run-throughs and guys just being in the backfield, whether you're in pads or not. They're just a sharper unit. And it's not like it's been an electric show, in the passing game or anything, but it's been functional.
Yes.
And like Jaden Higgins is getting his, Brevin Jordan is getting his. This has been night and day in terms of just looking like a competent, functioning offense.
In terms of competitiveness, you know, Seth, lately on cable television or direct TV streaming, as Amy and I use.
One of the cable attached to your television.
One of the channels has been showing all the Rocky movies in a marathon.
Yeah.
Constantly, and I like the Rocky movies, so I wind up on the Rocky movies a lot of times. And in making the comparison to the Texans offense from last year to this year, you know what the thing that makes the Rocky movies is Rocky punches back on Apollo Creed and Clubber Lang and guys like that. Like last year, the Texans offense, they got punched, but then they were a tomato can the entire practice. They didn't punch back. What makes it compelling is when the underdog punches back.
Right.
And they're punching back now in these first 2 days.
It looks like, so if we went through the Rocky movies, in the original Rocky, the best of the Rockies, the goal was just to make it through the entire fight. He just wanted to make it 15 rounds.
Yeah.
Kids, you used to be allowed to go 15 rounds in a boxing match. And it was...
and have clear brain damage by round 8. And they're like, cool.
Then we got wise and we're like, hey, getting punched in the face is only safe for 12 rounds.
12 rounds.
All right, 13 is a little excessive.
We're not animals. But that's what we're seeing out here.
Then we got humane and we said, let's take the gloves off and call it MMA.
Yeah, inside a chain link fence.
They're kind of gloves.
Right.
So this is the thing that yes, they fought back.
Yeah.
And I do think that as I'm saying that yesterday, I also thought, okay, well, should I actually be worried about the defense that this haggard group of ne'er-do-wells is landing some punches against them? Nope. No, everybody's out there. They're working hard. It's the same guys defensively. It's just a legitimately better operation. Look, early results, et cetera, But this is how hapless it was last year at times, where it really, you were waiting for the offense to show some signs of life. So I was talking to Sarge yesterday, I think, and you know what I try to do is when I come out to camp, like, okay, pretend I'm an observer. I've never seen this team before, and I don't know anything about them. I would come out here, and I think by and large, I would say this looks like a pretty competitive football team, and I wouldn't be looking at the offense as, oh, wow, what's going on here? Like, there were times last year when I might have said, like, that's your starting quarterback? They go, like, wait, like, you feel good about this
they
guy?
looked like a 2-15 offense last year.
Yeah. You know what there was last year, too? I was trying to go through, and I went back and looked at some people's social media posts, hot take artists like Sean T. Pendergast. And it was a conversation last year about what's going on with CJ's accuracy.
Yeah.
That was a conversation point last year. So far, I haven't seen any reason for any kind of discussion like that.
Well, and if you recall, last year when he got to training camp, he was coming off a spring where he hardly threw it all.
Right, yeah.
So he had bulked up, he had a shoulder thing going on.
Hadn't had any real reps with all 11 offensive players in an offense where the quarterback is expected to do a lot and direct traffic with all 11 guys.
This was D'Amico Ryans yesterday talking about the offense has looked much, much better, but I like that D'Amico's holding to a standard here because he said compared to day one, the offense took a step backwards in day two.
The one thing that stood out to me is, we had some poor pre-snap penalties. We kind of went backwards offensively, so those are some things that stood out where we can clean those things up. Defensively, we got to finish on the football better. Had a couple opportunities to take the football away, and we didn't. So both sides right there got things we can clean up on coming back tomorrow.
So that felt like kind of when you criticize your one child for being academic eligible, but then the other, you're like, how come you didn't get? You got an A minus.
Yeah, right.
But,
I was gonna say B+.
Wait, you got an A minus? No, you are an A student. Favorite child.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
The offense is kind of the one like, he's doing his best. Now I think the important thing about that is D'Amico framed it as the entire. They took a step back. It was, as far as I could tell, it was just one set of downs for the number one offense.
It was during the second team session.
Yeah, and it really otherwise, and it stood out. It was notable and conspicuous because it was the only one. But there was just a bad stretch where Keelan Rutledge and C.J. Stroud had a fumbled snap exchange. C.J. was under center. Daniil picked it up, right? I think it was Daniil picked it up.
Yes, it was Daniil.
Would have run for a touchdown.
Yep.
Unless Keelan could have caught him. So
Keelan riding Daniil Hunter on his back.
I do. Well, fueled by anger and rage at botching the snap.
Yes.
And then there was a run that went nowhere. Then there was an incomplete pass, and then there was, and then that was the same set of downs where CJ and Nico just were not on the same page on deep ball. Because Nico was maybe a half step on Stingley and thought CJ was going to go over the top with it. CJ actually threw back shoulder to the sideline. Yeah. I even looked at that play, though, as a positive because I think C.J. placed it exactly where he wanted to put it. It was just a miscommunication or a misread between him and Nico.
Yeah, I feel if we were watching these two teams, the first string, specifically the first string, offense and defense the last 2 days, and it were an actual game, and I'm just looking at the quality of play, and someone says what the score would be right now if this were an actual game being played, knowing that they're just running plays at the same line of scrimmage. Obviously, they're not moving up and down a field. It feels like the defense would be the team that has the Texans defense would be up like 13-10 right now.
I think it was. I think it would be 6-0.
You do?
Yeah, because I think Daniil runs that fumble back for a touchdown.
Okay.
But then Kaimi uncharacteristically misses the extra point. But everybody misses an extra point, every year or two. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want Kaimi to get any of that stuff out of the way early. So I think that there haven't been a lot of deep shots like by the offense, which I don't expect that. I think any offense in the league right now practicing against this secondary wouldn't have a lot of deep shots. That's why the one play, even though CJ and Nico weren't on the same page, I felt like the process as far as like, hey, Nico, one of the best receivers in the league, going against Derek Stingley, one of the best defensive backs in the league. It's not like Nico destroyed Derek or anything, but there was a chance for a play there, and I think CJ threw the ball accurately. He just wasn't on the same page with Nico.
Yep. Here's one more from D'Amico Ryans. The Tank Dell was out here yesterday working out on the side with the jugs machine there. He eventually got in, and as promised by Nick Caserio, got in and did some walkthrough things. it's a big mystery right now with Tank. All we're left to do is read how he looks doing the things that he's doing out here, and then what people like D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud are saying. Here was D'Amico. This is I think the first time D'Amico has specifically been asked about Tank. But anyway, this was an interesting answer yesterday on D'Amico and how eager Tank is to get back out there.
The daily Tank Dale question. Tank is out here. He's working again. He's very eager. I would say he's eager to get back out there. So it's not from Tank, it's me. I'm holding Tank back a little bit to make sure when he's ready to go, he's able to stay out there.
That's the first person I've heard kind of raise their hand and say, "Hey, look, I'm the one who's keeping Tank from being out there."
Yeah,
like, D'Amico, it's me, guys.
I think that was. I feel
he's
like
probably taking a bullet for the entire organization.
Well, I feel like Caserio and D'Amico have kind of hinted at this that the Tank feels like he's ready for more, but they're going to be very, very careful about it. I can't remember whether it was Caserio or somebody else that talked about how there's so much that goes into when you've been out of football for 2 years. There are a lot of things that Tank hasn't done in a long time, and I think you want to build it up slowly to where just being comfortable in the offense, knowing where to line up, doing everything you can to where it doesn't feel like it's just a big old heap of uncertainty and being uncomfortable as he's also trying to run routes versus Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. So I think that part of it is just building up those reps slowly. I've heard pitchers talk about this before. When you're back in the days when there wasn't a DH in one of the baseball leagues, you might have a guy from the AL that all of a sudden you're playing in a National League game and he's got to run bases for the first time and in a long time. And I can't remember if it was Clemens or somebody else. He said just getting on base, he was kind of realized like, wow, I got to control my heart rate and my breathing because everything's just, you're thinking about all this stuff. It's just uncomfortable. And there's a high stress level because you're just uncomfortable. You're doing something you're not really comfortable doing. So I think likewise, even though it sounds silly, there's certain things with Tank where you just don't want to overload him physically or his anxiety level by just throwing him right back out there at full speed.
He's a National League pitcher right now, basically, back in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
We got our first David Montgomery press conference yesterday. First one as out here in training camp. I know he did one right after they signed him.
Would have been Clemens. Clemens spent his whole.
It would have
been Clemens because he spent his whole time in the AL. So when they were playing in National League. It was
definitely Roger. I remember him talking.
It was Roger. Yeah.
Yep.
We might have a chance to have a chat with him about that at some point.
We may soon, perhaps.
Yes, perhaps.
David Montgomery met with the media yesterday. He was asked about Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. This is his first training camp going against these two guys. And I'm kind of glad it doesn't sound like people told David Montgomery, hey, last year it was really hard going against these guys.
Yeah.
But he did say he's glad that they're his teammates.
I'm just happy that I'm on the same team as him now, quite frankly. And I'm on the same team as Daniil because they're both freaks, I think the first time I came out here, we was at OTAs and we was doing like some team stuff. And I'm the snap, and I'm like, he jumping outside this whole time. He not. He just off the ball like super fast. So it's like seeing somebody come in, he about his business. Him being like a little bit younger and him carrying himself in a way to where he makes me want to get better. So I love seeing Will go. I love seeing Daniil go. I love seeing that whole defense go because it's going to force us on the other side of the ball to be better.
The question is obviously about Will, but he mixed Daniil in there.
Yesterday, I filmed some of the defensive linemen doing some of the pass rush drills, and Will, I showed it to you before
Yes.
I posted it on my Twitter, FKA Twitter. But he's doing that Daniil hop step now.
Yeah, just what he needed, a new move.
But he did it so freaking fast. It was almost one of those ones where, man, the way he executed it, he better be sure he's only doing that against the really good offensive tackles because the bad offensive tackles, like Will was upfield and then back underneath so quick that the bad offensive tackles wouldn't have had time to overreact to getting upfield.
I like that.
And he would have hopped right back into the offense. That's a thing. We'll talk to JJ about. We got JJ coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That like this happens with really good defensive linemen. Sometimes if they're planning on a counter, they got to be careful because they're so effective with their first move that they counter back. And the jackass they're going against is just standing there like a fence post, you know? It's like you're trying to juke a fence post.
Yeah.
The fence post never bites. It doesn't have the lateral mobility.
The scouting report for Will Anderson is they hand him the PFF rankings of all the offensive linemen. You only do this from 50, the linemen of 50 and above. Only you them.
It actually is something that young pass rushers learn. The guys that actually have speed, this didn't apply to me, is that like trust your first move because you're gonna win with your first move a lot more than you might expect. The guys when they're young and they don't have the confidence, and then the counter is just kind of intuitive. I think that with Will though. It was cool. It was cool to see that move because you can see he's adding to the repertoire.
Not if you're the other 31 teams, it's not.
But B, I think that. We're at this point where, you know, during OTAs, it's Will is wrecking practice, Will is wrecking practice. I haven't seen any accusations of him wrecking practice, but he's still making the same plays. It's just that the offense is also it's not just one in a litany of other guys also wrecking practice.
Right.
You know, it's like, oh, okay, Will got a tackle for a loss. You know, Solomon Byrd had a nice tackle for a loss yesterday. But the offense is having success, too, so it doesn't feel like a steady onslaught.
Punching back.
Of practice. It's like, how many times can you wreck a practice? You know, last year it was like, okay, there's four TFLs in the first 4 plays. Guys, I think practice is wrecked.
Yeah.
All right?
No, they're standing on top of it and stamping on it at that point.
You're choking a corpse after that.
It's broken. Stop stamping on it.
Hey, Will, stop wrecking practice.
Yeah.
I wrecked practice in the first period.
Yeah.
This is just us committing war crimes at this point.
That's right. Hey, did you notice when you awoke this morning that the Astros are only a half game back of the Texas Rangers?
Sorry, Rangers. They must have lost last night.
They lost. Yeah, yesterday afternoon, actually. It was an afternoon game, so we got to enjoy the fact they lost all afternoon. It was great.
Can I tell you what happened to me last night? I went to bed early again. I'm staying up from a night of no sleep. I fell asleep with my AirPods in, and it must have been on, I don't know if it was on Twitter or whatever, but I woke up about an hour after I'd fallen asleep, and there were people in my house.
That was
there were people in my house. I didn't know that I was wearing my AirPods.
Oh, no way!
I heard people rustling around in the next room, and it was like their feet were sliding, and they were having some conversation about like, well, what are we gonna do? And there's this, and I was like, hell! I woke up, and I was like, hey,
dude,
hey! And I ran out of the room, and I'm looking around, and I'm yelling like, hey, who's here? Who's in here? And I was so confused because there were intruders in my home. Brandy wasn't there. I don't know where she was.
So were you like on TikTok or something?
That was the least of my concern.
Were you on TikTok? Or were you on Twitter, but they were like scrolling videos?
I realized I had my AirPods in because I took them out to hear what was actually going on. This is how dumb I was because I was just, I was waking up. I take my AirPods out and I was like, wait, I got to hear what's going on here. And it was silent. And I was like, where'd they go? Then I put 2 and 2 together, Sean.
Oh, good job. Good job.
Wait a second.
Oh, my God.
It was some video, and I was so confused. I shut it down and went to bed. It was some video of, like, these women rustling around in a kitchen, like maybe they were preparing a meal or something.
So you had started watching some video, and then whatever social media platform you were on just started scrolling for you.
And I had to wake up people.
Seth wakes up. He's like, Will Smith was in my kitchen, and Chris Rock slapped him right across the face.
And I can't believe this is how sleep deprived I am. I went right back to sleep.
Of course.
I was just, I was ready to kill somebody with a butcher knife or my bare hands.
Oh my God.
I was going to wreck their practice.
All right. This is when you're at your best, man. You know? This is when you
I'm confused.
Yeah, that was a very funny story right there.
I'm still kind of freaked out by it.
It's a little,
you know what I like though?
No.
I like that I was ready for action.
Yeah. You're ready. There was
no step back. I was ready. I heard 3 women rummaging through my kitchen, and I was ready to take care of business.
You're ready to clunk all their heads together like Mo. Get out of here.
You ever think that Seth Payne isn't afraid to take on 3 women that sound like they're trying to cook up a recipe? You're wrong.
You're wrong.
Yeah.
You're flat out wrong.
Your recipe, ladies.
Oh, my God. All right, we're off and running on a Friday. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Baseball talk, brief as it was, is brought to you by Xfinity here on Sports Radio 610. Presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. What would we be saying if C.J. Stroud was handling his contract situation the same way Baker Mayfield is. We've got the audio of both. Compare, contrast. We'll do it coming up next. Stay there. But first, I got to tell you about Houston Powder Coaters and this amazing company. As we sit out here, there's a ton of things metal out here. Chain link fences, these big metal tents that they've got for the fans to sit underneath. Our own tent right here. I'm telling you right now, these looking rusted and corroded and just not up to snuff, not first class. We would give Houston Powder Coaters a call. Actually, we'd probably just go online, send them a picture of it to sales@houstoncoaters.com. They'd come back with a quick quote. And then we would say, yes, I'm doing business with you. Houston Powder Coaters is the largest powder coater in the southern U.S. Anything you've got metal, anything. And I'm talking to you folks that own a business, industrial or commercial. I'm talking to you residential folks. You got metal patio furniture. They can either come and get your stuff and bring it back to their facility and treat it, or they can come out on site.
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, he's had a really good offseason. It's probably the best offseason he's had since he's been here. He's had a good attitude. He's been consistent. He's got the right mindset. I'd say we've definitely had productive conversations over the course of the spring. So, I mean, there's a possibility that something could come to fruition. So we'll work through it and, see what happens.
Okay, that was Nick Caserio a couple days ago, meeting with the media, talking about C.J. Stroud's contract. Nick will join us on Tuesday next week, Tuesday, August 4th. Sometime in the 7 o'clock hour. I'm nailing down a specific time, but I talked to Nick day one of camp.
He'll show up when it works for us, Sean.
That's true. That's what I told him.
I told him that with my eyes.
You did?
Yeah, we didn't actually have a conversation, but we nodded at each other, and I basically gave him that look like, you'll come on when we tell you to come on.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was cool with it. So that was Caserio talking about Stroud's offseason, and they're having productive conversations about a contract extension for C.J. Stroud. Here was C.J. when he was asked about it after practice on day one.
I think, everything has been great. I'm focused on ball, trying to do trying to just hold my bargain down on just the football side and do what I can, and what I should be doing as a quarterback of this team. So I'm letting them handle it, and it seems like everything is going great.
Okay, so my agent's handling it. Things are going fine. Not going to make a big public display out of all this. I think he's handling it really well.
He's handling it well. He's botching the hold my end of the bargain up. He's done that twice now. You can't even get the prepositions right. He's had
I've accepted that this is how it's going to be.
In the OTAs, he said, "I've held my bargain up."
Yeah.
And this time he said, "I've held my bargain down." We know what he's trying to say.
Yep.
But I just want him to get it right. I feel like once he nails it, then they're going to be ready to pay him on that.
Yes.
One.
What are they waiting for? For him to say, "Hold down your end of the bargain." That's
common phrase.
Right.
I think they're pretty civil and congenial, and sounds like there's been a little bit of back and forth.
Yeah,
and not all that confrontational.
He's not going to make a public display out of this. Now that we've heard that CJ audio,
he's holding his bargain right in the middle.
He's holding that bargain right in between 4 fingers and a thumb, man.
If you hold a bargain too tightly, you'll kill it.
Yeah.
If you hold it too lightly, it'll fly away.
You have to hold it like a gentle, dove.
Yes.
But overall, CJ, and not just the other day in the tent over there doing the press conference, but I think throughout the offseason, I think he's given good answers. It's like he's had a really good offseason from what everybody's saying. We just heard Nick Caserio say he's had his best offseason as a Houston Texan. So this is fresh in our minds, CJ's answer. Baker Mayfield is trying to get a new contract as well. Now, this would be his, Baker came into the league several years before CJ.
Yeah.
But Baker is in the last year of a 3-year, $100 million deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So he's making about $30 million a year. He's got a year left on the deal. Baker thinks he should be in that $55 million class, up with those guys that are in the $50+ million range.
The franchise tag for quarterbacks right now is $55 million or so, correct?
Yeah. So he's got 1 year left. He's got this year left. He's trying to get a new long-term deal after this year. And so he's been trying all offseason. He's been very public about, hey, when training camp gets here, no more negotiations. If it's going to get done, it gets done by training camp, and that's just the way it goes. Otherwise, he's headed to free agency.
Yeah.
Here was Baker Mayfield yesterday at his first press conference at training camp, not nearly handling it nearly as kind of.
Well, for saying it was going to be a hard deadline and then they're not going to think about it.
Yeah. He's much more vocal about how his emotions with this than C.J. Stroud is.
I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought leadership-wise and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it.
Disrespected undervalued, disappointed. Those were the words that all made headlines yesterday.
Right. Yeah, which is, honestly, I like Baker Mayfield. He's grown on me. I didn't like him when he was a younger player, but now he's kind of grown on me. And I think he is the real deal when it comes to toughness and all of that. But, man, not everything needs to be said out loud. You don't have to add any extra drama to this situation, especially if you said, hey, we're going to have negotiations, and then I'm going to not worry about it. Oh, it's first week of training camp, and it sounds like I'm caught up in my feelings. Where'd Mr. Tough Guy go?
Well, that's the thing too. And
swallow your feelings and let it turn into a tumor someday, but don't be blabbing about it.
Well, the audio was actually about 4 minutes long. That was just the 40 seconds or so that popped. But he tried to make it clear, but no, I'm focused now. It's all about winning. It's all about moving forward. We'll see. I mean, it sounds like he's kind of up in his feelings about this whole thing and the way he's getting, quote-unquote, treated right now.
He sounds like a little bit less psychotic Brandon Ayuk.
Here's how you know it's he does a little bit. Here's how you know it's really sticking with him. He did a follow-up interview after that press conference with Jeremy Fowler, probably after practice. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN was out at Tampa Bay Buccaneers practice yet, and it would have been very easy for when Jeremy Fowler starts asking contract questions for him to say, I said my piece at the press conference.
Yeah.
I said I'm football now. It would have been very easy to do that. Take a listen to this audio. He goes deep on what exactly is bothering him about the offers that the Buccaneers have made.
I'm here with Baker Mayfield. Baker, you've used words like disrespected, disappointed, undervalued when it comes to your contract. What value did the team place on you that made you feel that way?
It was all three, between years, average, and guarantees. Probably the most disappointing is years. Didn't get offered anything over 2. And so when you're told you're a franchise quarterback and they handle it otherwise, that's disappointing. So felt like I earned that. It's not a poor me pity party over here. It is what it is, and so that's why I said the deadline was training camp. Focused on the team, focused on getting better, and trying to give this team a better chance to win a Super Bowl.
What was the reasoning for that?
For the deadline?
Or for the number of years, or just some metrics that weren't there for
I don't know. I don't know why it wasn't there. So I can't give an explanation.
Yeah. You've said you're a franchise quarterback. You've shown that. Do you believe, and did you make a stance that you belong in that top 10 range, $50+ million? That's sort of the market and where you are.
Yeah, and I told them, I said it publicly, I was never trying to reset the market. I know where I fit in on that. I'm not over realistic on that, but it's also, I know just to be compensated, put in that category, and salary cap keeps going up. The guys that are going to re-sign next year, it's going to look a lot different. So at the end of the day, it'd probably still right about top 15 next year this time, and but it's unfortunate they failed to recognize that.
How far away were they from that range?
Pretty far.
Yeah.
That is dishing.
That's dishing. And then he would talk with Prisco later on, too.
Would he really?
Yeah, he talked to Prisco.
And was he doing the same thing?
Yeah, basically. He's
probably like, I got to give it to everybody. If they're asking it, I can't play favorites.
Now,
here.
he said that, remember, after Hardo Baker had set an ultimatum and said there would be no discussions, he said he's open to potentially signing a deal now after. This is where I'm like, all right, dude, you set an ultimatum. You set a hard deadline, and now you're wavering on the deadline.
Yeah.
It sounds like maybe the Bucks actually know you better than you know yourself.
Right.
And, okay, they lowballed you. Yeah. And now you're open to doing something past your deadline? He's way up in his feelings. It's a bad place to be when you're in a negotiation.
And a bad place to be
as a quarterback.
When you're the quarterback of the football team, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, I was watching that yesterday. I'm like, man, I just wanted to give CJ even more credit for how he's been handling his business here. I think with Texan fans, there was, not major worry, but slight worry that's what the Texans would be getting a version of this offseason.
Yeah.
We either, at the very least through the spring, when the player has a little bit of leverage, the voluntary stuff, things like that. Credit C.J. Stroud. He's not only been doing the stuff away from the building, according to everybody, that he needs to do to get into this conversation that Baker's having, but he's been doing all the stuff out here, every voluntary thing, every rep out here, every question in a press conference about it, he is deferring and giving a 15-second answer and moving on.
Right.
So that just kind of hammered home for me how CJ's been handling it.
And I think we've given him a lot of credit for that. We've said that a lot. It's that, man, you know what? Credit to CJ. He hasn't made this a bigger story than it needs to be. The only thing that made it a bigger story was when people just took that one sound bite of him saying, I've held my end of the bargain up, paraphrasing, during minicamp. But it was like he had said that immediately after he said, my job is to improve every day. I'm going to let my agent handle everything else. Yeah. It wasn't like he was making some kind of a bold statement or anything, but it was a good soundbite, so people ran with it. I think by and large, he's been quiet about it and said all the right things.
I agree. Baker, on the other hand, flamethrower everywhere.
Yeah, Prisco had envisioned a scenario in which both Mayfield and the Bucs were playing well, and the team wanted to get something done. Baker said, well, unless it's some deal where they actually recognize my value and they want me here long-term, that was the biggest difference. Okay. There was zero long-term lock-in.
This deadline is
kind of opened the door maybe to...
clearly a soft deadline.
Yeah.
That he's putting out
so
there.
the franchise tag next year is $50 million for quarterbacks. This year it's $43 million per year for quarterbacks. So, I mean, there is an element of, at the very least, if it's going to be a short-term deal, you would think that Baker is... I would have no qualms at all about giving him $50 million a year.
No, I wouldn't either.
On a 2-year deal or something.
No.
But on a
the Texans needed a quarterback. I'd give Baker 2 years, $100 million like that.
But he wants long-term lock-in.
Yeah.
And
this is probably his last big bite at the apple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the last chance at a real nice, juicy long-term deal. Mm-hmm. So, all right, that was good. That was compelling audio. All right, top of the hour at 7 o'clock, Seth is going to empty his training camp notebook. If you want to get up to speed on what's been going on out here, be listening at 7 o'clock. Be listening in the next segment because we've got headlines. The Astros did nothing yesterday and picked up ground in the AL West. That's the best kind of day. And injury update from the Texans, a wild story involving a Houston Rocket as well that we will get to in headlines. That is next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
855-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. We've been football heavy in the first hour of the show, so let's get to a little baseball. The Astros were off yesterday. They didn't even need to do anything, and they picked up ground on the Rangers. The Rangers had a 2-1 lead against the Tampa Bay Rays heading into the back end of that game. The Rays, though, able to hit a couple home runs and win that game, a couple solo home runs. They win the game 3-2. The Astros now just a half game back in the division. Who saw this coming? They get swept by the Orioles coming out of the All-Star break. We come in on a Monday after that saying this team needs to sell. They just got swept by the Orioles. This is how you spent your All-Star break?
Yeah.
Getting ready to get swept by the Orioles? And now here they are since then. They've won 8 out of 9. They're a half game back in the division, and they've got the biggest series of the season, the biggest series in quite some time, maybe even going back to last season, where they can be in first place by the time they wake up tomorrow morning.
You know what they do, Sean? They control their own destiny.
They do.
Yeah.
That's always where you want to be.
You can save it on the text line with all of your, logical arguments against whether you can control your own destiny.
Right.
But they're in the driver's seat. How's that? We accept that? They're in the driver's seat. They can single-handedly, without having to worry about anybody else losing or anything, they can take the lead in the division.
It's as fun as they get for a team that has not been a ton of fun in the regular season the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Nathan Uvalde against Hunter Brown, especially with Hunter coming off the last outing that he had. Hunter was outstanding in his last
There's
start.
so many things when it comes to guys who are coming off the IL and what is their progress going to be. There's a whole lot of directions you could take with Blanco, with Hunter Brown, Eric Getty and his continued erratics.
Wisniewski's back now, too.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing, I'm wondering, at some point, if we got to get creative and we got all these, all of a sudden you're having a plethora of pitchers, Imai's struggles seem to be at this point mostly on the road, and he has a hard time adjusting to various mounds. He's had some good performances on the road, but it's only if the mound is just right. Apparently.
Right.
He's comfortable with the Dyken Park mound, but if you got to start at least jockeying it around to where Imai can pitch at home, and
his spot is coming up in the rotation on Sunday, and they've not announced the starter yet.
Right.
So this is going to be one of the interesting sub-storylines of the weekend. Does Tatsuya Imai get his turn in the rotation this time?
It's fun, man. If you want, you got Uvalde versus Brown tonight. You got DeGrom versus Blanco, and then TBD on Sunday.
On both sides. Yeah. So should be a whole lot of fun out at Dyken Park. JP France cut loose by the Astros yesterday, by the way. So he was cut loose.
Because I was on vacation. How'd you guys handle the depressing news of McCullers being cut by the Brewers? Or did that happen on...
No, it happened while you were gone. Yeah, it happened while you were gone.
That made me really sad, man.
It was sad. Well, it was sad. I'll tell you how we handled it. It happened the same day that Dallas Keuchel signed a minor league contract with the Oakland or the A's, the Sacramento A's. So you had two back in 2017. They had 2 pitchers make the All-Star team.
Yeah.
Dallas Keuchel and Lance McCullers. A decade later, McCullers is getting DFA'd by the Brewers, and Keuchel is signing a minor league deal with the A's. You would think back then these are two guys that are going to be your foundation for however many years.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out that way.
Keuchel got screwed by them changing the strike zone.
Yeah.
He used to live at the bottom of the strike zone, then they raised it, and boom.
Yep.
There you go.
Jake Hansen injured yesterday here at practice at Texans training camp. Today's day 3. Yesterday, day 2. Jake Hansen, linebacker, injured. Here was D'Amico Ryans after practice giving clarification.
Jake went down today. Jake Hansen went down. Seems to be a foot injury. We don't know the extent of it. Just happened right now. So we'll evaluate him and see how he progresses towards getting back healthy.
Okay, I will say this just to set the scene. The optics of what happened didn't look great because he got carted off, and it was one of those situations where the entire team, both sidelines, came out to give him the pat on the shoulder kind of thing.
Yeah.
You had the whole team gathered around the cart. That never looks good.
It never looks good, but that was the same scene with C.J. Gardner-Johnson last year, and then there was the report that he was going to be the year. We thought, oh no, and then it turned out, no, he's going to be fine. Yeah, he's going to come back.
He's practicing Monday.
But wait, he's going to single-handedly help you lose your first 3 games.
Not only is he coming back, he's going to come back to torpedo the first month of the season.
What a roller coaster of emotions. Oh no, C.J. Gardner-Johnson's out for the year.
And then
anymore. 2 months later, I was like, oh, it could have helped if he was out for the year.
Yep. So that was the update. That's what went on yesterday here at Texans training camp. Stay tuned. In about 10 minutes, Seth is going to give his detailed breakdown of what we saw on both sides of the ball here in day 2 of Texans training camp. Boy, this Tari Eason story is crazy. Headline on TMZ: Houston Rockets star Tari Eason, my export bleach on my designer clothes.
Oh, no.
Tari Eason, and we know that Tari Eason went through it this season. He did not have the season he was hoping for. He was kind of betting on himself.
Yeah.
The Rockets made him what people said was a really good offer a year ago, and he said, nope, I'm going to hit restricted free agency. Now, we do know this as well. He never hit free agency. The Rockets signed him to a new deal this offseason, 5 years, a little over $80 million. So Tari Eason got a nice contract. But he is, if you're wondering when he went through that slump in the middle of the season, if he had stuff going on off the court, Tari Eason is asking for a domestic violence restraining order against his ex, telling the court she punched him in the face and destroyed some of his designer clothes with bleach. He filed a petition, which TMZ obtained on Thursday, and he's asking for protection from 32-year-old Marilyn Maritza Melo Rodriguez, who he describes as someone he used to date. He claims that one of her friends called him, quote, tell me she would break both my legs and kill me, end quote. Alleged threats, he said, made him fear for his life.
Could you just kill me first and then break my legs at least? Can you show a little humanity or something?
Right.
Make it look worse after the fact.
Why you got to torture me?
The quote was, and then Marilyn went back to his Airbnb where he alleges she, quote, took all my clothes and poured liquid bleach on them, ruining them.
Yeah.
He claims she caused $92,000 worth of loss in personal property.
Expensive clothes, man.
Well, yeah, I don't think he used the word designer clothes. I think that's kind of a boomer phrase.
Oh, okay.
I don't think the kids are out there saying, look at my designer jeans. Yeah.
Right.
You can tell an old person. So plus,
but the price tag would indicate that they were designer clothes.
Or it was just a whole lot of clothes.
That could be.
It could have been from Costco.
Wait,
but
$92,000 worth of Costco clothes.
$92,000 worth of clothes.
Yeah.
This is when it's like it was Stephon Diggs. Not that I'm making Tari. Don't listen, Tari's mom. I'm not saying he's a direct comparison to Stephon Diggs in any way, shape, or form or anything. But man, sometimes you just wonder what's going on in guys' lives, like the stuff that's going on in their personal lives and the choices they make and who they associate with and everything. It's a big deal, and that's why with Stephon Diggs, I think right now. There's a lot of teams that are taking their time and maybe are intrigued by Stephon Diggs.
He's not signed yet.
But there's just always so much drama surrounding him.
Yeah.
And so much of it has to do with the people he associates with.
Yeah. Sounds like this is just a one-time thing for Tari Eason, I guess, but it does explain. Do you give him a little bit of grace for the slump he had in the middle of the season?
I'm not blaming the alleged victim here.
Right.
No, I give anybody grace based on stuff that's going on in their personal life, to a certain extent, because that's like the all-time greats, Larry Bird. He didn't know who or where his kids were. There's a whole lot of Michael Jordan, all kinds of disruption. You compartmentalize.
You do. You got to
go
out
and
and drop.
Your life can be a mess. Stephon Diggs, to his credit, does an incredible job of compartmentalizing.
He does.
So no, I don't give guys if it's drama with the women in your life or whatever. Compartmentalize, man.
Yep.
Use it to drive you, not distract you.
R.I.P. Houston Gamblers. The UFL has decided to move on from Houston as a market, at least for the time being. There will be no Houston Gamblers football in Houston next year. The team and the league putting out a statement yesterday. The league acknowledging that, hey, maybe changing their name and changing the venue multiple times and changing a bunch of things as we went along might be on us a little bit. The league said that. So, no, if you're a Houston Gamblers season ticket holder, you will be getting your money back. All right, coming up next, Seth Payne is going to empty his old school notebook on the crowd. What did he see at practice yesterday? On the offensive side of the ball, specific positions as well, including the wide receiver room. We will do all of that here in the 7 o'clock hour live from Texans training camp. That's coming up next.
Hey, you should open
Now Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Sports Radio 610. We are under 2 weeks away from our station becoming 95.7 The Fan. So that's exciting. James Litford just walked by and he said, "Hey, boys, congratulations on the new stadium."
He did?
He did.
Yeah, I acknowledge that.
He did.
Yeah,
he listens.
And for anybody that's just, you don't want to get off the AM dial, we'll still be there, but we're going to be on FM 95.7, Sports Radio 610 AM.
Yeah, it'll be 610 The Fan.
Yeah.
Yep. So that'll be
610 The Fan. Yeah.
610 The Fan. Yeah.
Sports Radio 610
August 13th. Yep. 610 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan.
I gotta pay attention to these meetings.
That's okay. You got the high points of it.
Yeah.
You're good. Yeah. Besides,
You know what's annoying me now about our company? Now that the Odyssey. Apparently, they wrote this new movie called The Odyssey. Brand new concept, never been done before.
Yep.
But no, now that The Odyssey is out, I wanted to Google some stuff about the movie or the original Odyssey, the actual the piece of literature.
Yeah.
But it keeps autocorrecting to Odyssey.
your voice to text is putting in your employer.
So I'm trying to search for Odyssey the movie, and I'm getting info on Mike Meltzer back in 2016. Yeah.
Well, that's the you know what? If that's your employer and that's the thing that annoys you, it could be worse.
Meltzer is in my list, though. He's in my top 2 of co-hosts that I've had.
Oh, nice.
You're on there,
Who's
too.
the other one?
You're on there, too. Yeah.
That would have sucked.
I've only had 2. I'm not some hussy like some people that's had a boatload of co-hosts.
I've had so many. Oh, yeah.
Who knows what I'm picking up?
Oh, yeah. It's yeah, that's why Seth wears a mask to the show every day. Seth's masking up. My co-host has been with a lot of other co-hosts. All right, so the theme yesterday, Seth. Let's get to emptying your notebook here.
The theme for yesterday was that there's a big difference for me between this year and last year early in training camp, and I've noticed a very distinct absence of an utter sense of despair. I do not have an utter sense of despair about the offense. And I had been saying things a lot. I caught myself saying a lot, like, "Oh, it's in no pads. It's in no pads. What are you gonna? Yeah, I don't know for real until it's no pads." I think a lot of the issues with the offensive line in the last couple of years, it has been as much mental as it's been physical. So the missed assignments, the miscommunications, some of those things, whether they're wearing pads or not, you could see that. You could pick up on it. You'd have run-throughs by unblocked defensive linemen. That's gotten drastically better. So that, I don't care whether they're wearing pads or not. It just looks like a better functioning unit out there. And then also early in camp last year, people were starting to kind of grumble a little bit about, like, I don't know about what's going on with CJ. He doesn't seem as accurate as he usually is. We haven't had those discussions. I haven't had any concerns about it. Like, he's not going to complete 100% of his passes. Nobody does. He's looked like a competent NFL quarterback, and the offense itself around him looks competent.
No, last year the ball was hitting the ground in 7-on-7s.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, like, he completes that, and I know. NFL football is 11-on-11.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, the basic things, the basic baseline, he is hitting and overachieving that right now.
Yesterday we got to go over. They let us. They walked us around we had to walk the entire perimeter to get over to the back corner.
That's why I didn't go. That looked like a lot of work.
They don't want to this grass is pristine. They don't want to mess this up.
I get it.
With us in our tennis shoes,
Yeah.
Well, we got 300-pounders. No, but it's fun watching Cole Popovich work because D'Amico doesn't like his coaches to be all, he wants them to be like modern, don't be a bastard when you're talking to your players.
He said that yesterday. He said the reason our coaches can coach hard is because they connect with our guys as people.
Right. But Popovich is like the movie version of an offensive line coach.
He's the closest to the old school.
He is aggressive, and like every coach like D'Amico always has a couple guys on his staff that, like, all right, they get away with doing what they want to do, because they're really good and effective at it. And the O-lineman, Popovich is very brusque, but more so than any O-line coach I can remember with the Texans, the players gush about him. Yeah, like they love him. Like, yeah, you can tell that Popovich, there's some coaches that coach that way and they're just bastards deep in their soul.
Yeah.
Like there's some coaches that coach that way, but the players respond to it and like it because they know the guy actually cares about him.
Well, and I think this goes back to the types of guys they bring in. D'Amico and D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, they're pretty meticulous about finding their types of guys, and I think one of the boxes that they check on their types of guys is, can they take hard coaching?
Yeah.
Do they like being coached?
Yeah.
Do they like being held accountable? That's what's happening over at that position.
Well, that's it reminds me a little bit of Alex Gibbs Sr. Back when he was, the O-line coach that first really helped bring competent offense to the Texans. He was kind of a brusque, old-school type of guy, and it didn't matter if you were a 10-year veteran and it was the highest played guy in the league. He's gonna know exactly what you need to work on. So the offensive line in general, my overall takeaway is that they're much more dialed in mentally. So they're not wearing pads. All right, cool. There's some things you're just not going to know until they get out there in pads. But they didn't even have a chance to lose a physical battle last year. The guys weren't close enough to get beaten physically because they took 2 steps in the wrong direction. That's improved drastically, not just from last training camp, but really from the first half of last season. It just looks a lot tighter mentally.
So here was D'Amico Ryans it's looked better. And D'Amico still, though, I love this. Like, he was still in the press conference yesterday kind of harping on the things that need to improve with this offense. He said the offense maybe went a little bit backwards in day 2.
The one thing that stood out to me is, we had some poor pre-snap penalties. We kind of went backwards offensively, so those are some things that stood out where we can clean those things up. Defensively, we got to finish on the football better. Had a couple opportunities to take the football away, and we didn't. So both sides right there have things we can clean up on coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think, when D'Amico brought that up, I think he was thinking specifically about one period. And as it relates to the ones, the first team offense, it was really just one set of downs where Keelan Rutledge had a fumbled QB center snap exchange. CJ was under center. Then there was a run that went nowhere. Then there was a pre-snap penalty. That was the first pre-snap that I had noticed from the ones. So it was conspicuous because that was the only really ugly period that we'd seen the Texans have. And by and large, it looked worse than it did the first day because there were any issues at all. I guess the other part that I wonder about is, did they add some complexity to the mix? Because that's when things start going wrong, is when you're adding complexity to it. Are you adding some checks? Were you using some more motion?
Yeah.
That's where you start.
This is where you're allowed to let it go wrong. Best to go wrong in day 2 of training camp than go wrong in week 1 against the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, by and large, it's been really, really clean, and the O-line and the tight ends, especially in their blocking, it's been very clean, and the pre-snap part's been very clean.
The running backs have gotten a lot of compliments out here from people.
Yeah.
D'Amico was gushing about Woody Marks yesterday.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing I've noticed with the running backs, 2 things really, is one, when they're running their zone runs especially, man, if you compare it to Dameon Pierce trying to get straightened out and figure out zone runs in the NFL, man, it just looked sluggish. It looked like he was hesitant to make his reads. You don't see any of that with Montgomery or Woody Marks or
even Jawar
Jordan. Yeah. They're hitting their reads and taking that one cut and getting upfield really quickly. That's good to see. The other thing is that, and this is similar to something we saw last year, but they're getting the running backs involved in the passing game a lot, and it's in both different aspects of it. There's some designed throws to the running backs. There's screens that are well executed by the offensive line, but then also just CJ early in the down, especially if it's first or second down, seeing all right, I don't like this coverage, get it to the running back now.
Yeah.
Get it to the running back when he's got some time to work and do something with it. And CJ made progress with that last year, but it's an ongoing process. David
Montgomery's been I think for people who haven't watched David Montgomery, he's done some nice things in the passing game these first couple practices. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. I think, and I know you point this out in the rundown, this is something I've mentioned a couple times too as we've headed into training camp, is using packages where Woody Marks and David Montgomery are out there at the same time.
Yeah.
The skill set that both of those guys have give you a real luxury because Woody Marks is ahead of the curve as far as young players go and being able to do everything that allows you to be out there. He's very good in pass pro. He's very smart. Montgomery's been around forever, so we know he's going to be proficient in those things. The fact that they both have kind of a complete all-around skill set really, if they're both out there, there's a lot of mystery that you can provide for the defense.
Yeah.
You can keep the defense off balance with the two of them out there.
And I think the one thing about Woody Marks that, a lot of people nationally might not realize, because they weren't, the Texans weren't much of a talking point in the first half of the season until they righted the ship from their 0-3 start.
Yeah.
Was that when Woody Marks became the number one back, they stopped, working him in as a receiver as much, and the focus was in just getting him dialed in the run game. But yes, obviously he's adept as a receiver, but he's also adept as a pass protector. So by rookie standards, was really good. He cared about it. He was smart, and that's going to be better this year. But what that does for the offense is, look, you got a young rookie running back or a second-year running back who's adept as a receiver, but he can't pass block. It makes it real easy for the defense to know what to worry about. When he's actually adept as a pass protector, then all of a sudden, all right, we don't know exactly, should we blitz? And we know we got a guy in there that can help pick up the blitz, or Woody can make those decisions. That part of it is really intriguing for Woody Marks.
What has stood out to you with the receiving core so far?
Jaden Higgins has stood out. Jaden Higgins in both practices, right?
Yeah.
Because he had a really nice catch. He had a nice catch and run. It's hard to tell, okay, would he have, would Jalen Petrie have made a tackle or would he have broken it or whatever on the first day? But yesterday, the first pass he caught from CJ was just a beautifully placed ball on the sideline. I don't know if it was a toe tapper or not, but he had to catch it pretty much going, at high speed, out of bounds. And I think for everything that they want out of him and the ability to move him around, use him in the slot, I wouldn't have brought this up because we're not supposed to talk about formations a whole lot, but D'Amico ended up bringing it up yesterday.
Yeah.
We're moving around, we're putting him inside, and he can be that movable chess piece. And he's going to be a lot smarter in his second year in this offense.
We've got that right here.
Yeah.
Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, Jaden, I put him in the same category with Woody. He's taking that year 2 jump. You're seeing a guy who we're able to move around the formation a little bit more, get him inside the formation. He's making some just everywhere we put him. My first play of practice today around us a great route. CJ gives him a great ball. It just shows his growth, shows a guy you can rely on, guy you can count on, in those crunch situations, and we're going to need him. We need a guy to step up opposite Nico and be a threat, and Jaden can be that guy for us.
And I think we can't overstate that this time last year, the inability for C.J. Stroud to get on the same page, really with both rookie wide receivers last year, both their second-year guys now, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll, it was tough sledding early on.
Yeah.
Just the precision was not there between the two.
And I think, too, with, last year when there were concerns about C.J.'s accuracy in training camp, a lot of that at times was just receivers not being in the right spot.
Right.
There were some really nice passes. CJ had some curious incompletions last year, but he also had some passes that were actually placed exactly where the receiver should have been. But when it was a rookie or somebody that wasn't quite up to speed on the offense, it looks like an inaccurate pass. We haven't seen nearly as much of that this year. He threw a really nice pass to Xavier Hutchinson, who was in tight coverage by Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
The other guys that have shown up, or the other guy that's shown up a lot from multiple different quarterbacks is Justin Watson.
Yes.
So, the back end of the wide receiver depth chart is going to be super competitive. Lewis Bonds made a couple nice plays.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because we know Nico, Higgins, Knoll are all making the teams. I think Xavier Hutchinson is probably too. Tank Dell's a mystery right now.
Yeah.
That's 5. Typically, I think they take. So yeah, Justin Watson, Lewis Bond, the 6th rounder. There's some good competition at the back end of that room.
The other guy that keeps showing up with multiple different quarterbacks too is Brevin Jordan.
Yeah,
and I guess
tell the people what you're seeing with Brevin Jordan.
Brevin was, for one, in the boot game was really good yesterday. There was a play where Davis Mills had to scramble and extend the play, and I think it was an honest scramble. It wasn't like he would have been sacked or whatever.
Training camp scramble.
But he was rolling out to the right, and ended up hitting Brevin Jordan with a nice pass, and Brevin Jordan made a nice catch. But he just keeps showing up. There was one.
Was that the one in the end zone?
Yeah, that was one in the end zone.
That was nice.
There was one where he was running down the seam, and he didn't pull the ball in, but he was open. It was a high pass from Davis Mills, and, without the benefit of a replay or anything, I don't know whether I blame Davis or Brevin Jordan on that or both. I think it was probably catchable, but I'm more interested in the fact that he was open.
He's getting
down
open.
the seam in that, too.
Yeah.
So, he's going to make it interesting. He's got a different skill set than Cade Stover, and really the rest – he's got a different skill set than any of the other tight ends. But just – to keep 4 tight ends on a roster, that's not typical in the NFL.
You played defensive tackle for 10 years in the NFL. The Texans drafted a defensive tackle in the 2nd round, Caden McDonald, so we're getting our first look at him. If we flip over to the defensive side of the ball, before we get your thoughts on what you're seeing out of Caden McDonald, who's an important player for this team this season and a very important player for this team over the next few years, here was D'Amico yesterday when he was asked, how's Caden McDonald looking so far?
And Caden is really show how strong he is. He's probably one of the stronger guys that we have. You see him doing drills. He's knocking the coaches back a lot. Coaches are trying to hold bags and be tough guys, but Caden is doing a great job of showing the strength that he has. Now, can he pull it all in, and can you consistently play with the proper hand placement, the proper footwork every single row?
All right, give us the early scouting report.
Yeah,
here.
he is incredibly strong, and he's big and he's powerful. He's physically exactly what he got drafted for. What they're really working on him with right now is his hand placement and just firing off straight ahead. This is very, very normal for a big guy that's trying to work on his technique. He'll come out of his stance and he's throwing his hands, but he's doing it like straight up in the air, which is awesome if you're trying to punch out Glass Joe.
Yeah.
But with that, remember when you hit Glass Joe with the undercut?
Oh, dude, he was toast.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, he would knock out Glass Joe in 3 seconds on
Kids,
punch
Mike
out.
Tyson's punch-out was this game back in the day. Yeah.
No, but it's hard to, when you're working on this stuff, you can see that he's really working at it. The first couple days I've impressed with his eagerness to be coached, with the effort that he's putting in there. He's asking for extra reps, and I think it's all there. I can't judge him until they get the pads on. Like him and Keelan Rutledge both, it's going to be fun to watch those two going against each other.
Yeah.
Because they're both big, strong, powerful guys that need to refine their technique. But he's, so far, everything I've seen out of Caden McDonald matches what the scouting report. I don't think he's going to get 10 sacks as rookie or anything. He can develop into a guy. I think he will get push in the pocket. And if you look at the Texans' defensive tackles, they do a really good job of kind of unselfishly at times not giving themselves a chance to get a sack because they know that their first goal is to push the pocket. And then for defensive tackles, if you're not Warren Sapp or J.J. Watt or somebody, it's dicey when you get to that spot where you push the pocket and then you decide to try to disengage and get past because you create a running lane. The Texans guys like Tim Settle and Tommy Togiai last year, they do a really good job of pushing and then understanding, okay, I got to wait and see where the quarterback's going. McDonald will be really good at that initially already just because of his size and strength.
You know how he set very high goals for himself, Caden McDonald. He wants to be first-team All-Pro. He wants to be Defensive Rookie of the Year. I don't know if this is on his list of accolades he's looking for, but he is on Gennaro Felice of NFL.com's preseason all-rookie team. So that's one accolade right there.
I think it's tough with the Texans because they rotate their defensive linemen so much, and I think he's initially going to be a guy that is in there on first and second down. I liked what Will Anderson said a couple of days ago about his goals are all about, where he wants to get better, his technique and everything, and not worry about the outside stuff because you don't have a lot of control over the outside stuff and what the voters do or anything. And Will is kind of taking Caden under his wing, so I'm guessing he's having some conversations with him about, hey, look, man, you could have for what this team is asking you to do, you could be the best defensive tackle of all time. But you have control over whether or not you're going to be first team.
No, the old Caden McDonald is good for radio. When he walks by here, I'm going to pick up my iPad and show him, hey, Caden, did you see? You made the first team preseason all-rookie.
Yeah.
Stop listening to Will Anderson. Listen to Sean Pendergast.
Or you're a loser.
Yeah. You could be a radio host someday if you listen to me, Caden. I know you could make millions of dollars being a defensive tackle, but if you keep saying bombastic things that wind up on the radio, you too can be a hot take artist.
The other thing was, Solomon Byrd flashed a few times yesterday. And he's a guy that's in the third year of his career, and he's got a chance here now with both Derek Barnett and Danico Autry gone.
Yeah.
He's got a chance to make the active roster more consistently.
At a position of need.
Yeah.
You've been saying that, the depth at defensive end.
Will Anderson it wasn't one-on-one pass rush. They were just doing pass rush drills versus dummies. But he did that little Daniil Hunter hop step.
Yeah, you took a video of it. That should terrify the other 31 teams.
It was awesome.
Will is adding moves.
Beautiful. People accuse me of speeding it up, speeding up the video.
No.
I said, no, listen to the audio.
Yeah.
You can hear Rod Wright's voice on there, just speaking at his normal
Will
cadence.
Anderson is speeding that video up.
Yeah.
He's the one doing it.
He's adding to his repertoire.
Hey, last thing, as we empty out Seth Payne's training camp notebook, we've not talked much about Logan Hall, and as long as we're talking about positions of need and versatility and whatnot, his ability to play outside or inside may wind up being big for this team.
He is a tall glass of water, Logan Hall.
He is tall.
Cougs will remember this.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to Matt Burke a little bit after Patty and Bert talking about how he liked Logan Hall coming out.
Did you guys
of college.
compare beards?
Huh?
Did you compare beards?
He's trimmed down his a little bit.
Yes?
He's a little too well manicured. Frankly,
So you're the Grizzly Adams of this duo?
Well, he's trimmed down too. He's lost some weight and everything.
Looks good.
And I was like, man, I was gonna. You need to let your beard go a little bit. Get on mine. Gain about 20 pounds or so.
Yeah, gain 20 pounds and grow out your beard.
But he liked Logan Hall coming out of college, and that I think his versatility and his ability to play inside or outside is going to be something that they can use on a game plan by game plan basis. When they first signed him, and D'Amico had said they're going to start him off on the inside, and that makes sense given the scheme that he came out of. They're going to be asking him to do some things at defensive tackle that are different than a lot of what he did in Tampa. He can go out and play end on this team, and it's going to feel like no big deal at all. So I think a lot of the work is going to be on the inside early on in camp, but he could easily, in any given game, be playing mostly defensive end or mostly defensive tackle, and he's an impressive-looking dude.
Yep. So that's Seth emptying out the notebook, getting you up to speed in a big detailed way on what's going on out here at training camp. Let's shift gears for a minute and just take a look inside the AFC South. I would say probably the biggest news involving a non-Texans team in the division is the fact that it looks like Daniel Jones is a full go, or he is a full go for training camp. This was Daniel Jones earlier this week confirming that.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think, plan is to be back in 11-on-11 full team drills tomorrow or Wednesday when we start up practice. So be out there with the guys, back rolling, but feeling good, and rehab's been good to this point. Still some work to do as we get ready for week 1, but feeling really good with where I am.
All right, you know what? This is annoying me now. Can we cool it down a little bit on the Achilles tendon injury being so easy to come back from these days? The reports out of Colts camp are that he looks mobile. He looks like pre-injury Daniel Jones. He's on rollouts and everything. Just looks like it's no big deal. Look, this used to be a death blow. I don't think we can even use Achilles heel as a metaphor anymore. They're like, what's my Achilles heel? Oh, you mean that thing that might be a minor setback, but I'll come back from?
I got surgery from, and I'll be back in 3 weeks.
Yeah. This is, but Daniel Jones reportedly, so far, very early in camp, looks like it's this Achilles tendon is no big deal.
Daniel Jones doesn't scare me, man. I know they were great the first 8 or 9 games of the season last year. He was on an MVP track. Daniel Jones is a little like Trevor Lawrence to me. You know, they're somewhat similar in that they've had these flashes of play that get them paid.
Right.
That get them paid. But Trevor Lawrence is a guy who's played way more bad football than good football. The league has figured him out one time before after a supposed season where he was making the leap.
Yeah.
And Daniel Jones, same thing. He had that big season back in 2022, just like Trevor Lawrence did in 20. There was the same season in 2022. He was with the Giants. Daniel Jones was. We've just seen this from them before.
I'll quote Kalen Bullock, who last year on Good Morning Football said, "We got to stop the run. Yeah. That's their whole offense. The whole offense goes through Jonathan Taylor. He's the best back. Once you stop him, we feel like the offense don't have nothing else."
I think that's good analysis by Kalen Bullock.
You know, and that's where I think Shane Steichen has done a really good job getting the most out of guys like Gardner Minshew, and he'll mix in the RPO. He does a whole lot of misdirection and things that keep a defense off balance, but you can only do so much of that before it's all on film and you know what the little tricks are to try to cover up his weaknesses.
Yep.
And by and large, if you stop Jonathan Taylor, it makes it really difficult. If you stop Jonathan Taylor, Daniel Jones turns back into a goofy-eyed pumpkin.
Yes.
You know, a pumpkin that looks lost and confused.
Pumpkin, yes, he's a goofy-eyed pumpkin. Here's Chris Ballard, the GM of the Indianapolis Colts. I guess he's in the last year of his contract and was asked about doing a contract extension with the Colts. Here's what he had to say.
No, I wouldn't do one.
Why not?
I'm in the last year of my deal. We need to win. We need to win.
Okay.
Yeah, that's some self-awareness. You need to You need to make the playoffs or win a playoff game.
When you look at the body of work of the Colts over the last decade, he got there in 2017 or 2018, around there, about the same time Frank Reich got there. It's incredible that he's lasted as long as he has as the GM. They've won one playoff game, and it was right across the street here at NRG Stadium back in 2018.
Yeah.
And it's almost like he got a pass for a few years after Andrew Luck up and retired unexpectedly. That was in 2019.
Sean, they haven't
before COVID.
Sean, they haven't. Guess when the last time they won the division was?
2021. I think they won the division.
2014.
2021 they made the playoffs.
They made the playoffs with the 9-8 record.
Okay.
They finished second that year.
Yeah. That was the Carson Wentz year.
Like, they used to own this division.
They did.
You know?
Yeah.
It was
back in the early days.
Yeah. 2014 was the last time they won the division.
Wow. And I'm in the last playoff game they won was here, right? They haven't won a playoff game since 2018.
They lost a wild card game in 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So they lost a wild card game. So the last one they won was here. So Chris Ballard will not do an extension. Okay. So if they offer, you telling me, Chris Ballard, they offer you a multi-year extension for tens of millions of dollars, you're going to say no because you got to win this year?
Yeah. Sorry, you were right, by the way. You were the last one they won was in 2018.
And they won, yeah.
But they won that. They made the playoffs in 2020, but they didn't win a game.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday here. Let's shift gears over to the Astros for a little bit. All right. So the Astros are 55-55. They are back to 500. They're a half game out in this horrible division that they're in.
Yeah.
55-55 in late July gets you a half game out of first place. Okay, so as we handicap Monday, which is the trade deadline. Trade deadline is 5 o'clock Monday afternoon. I think the chances of them making a deal that is a seller's deal is practically 0%. I think there's a 0% chance that the Astros are going to be trading a foundational everyday player or a pitcher in their rotation or a key bullpen piece to another team. Everybody who fits that description right now is going to be on this team come August 4th, the day after the trade deadline.
Yeah.
I feel strongly about that. So I think they're either in buy or hold mode right now.
Yeah, right. And this is where I was trying to examine myself and ask if I'm just being a punk or if I'm just being too passive about this. I would be totally comfortable with a hold mode with the philosophy that, man, these guys who are either coming off the IL over the last month and or, coming back into form, the way that Payne has been playing specifically has just been a revelation. That it doesn't feel like it wouldn't have felt like in 2017 when, Keuchel was PO'd that they didn't make a move at the trade deadline, because there are a lot of things that have just happened organically on this team that make them a better baseball team than they were in the first couple months of the season.
There are, and the fact of the matter is, too, they're just not a good enough baseball team for anybody to be anybody in the clubhouse to be complaining about them not making trades. Like Keuchel, when Keuchel did that, they were in first place. You could tell they were on pace to go win 100 games that year. So, the front office is going to do what they're going to do. Look, Jim Crane is somebody who has a history of making at least some moves, anywhere from somewhat aggressive to very aggressive moves. Here's Ken Rosenthal earlier this week of Fox and of MLB TV saying that the Houston Astros are the cockroaches of baseball.
The Astros are the cockroaches of baseball. 5 of 6. And as Chandler Rome writes today in The Athletic, they're not going to sell. There have been all these stories about them selling early on Yordan Alvarez and more recently Josh Hader and Jeremy Pena. No, not happening, was never going to happen.
All right, so it was never going to happen. The Yordan thing, I believe, was never going to happen. Pena, I think so, too. Pena, I think, is a little more nuanced situation, just given his contract.
Was there even any actual – the Yordan thing, he's acting like the Yordan stuff was never going to happen. Like, I don't know – I don't think anybody really was saying that the Yordan thing was going to happen. No,
that was all people on his network doing hypotheticals.
I got you.
Yeah, I think is
he's
what
tearing
that was.
down a straw man. He's just beating the crap out of that straw man.
Or stupid coworkers that were trying to get Yordan Alvarez up and out of here.
Yeah.
So I think if I had to guess, I would say there's going to be a deal made just because there's always a deal made with the Astros.
Yeah.
To me, it's just got to be, and they used to do this back when Luno was the GM too. I mean, there was, Kyle Tucker was untouchable in trade talks back when Kyle Tucker was a prospect.
Yeah.
They need to have a hard freeze on the tippy top prospects, and most of those guys are down in A ball right now. Like it's the lower levels of the minor league system that people are getting excited about with the Astros. So it's so weird though, the starting pitching, because they've got like 8 guys that at various times this year have done things where you go, okay, Imai's a perfect example. There was a few weeks ago where I was saying to you, after Imai had a few good starts, he's their number 2 guy behind Hunter. Yeah, now here we are.
I know.
And now here we are.
There was a time where Mike Burrows was going to be the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time when, Peter Lambert was DFA'd because we got all these other guys.
He's your number 2 starter right now.
Look at all these other guys. Why would we keep Peter Lambert around?
Well, we were. I can't remember if it was when you were out, or I just remember having a conversation with somebody. Like, what would, if they make the wild card round, what does the pitching situation look like? And it's 2 out of 3. So the first 2 games are easy. Hunter Brown's your 1, and Peter Lambert's your 2, based on where we sit right now. Like, if the series had to take place tomorrow. So if they split those first 2 games, then who's number 3? And the answer is everybody. I think you just do a bullpen game in number 3. You throw Christian Javier out there to start the game, and if he shows any signs that the invisible is not working or he's putting guys on base, you're in now, Eric Eddy, or whoever it is.
Yeah.
It's like, I think that's – if you had to play a wild card round series starting this Monday, I think that's what they would do. It's Hunter Brown, it's Peter Lambert, and then who the hell knows what, unless they make a trade for a pitcher, and the Athletic has a big board of the top 60 trade targets.
Yeah.
They've got the Astros listed in the top 3 possibilities for no fewer than about 10 different starting pitchers of various levels. Not probably the best, or at least the biggest name they've got the Astros being in for would be Sandy Alcantara of the Miami Marlins, who started to pitch like the Cy Young guy that he is lately. Like, they don't have him in there for Skubal or Joe Ryan from Minnesota. But they've got the Astros on that big board listed as one of 3 teams for a slew of starting pitchers.
Yeah.
So I think that's, if we see some, it'll be like a back end of the rotation type starting pitcher. But it's a big weekend, man. Big weekend. I think they could get swept by the Rangers and still be buying on Monday. That's how motivated I think they are. All right, coming up next. Oh, we haven't gotten to this yet. The biggest story so far in the offseason leading into the college football season is one of the funnier stories, especially when you hear people talk about this guy who just got put on administrative leave. We've not touched on this story on the show. We need to do that.
Guy's got relations with a lot of current Texans staff.
Indeed, yes. 6 degrees of the New England Patriots. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento. Texas, sinus, and snoring. Yeah, there you go, right there. That's the snoring going on with Dr. Ben Salento. I was just talking to a buddy of mine yesterday. Texted me last night. He said, hey, I'm going to see Dr. Ben Salento. manager, not just in college football,
but
across collegiate sports. This is Bruce Feldman of both Fox and The Athletic on his podcast. If you missed it, Michael Lombardi's been placed on administrative leave for a reported HR issue. There's also issues with that clearinghouse the NCAA's created for NIL deals that he's in the crosshairs with as well. So he's got stuff going on with the NIL, and he's got stuff going on, it seems like, inside the building at North Carolina.
Yeah, so I don't know what the HR issue is. I don't know. I haven't fact-checked this at all, but at least one person who was doing some sleuthing said that Lombardi had liked a thirst trap photo on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
So maybe this is a little bit of an indicator.
Okay.
We don't know. We don't know.
We don't know. The school has spoken on it.
One thing I would advise for anybody who's working in academia, including just, sports at a college department, is don't do that.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Here's the statement the school put out yesterday, courtesy Bruce Feldman, who we're going to hear from in a second. As a result of concerns behind allegations that led to the personnel action regarding Michael Lombardi announced on July 27th, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, through its Office of University Counsel, is in the process of investigating this matter. Because this involves confidential personnel issues, the university will not comment on the nature of the allegations or discuss personnel information. So they're basically saying, we ain't saying nothing. There's something going on. We ain't saying nothing. Bruce Feldman says, they ain't going to miss the guy that much. He's the worst at his job in all of collegiate sports.
You are being very kind. He is, without question, the worst general manager in college sports.
Also,
it's
the
not
highest
even
paid.
close. He should be getting his paycheck with a ski mask on. I'm sorry. This is such a staggering amount of ineptitude in the job he's had for Bill Belichick, right? I go back to the big story we did last year, and he was a focal point of it. It's the arrogance. It's the abrasiveness. I mean, there's a lot of qualities that have rubbed people the wrong way for a long time, but Bill Belichick has been one of the people who has been in his corner. And always. And the fact that Bill Belichick trusted him to have the most important job of anybody he could hire, and it has blown up in his face and North Carolina's face spectacularly.
This is one of the strangest blind spots of any highly competent person that I can think of in sports. Bill Belichick's Michael Lombardi fetish.
He's had him just in various plays with the Browns and with the Patriots, and when Lombardi, didn't get any more chances at GM anymore. He was always in some weird position with the Patriots where he was almost like a football. I think he was like a football historian because he knows a lot of stuff. He's like one of those old school football sports nerds that can just pull up all kinds of random data and everything in his brain. I think Belichick liked having him around just to tell him stories. Or he was like the little fella in Game of Thrones there.
Oh, Tyrion?
Tyrion, yeah. He was like Tyrion.
Oh,
he might not actually be all that competent, but he knows things. And but Belichick going to UNC, you get this sense that there was this level of arrogance that Belichick had a well-earned arrogance in the NFL. All right, yeah. You what are we gonna do? Argue with you?
Yeah.
But all these stories, it sounds like they got to UNC and acted like, well, we're gonna show you guys how it's done, with zero regard for all of the difficulties and intricacies of college recruiting, working with young people, not to mention the rules and regulations and all of that. They just looked wholly unprepared for it. And meanwhile, Belichick's got his much younger girlfriend running around in charge of stuff. He's hiring every family member he can to his staff.
I don't want it to end.
Yeah,
I don't want it to end. It's such a train wreck.
They gotta beat somebody other than an FCS team this year if you want that to happen.
I
Sean.
know.
$10 million a year. $10 million a year they're paying for this.
Dude, $1 million. Michael
Who's been more of an extreme flameout so far? Urban Meyer going to the NFL or Bill Belichick going to college football?
Oh, boy, that's a good one.
I like both of those guys because what I've long maintained is that, look, and this is one of the reasons it's so hard to evaluate college quarterbacks. They're two different sports.
Yeah.
They are different sports. It might as well be cricket and baseball. They've got a lot of similarities, but man, the differences in the college game are so much different. And then when you factor in all of the transfer portal and NIL and everything else that goes into it, it's not just so simple that, it's like an IndyCar driver if all of a sudden he jumps into a stock car. he's not going to be the best stock car driver in the world all of a sudden. There's a lot of differences.
This is your question you asked me about who's the bigger flameout, Urban Meyer with Jacksonville or Bill Belichick with North Carolina. I am going to dig into that this weekend because it's a great question. My gut tells me that it's Urban Meyer, and it might not even be that close.
Yeah.
Urban Meyer didn't make it through the full season. Urban Meyer tried to bring in Tim Tebow. Urban Meyer, from all accounts, it seems like the kids at North Carolina actually kind of enjoy playing for Belichick there.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like the Jaguars enjoyed all that much playing for Urban Meyer.
Well, and Belichick has made it through a full year.
That's
whereas
what
Urban
I'm saying.
Meyer,
He got fired.
that's the biggest difference.
He got fired. Well, Urban Meyer had off-the-field stuff, too. He didn't fly home with the team after a Thursday night game so he could stay in Ohio, go to Columbus, and
get a lap dance from a work associate.
Feeling up a work associate.
She was more feeling him up, but he wasn't stopping her.
I don't know. She was sitting on his lap.
His hands were to the side. He was following. He was acting like he was at a club and he had to follow the rules.
I go back and look at the replay. I don't. Yeah. Either
it was more of like her grinding up against him, right?
Yeah.
As he was sitting on that tall chair.
He wasn't saying no.
Yeah.
He wasn't saying no.
But no, I think that whole dynamic of Belichick thinking that he was going to come in and just show everybody how it's done, that rubs a lot of people the wrong way.
Michael Lombardi said we're the 33rd NFL team.
Right, and they would go on to have 0 players drafted to the
That's
NFL.
Exactly right.
Nobody was having a discussion about, like, hey, could UNC beat the Browns?
Right.
What do you guys think UNC could beat the Browns this year?
And if you and Seth think we're being over the top or extreme, just know, go Google it. Every year there's somebody that says Georgia could beat the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah.
Somebody says it. It's not true.
Yeah.
They couldn't.
We haven't had this discussion with UNC.
No, God, no.
Despite them being the 33rd team.
They're on the other end. They're like, could Moeller High School in Cincinnati beat North Carolina?
You know what? One of the things about Belichick's book that I didn't like, and I enjoyed his book. I really liked a lot of the parts of Belichick's book, but I could see the fingerprints of Michael Lombardi in the book because there were times where it was kind of like, Belichick telling some cool stories, talking about film, building a team and all of that and a culture. But then here and there'd be sprinkled in like, hey, actually, this is a business advice book. And or at the end of one chapter, it was like, so for young people looking for a job or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's Lombardi, man. Lombardi
100%.
had a talk with him about like, hey, if you want to make this marketable to the masses,
Crossover.
you got to be able to turn a keynote presentation to a Fortune 500 company.
Yeah, you're talking to C-level suite people out there. All right, so we got about a minute or so to go here. To get our game face back on before day 3 of practice. Here's Jalen Petrie yesterday talking about it. This defense is about precision and swarming.
From the first play we step out there in the preseason game, it's about pure execution and energy. Like, are we swarming or not? It's really black and white with us, black and white with Coach D'Amico. And, it's one standard. So if we're not living up to it, it's going to be known, and we got to get it fixed.
All right, see, that's the motivational speech I need. Before we get out here. Today, Seth, we were all about precision and swarming when we covered day 3 of practice. And day 4 tomorrow. There's practice tomorrow.
There's practice tomorrow morning.
9 a.m.
And then there's no practice. Isn't the one tomorrow's open to the public?
Yes, first one. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, if you got tickets for tomorrow's practice, and you see us out here, be sure to wave and say hello.
If you see Sean, grab him.
Yeah, grab me. Yeah,
grab him and take a selfie.
Grab me and hug me, and let's take a selfie together. That'll be fun.
You guys are in for a good show because Vandermeer's either praying or he's deep in contemplation.
Yeah,
on the
he
side
is.
of the field.
No, he's filming something.
Oh, he was filming something.
He's filming something,
Okay.
and now he just flexed.
I thought he was doing that thing of that coach that kneels and grabs the grass on the sideline, and
I like his shirt that he's got on too.
You guys are in for a show with Vandermeer and John Harris.
Indeed. All right, so what are you going to be watching for today?
Today I actually am going to start to try to zero in on the offensive and defensive line more, even though they're in no pads. I've been watching all the fantasy league players out there. I want to get back down into the trenches.
Nice.
I won't be distracted. Going to have my blinders on,
Okay,
Sean.
good. Yeah, so we got you covered out here all day long. Hey, quick reminder, too, for those of you that I know there's still some of you coming back from vacation. We will be Sports Radio 610, August 13th. Circle it, 8 a.m., 95.7 The Fan is born on August the 13th. So we'll be out here all day long today. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris got you next. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula after that. They'll have players coming off the field here as well later on. So have a great weekend out there, and enjoy the rest of the day. Seth, antibodies to
Antibodies to you. So
right.
when you're riding down the road and you're switching it over.
It's day 3 at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and another hot one coming your way. But
Because she came back later and she kind of clarified which was basically when she clarified it, she's like, and she said, I can't remember how she put it, but essentially it was what we've talked about. Like, David, I think, is going to be the first one to go take carries in a game and be the first one and be the quote-unquote starter. But Woody is going to fit into the role that probably fits him best, which is third down back. Obviously, maybe second or third series of the game, he's going to get carries. He's going to pound the rock. He's going to be great in pass protection, and he's going to get more receptions than he had last year, which Woody was one of the best, if not the best, receiving running back that's come out into the NFL in a long time. He's tremendous as a passer. Last year, they didn't have, even though Nick did a nice job with what he was asked to do, they didn't really feel like they could go to somebody for a significant stretch of time to take that heat off of Woody, so that he could then be used in the passing game and a little bit more that way. Think about this. And it popped in my head a couple days ago because I saw him talking about Drew Brees. Alvin Kamara. Remember when Alvin Kamara got to the Saints? He had a great story about how he met Drew Brees the first time. They threw him out to practice. He went out there. He signed. He gets out to practice, and one of the coaches says, "Hey, go down with the receivers and Drew." And he's like, "I'm not a receiver." But Drew brought him down, taught him routes, the running back routes he was going to run, taught him slot routes, and Kamara has become and has been one of the best receiving running backs in the NFL. But he was able to do that because they had Mark Ingram. They had the Hoss. Mark Ingram was their big-time ball carrier. They could use Kamara in that way. And then all of a sudden, Kamara became the weapon that I don't think anybody even envisioned when he was drafted in the third round. He had a great year at Tennessee coming into the draft, but I don't think anybody envisioned, wow, Drew Brees is going to put him in the slot and run choice routes all day against linebackers, and he's going to eat. He is going to feast. And that's what Alvin Kamara did because they had Mark Ingram. Well, you look at Woody Marks, and I'm not saying Woody Marks is Alvin Kamara, but the skill set is very similar. And if you've got David Montgomery to be your quote-unquote Mark Ingram, suddenly becomes a much more diverse weapon that you can then throw it at a defense and get a little bit more out of your running backs than maybe you thought. And to me, that's what got the New Orleans offense on track after they had kind of like a 2-3 year lull. They draft Kamara, and now you got Kamara and Ingram, and they're playing off of one another. And so you can play them together on the field because Kamara's playing your slot receiver.
Yeah, and that was late in Drew Brees' career relatively,
That's exactly
and it was able to give him a big boost going down the stretch in New Orleans. And we were in New Orleans in 2017 for joint practice prior to Hurricane Harvey and saw Kamara, but not really because they were hiding him.
They hid
in
him
that
from
preseason game. And
not just from us, from everybody.
Yeah, Adrian Peterson was on that team.
Adrian Peterson got the most of the looks in that
joint practice
that we had.
And that I'll never forget the sight of Adrian Peterson up close, walking around the field and walking right next to Adrian Peterson. It was like walking next to Whitney Merciless, but he's a running back. And, Whitney's a specimen, right? I mean, Whitney Merciless, freaking physical freak specimen.
Yeah.
But Adrian Peterson kind of looked like him a little bit, physically, just a build, like a little, a slightly smaller version of that, but for a running back, massive dude.
Not Derrick Henry, but
no. Derrick Henry's in a class by himself. Peterson is one of those guys who, as a college freshman, I was like, oh, you could set him in the NFL today. Sean Taylor was another guy, I've said this before, I felt like that physically. Andre Johnson physically
Jeremiah
looked
Smith,
like
Ohio
that.
State receiver.
Some guys, Andre Johnson as a true freshman looked kind of like he does today. It's wild, to see
it's not changed much.
That physical body type. Anyway, let's get to some other things. Oh, Jalen Petrie, by the way, who grew up in Houston.
Oh.
And Stafford High School, of course.
Glad
Baylor.
you're playing this.
Yeah. Petrie talked about facing Montgomery before.
Yeah, I talked to him about that when I seen him in Detroit after the game. I was like, I've been watching you for a long time, like from afar. So when I knew I had a little hit on him, and I'm like, I can't slow down when I got to go hit him. Like, I got to bring it. And we've all seen the highlights that he's had. Great back that can do everything. Catch it, run it, spin it, truck it, juke it, like whatever you want. He's one of them.
Gosh, this team is just loaded with guys that I love, and that guy is one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it? There's nowhere to look where it's like, I love that guy. I love that guy. Petrie, local guy. He grew up a Texans fan, and so everything he says, I just smile. I'm like, it's Petrie. It's so good. The day they drafted him, I felt like this is a guy who's going to help turn this thing around, and he certainly has.
I was waiting for Dalton. I got Dalton Schultz for an interview, which you'll hear at some point, which is fantastic. So I was waiting for him, and I saw Jalen sitting around, and I walked over and shook his hand. I said, "You up at the podium?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, I couldn't give him I couldn't give him the advice that John Granato gave Sean Pendergast and I many, many years ago, which basically was 2 words: don't suck." Because I didn't think he would understand the inside joke.
Right.
But I was like, "Be good.
Yeah,
play it." That was really good. I love listening to Jalen describe different things. And back in OTAs in minicamp, he was asking about Will, and somebody was saying, "Hey, what about Will wrecking practice?" And he goes, "Man, Will wrecks everything." The way he said it was so good. He's got such a great spirit, and I just love that the GCK is getting the respect around the league that he should get. And I still don't even think he's getting all that he probably deserves. So,
well, you're going to have opportunities this year.
Plenty.
You're on the national stage a lot, and even when you're not in prime time, you're in mega nationally observed games like Week 1, Week 2, Week 3 maybe even at the Colts, and certainly Week 4 when the Cowboys come visiting here. My gosh, what a slate to get the 2026 season started. All right, Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle coming up. We're going to hear from Tay Ursery. Johnny caught up with him. That is a great talk. And later on, C.J. Stroud and Evan Washburn. We talked to Evan yesterday. You heard that. Well, C.J. and Washburn talked about a lot of things. We're going to feature that later on in the show as well. We're on with you till 10, until In the Loop takes over. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Chevron and the Houston Texans are proud to call Houston home. That's why we've partnered together since 2017, working together to support the community in our hometown. Join us on Sunday, November 29th at the Salute to Service game, presented by Chevron, honoring the United States Armed Forces and their families. Show support military members, veterans, and the hometown team as the Houston Texans take on the Baltimore Ravens.
At Amity Bank, we believe in customer conversations. You'll get a dedicated banker and their phone number, so you can keep their personal guidance close. Give yourself a head start with a gold checking account, Amity's gold standard in personal banking. Just visit amitybank.com/gold or stop in a local branch and speak with a banker to learn more. That's banking that banks on your future. Amity Bank. Here, you grow. Please refer to the deposit account agreement, account disclosure, deposit rate sheet, and personal account schedule of fees, or speak with a banker for more details.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Want to take trips with the Texans on the road this season while building your network with executive peers? As a Houston Texans Lux member, we take you and your guests beyond the game with access to the Texans organization that money can't buy, which will leave colleagues and clients wanting more. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury experience. Ready to learn more? Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
Texan Radio is on the way.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area with new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the Dream Pool and Lazy River. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
Coshada.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Empower girls, provide opportunities, sanction the game. She's next. Join the movement to support Girls Flag Football. When you support Girls Flag, you help provide opportunity for girls in Texas to play the game they love. More support means more access to resources, equipment, scholarships, and helping flag football become an official UIL-sanctioned sport in Texas. Help us make Texas next to sanction Girls Flag. Join the She's Next movement at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Indeed. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you as coaches and players coming in to the facility, and they will be in the bubble today for day 3 of Houston Texans Training Camp. The 25th season is upon us. And right now with us, Jonathan Alexander from the Houston Chronicle. Jonathan, our first official visit of the 2026 season. How's it going?
It's going well. I'm glad to be back. Glad football is back. It was too long of a break.
It was definitely too long a break. How'd you feel that break?
Yeah, I mean, I took a few days, a couple weeks off. Went to Puerto Rico, went to Galveston.
Yeah,
worked on
come see me in Galveston.
Yes, worked on some bigger projects. So I kept it pretty simple.
Yeah, you did work on a lot of things. Give us a couple of highlights, off-season stories that you really liked. One or two that you really liked, because I know you did some features and things.
Yeah,
right?
I think my favorite one was the story on Keelan Rutledge and really just finding out about his journey and how he got to this point in his life and how he almost lost his foot, how he almost didn't play football, and really kind of how he was able to overcome a lot of things in his early life that allowed him to overcome a near amputation. So that was one of my favorite stories. It's funny because I asked Keelan, did he read it yesterday? And he was like, no, I didn't read it. He was like, but my wife read it, and she said it was good. And I said, well, okay, I guess that's good enough.
I mean, the player giving you a thumbs up is like, But family members, mostly the wife giving you the thumbs up.
It's big.
Like, one of the things that Mark and I talk a lot about, at least I say to Mark, Jonathan, is we get a chance to sit down with players, that are new, whether free agents, rookies, etc., and they leave and walk out of the building, and I look at Mark like, I get it. And what I mean is, I get why the Texans made him a draft pick or went out and sought him in free agency. Mm-hmm. As you got done speaking with Keelan, did you go, oh, yeah, I totally get why the Texans drafted this guy?
100%. Because, with the culture DeMeco Ryans has built.
Exactly.
Along with Nick Caserio, they want guys who are football-focused, guys who may have a little edge to them but keep it about football, who are going to stay clean off the field. And Keelan Rutledge is all of that. He is the guy who's going to push you into the ground. Mm-hmm. He's going to play to the end of the whistle. He's going to focus on football. He keeps football the main thing. That's his primary focus. He wants to be the best that he can be to protect quarterback C.J. Stroud. And, everything he said, everything he's about is what the Texans want to be about. Yep. So it didn't surprise me at all.
Early observations about the offense through 2 days. I know they're not in pads, but here we are. We got to talk about it. What do you thinking, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think compared to last year, they are definitely ahead of where they were. They seem a little bit more calm. Obviously with Nico Collins in the lineup, that offense is always going to be dangerous when you have a guy like him. But now you're adding guys like Jaden Higgins, who appears to be taking a step, in my opinion, even though it's only 2 days. He made some nice plays. And everything I've heard from people inside the building is like he came back different. Like that confidence probably helps, but he's bigger, he's faster. Like and he's been working hard. So if you could get him, and then whatever you can get from Tank, hopefully it's, the old Tank. But even if you get, 3/4 of what he was, then you add a lot to your offense, which was very much needed last year. So I think right now it's on the right path.
We had this conversation at the end of the last segment. We were talking about David Montgomery, Woody Marks, the running backs, et cetera. John, how do you see that playing out? And include Jawar Jordan in that too, because I think Jawar is going to have a role somehow with this offense in a ball-carrying capacity, catching the ball in the backfield, whatever. How do you look at the running back situation? I know it may not be the favorite for fantasy owners out there to not have total clarity every single week, but from your standpoint, how do you think the running back carries, touches, et cetera, get divvied up?
Yeah, I think David Montgomery is going to get the bulk of the carries, but that doesn't mean he'll get all of them, right? Like, they have trust in Woody Marks, and they think he definitely has big playability, particularly in the passing game. And then you have Jawar Jordan, who's a beast against whenever the offense to run outside zone scheme. Yeah. So I think you may see, situations like that where they say, okay, we need to do outside zone, so we're going to run him a little bit more. So I think you'll see them mix and match, but I do think David Montgomery, they brought him here to be the lead back. And when I watch him play, he reminds me a lot of Joe Mixon. And he's not trying to avoid any tacklers. He's trying to go through tacklers.
Right.
And I think he's going to be critical in their red zone offense. So they're going to lean on him. But I think Woody Marks is also going to play a big role, and Jawar Jordan's going to see some touches too.
Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle joining us. So you're covering the whole team, and you're also covering the C.J. Stroud contract situation. I know these questions have come up, press conferences with everybody. So how are you approaching that? What are you thinking moving forward here in the immediate future, Jonathan?
Yeah, this move will play a huge part, or this potential move will play a huge part in the future ramifications of the Houston Texans. So I'm always keeping my eyes on it because obviously it could break at any moment. I've been told by multiple agents that Nick Caserio is the guy who's going to call you when he's ready to make a deal. Mm-hmm. And, things can happen very quickly at any point. So, it sounds like C.J. Stroud and the Texans have had good conversations. And to me, Nick Caserio's comments really indicated that they are behind and committed to C.J. Stroud. Now, whether that deal gets done before the season or next offseason, see. But it's something that I'm always going to be paying attention to because it'll be huge when it happens. In the meantime, balancing everything else that happens along with camp.
That was one of the things that Nick said. We got to talk about not CJ in particular, but negotiating contracts. And he said, agents and people know I'm a bottom line person. Like, this is what I think.
Yeah.
And there's not going to be wishy-washy. It's like, it's what we think the value is. It's what we think the contract is. Not so much take it or leave it, but if we're not, okay, well, let's reconvene later. Let's look at this at a different time. And I just thinking about it after he said it, I was like, yeah, that seems to make sense the way that he approaches his business. Jonathan, I know it's only been 2 days as you've watched this team, but has there been anybody that you go, that guy? I haven't really been paying attention to that guy. That guy is standing out a little bit. Or maybe it's a star that you think is, still playing at a pretty high level even through these first couple days. Do you have a name or two that are kind of like, you know what, I really need to continue to watch this guy or these guys?
Well, I talked a little bit about him earlier. Like, I got bogged down in the Tank Dell coming back, the noise, which he is.
Right.
But that I forgot about Jaden Higgins and the potential impact that he can have.
It's a good one. It's a great one.
But outside of him, I don't know. Something's just telling me, like, Kamari Lassiter is going to take it even another step this year. Oh, one person I did say is already starting to show out, Henry To'oTo'o. Made a huge play in the backfield
Great
yesterday. Broke up that screen pass.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is the final year of his rookie deal as well. He's obviously motivated to earn a contract. I think he's going to have a good year as long as he stays healthy. But Kamari Lassiter, I just think, a lot of probably disrespect in the top 100 player rankings and a lot of the other rankings. He definitely should be in there.
Yep.
I think all of that motivates him. He might not say it publicly, but I think all of that motivates him, and he rises to the occasion every time. So I think he's going to have another good year.
He's one of those guys that he will put not just a chip on his shoulder. The whole damn bag's going on his shoulder.
For sure.
Like every single practice, every single game, like it feels as if he's got, Bobby Boucher sounds going on in his head. They said you're not good. You're too small. You ran 4.6, and inside he's like, no, man, watch this. Watch this. Bang. Derrick Henry in the safety for a safety against the Ravens. Like he does those kind of things.
Nah, I 100% agree.
So, Jonathan, you brought up Henry. So the linebackers, here we are. We got Azeez, Henry. Those are your top two, and you're good to go. But the depth has taken a hit with E.J. Speed in the offseason, obviously. And then you have Jake Hansen, who's your leading special teams tackler. He gets hurt. We don't know what the situation is, hoping for the very best. But all of a sudden, that depth gets tested behind those top two guys. What about that?
Yeah, and I wrote a little bit about that yesterday, that, the depth there is being tested right now because with E.J. Speed having suffered that injury offseason, they really don't know whether he's going to return. Who knows how long Jake Hansen will be out, but any loss from any extended period of time puts a lot of pressure on, those rookies to, if he does have to miss time, well, they've got to perform. That could be good and bad because now they have a better chance of making this roster, but, they're going to need those guys to play well because at some certain point, Jamal Hill, Aiden Fisher, Wade Woodaz, Marte Mapu are going to be called upon, and who's going to stand out. And I think they'll be looking these next few days to see who that's going to be.
Yeah, and the guy that earns that spot might end up having to do it on special teams first.
Yeah.
More than likely having to do it on special teams first and then turning around. We talked about the contract with CJ. Let's talk about the ball player, CJ. And just 2 days in, and we've seen every single rep he's had in practice since he's been here in games. We've been here for all that. Jonathan, you have as well. Your thoughts about the progress, the maturation of C.J. Stroud, at least early in camp?
Yeah, first I think it starts with, he had to be kind of coming in, or you would think that he had to be coming into this season with a lot of pressure, just given how last season ended, the criticism, the heavy criticism nationally to him. And when I see him, it doesn't seem like it has bothered him. He seems under control. He seems unbothered by it. And I think even David Montgomery, who's about to walk by soon, talked about it a little bit. He said just nothing phases him. And I think that's ideally what you want, because you want to see him move on from what happened. And so far I've seen him be under control, look a little bit more comfortable, being that this is his second year in the offense. D'Amico Ryans talked about, they're trying to do a better job of being efficient pre-snap. And that's going to handle a lot of issues. So far the throws have, C.J. Stroud always thrown a nice ball. Now, can the pieces around him help elevate him? I think you're starting to see that, and we'll see more of that in the coming days.
Jonathan, Montgomery has the wired ear pods as opposed to the wireless.
That's old school.
And I'm back on the wired because a lot of guys are, actually.
Yeah.
But that's not why I'm back on them. I'm just on them because I would lose the wireless, so I need the wire to hang on to them.
Yeah.
But this is a thing. What do you do?
So they have become more in style.
Yep.
But you know what? I am so bad with I should do wired. But I'm very obsessive about, or not obsessive, I like to look at New York Times Wirecutter and say, what are the best earbuds to use? And right now I'm on wireless. But soon I could go back to wired.
All right. So never mind about that, but thank you for that information. Back to football. So here we are in camp, and we haven't talked to you this offseason much at all. So AFC South, Jags, Colts. Who do you feel? I mean, obviously the Jags are the biggest challenge here. We looked at their offseason and said, things have to go right for them. They lost formerly known as Etienne, now Etienne, but Travis, who had a great year last year. And I don't know if Tootin can have a great year for them like he did, like Etienne did. But what are your thoughts on them and what they did and didn't do and how they might be in 2026?
Yeah, I was surprised that they didn't re-up their running game, on the same level as Etienne. I thought he was such a big part of that offense. But I think they'll be a solid team. I just think they'll probably struggle given that they're playing a first-place schedule. Like, I mean, their schedule isn't horrendous, but it is tougher than what they had. Definitely tougher than what they had last year.
Right.
So I think they'll still be a good team. They have solid pieces. They'll be getting Travis Hunter back. You know, those edge rushers on that team are really good. But you know, I do think that they'll likely have some struggles with their schedule and getting past some of the guys they have.
Okay, one of the stories, and when Mark brought the AFC South, made me think about it. Jonathan Taylor needs a deal. Bijan Robinson needs a deal. Jahmyr Gibbs needs a deal. Now, 2 of the 3 of those are hold-ins.
Yeah.
They're there so they don't get fined, but they're not doing anything until they end up getting a deal. Now, Taylor is doing work, and he's convinced, hey, yeah, I'm going to be a Colt for life. He went through this before with his second contract. He's about to go on a third. Do you think there's any possibility of any of those 3 moving on, or do you think that teams will eventually find a deal for those 3 because they are that important to the offense, even though they're running backs?
Yeah, I think all 3 of those guys stay. Of those 3, that if there was a go, you know, probably Bijan Robinson, but I don't think that's the case because I think they invested so much into him. But I think all of those guys make sense. You know, as you referenced Jonathan Taylor's comments about wanting to stay there. You know, the Lions just traded away David Montgomery, so, you know, they're investing heavily on him. And then Bijan Robinson is what makes their engine go. So, you know, it's a good day for running backs, particularly compared to how it was a few years ago.
Yeah.
They're starting to get paid and it's deserving because running backs, you know, a lot of offenses are putting their focus on the running game.
Absolutely. Jonathan, what are you working on for today? Any features, or are you just going to cover practice? How are you approaching the next couple of days?
Well, today, you know, I'll focus mostly on practice, but I got a couple of things kind of in the books coming up, hopefully, about Jaden Higgins and David Montgomery and their potential impacts.
Very nice. Jonathan, thanks a lot for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
There's Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle. Coming up on the program before the close of business, C.J. Stroud and Evan Washburn. They visited for CBS Sports. We're going to have that conversation. It's real good. Ariante Ursery caught up with Johnny. Dominique Robinson and I get together. Plus, we'll break down a position group. It's all happening coming up on Texans Training Camp Live.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
Sometimes a girl in my class doesn't bring anything to eat for lunch.
The truth is, in America, 1 in 5 kids worry about their next meal.
I want everybody to have yummy food.
So do we. That's why Kroger donates surplus fresh food from our shelves to your local food bank. We've provided over 3.5 billion meals through our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste plan. Visit Kroger.com to see how you can help fight hunger and waste in our community.
Because nobody should have an empty tummy.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ Stroud. Every quarterback needs teammates they can count on. People who've got their back no matter the score. Off the field, I want the same kind of support. That's why I've partnered with TDECU with smarter financial solutions, competitive rates, and personal service. They've got your back just like a great team should. Join TDECU today, banking that's built to win. Visit TDECU.org to learn more. TDECU, official credit union of the Houston Texans, insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
In Texas, we say yeehaw.
In Monaco, we say enchanté.
We got pickup trucks.
Super yes.
But now you can have both. Get the best of both worlds with Monaco scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at top prizes up to $1 million. Or enter for a chance to win a VIP trip to Monaco where you could become a millionaire.
That is a lot of money.
You've got that right. Au revoir.
Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
Anna,
What says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power. And low APR offers with Ford credit financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For J.D. Power 2026 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarded grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. That's HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
The Houston Texans Campeón de la Comunidad Award, presented by Modelo, honors an outstanding leader in the Hispanic community who is making a positive impact in the city of Houston through service and dedication to a local nonprofit. The winner will receive a $25,000 grant benefiting the nonprofit of their choice and attend a VIP reception in their honor. Visit HoustonTexans.com/Campeón to nominate a deserving leader in the Hispanic community who's making a positive impact in Houston today. Don't wait, nominations close on Monday, August 10th.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
It is on Training Camp Day 3. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you as players are making their way into the bubble at the Houston Methodist Training Center, including but not limited to Jalen Petrie, who just said hi to us, and numerous others who just went by. And Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, looks like they're ready to eat. I mean, guys, this is no pads yet, okay?
Yeah.
Take it easy,
Take
okay?
it easy.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. Did you see the video Seth posted?
Of?
Will?
No.
So they let the media. We saw him walk by. The media went all the way to the far corner of the
so
field.
they could see the linemen.
So they could see the linemen,
Yeah.
and so they were videoing it. So they were doing individual work.
Yep.
And Will did a pass rush maneuver on the stand-up dummy with the two little arms, and then they got another stand-up dummy.
I heard about this.
It was like, it's like AI is learning kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, God, he's learned something else?
Yeah, and Seth was
good
joking
God.
that if the lineman is the more likely you are to run right into him anyway.
Yeah.
He
Don't
was
do
so
that.
bad,
Yeah,
he wouldn't even get faked out by your move.
Exactly.
He just, like Seth said,
He just
it's
would
like,
be there, and you'd go right back
it's
into
like trying
him.
to fake out a fence post.
Yeah.
You know, he's not going to
Exactly.
move because he's not good.
Yeah.
You know, you want the good guys because they're going to move, and then you fake them out, you get there where
That's
you want to
right.
go. Now, we got a guy who can move well at left tackle and can make things happen. He's in year 2. They drafted him in 2025. And they also had Cam Robinson in the fold. And you were thinking, is Tay Ursary really going to be that guy? And eventually, last season, he became that guy. You were looking for a left tackle. You have your left tackle. And here he is with John Harris.
All right, standing with a guy who hasn't been here all that long. He's one of my faves, Arion Tay Ursary. Tay, I want you to think back to day 1, last year as a rookie. I want you to think about today, your first day in year 2. How different of a player are you from year 1 to year 2?
Yeah, man, I would say, mentally, physically, I feel like I gotten stronger, I gotten better, just with the help of my peers, taking the time out of my own to find out what I need to work on, what things I need to tighten up so I can be ready and propel for my second year. So just coming out here today, man, it was a hell of a feeling, back out here with the guys. It was continue to get better, man.
Comfort level when you can walk in a huddle and you hear a full play call, you're like, hey, I'm accustomed to hearing that as opposed to a rookie. What's that been like, just absorbing the play call, all that kind of stuff your second year?
Yeah, man, I'll say like definitely the difference between last year and this year is just the tempo, being more confident, hearing the play before the play even comes out of CJ Melvin. I already know what he's going to say. So being the first guy to the ball, get down, get ready, and just ready to ball, ready to play fast.
Mindset of the offensive line in 2026. It feels like there have been some guys added to the room, like to say the glass eaters, all that kind of stuff. And of course, people point to you and say, yeah, that guy's a glass eater as well. What's the culture, the mentality of an offensive line room this year?
I would say nasty, tough, and, just gritty. Those 3 words right there, just nasty, tough, and gritty. Guys that want to work, guys that push each other, guys that hold each other accountable. No matter who you are, or where you at on the depth chart, it doesn't matter. Everybody works hard.
Summer, you got a chance to get away from here, from minicamp. I knew you were here for a bit because I would see you, but what was the summer like in between minicamp and between the start of training camp?
I talked to Will, and, he talked about it's all about having that balance, spending time with your family, making sure that you're working out so you can stay in shape and, just be ready to come back for camp.
Did you get home and get some barbecue? Second-rate barbecue?
Got some good barbecue. I was down there in Dallas. I ate Hutch's a bunch.
Okay. But you know where the best barbecue is, right?
Kansas City, baby.
No, okay. See, we've had this debate. It started in production meetings, and I still can't get my man around. So, my Houston barbecue people, you've got to bring my man around. Okay, so let's go away from football for a little bit. We talk about football all day, but we're going to go away from football. So this summer, I had an opportunity. I don't know if I called it an opportunity, but I had to go to L.A. My wife had a bunch of stuff in L.A. that I had to drive back from L.A. all the way back to Houston. It's about 24 hours. I did it by myself. I like that. It's fine. If you had to make that trip, but you had to pick a teammate to go with you for that whole trip, one teammate, who would it be? What one teammate would it not be?
One teammate would not be?
Who would you want to have on a trip? Who would you? Nah, I'm not taking that.
I love everybody, but one teammate probably Kamar, just because he on defense. But one guy I would take with me is Wyatt Teller.
Yeah. What's it been like to have him in the room this year?
Man, super fun. Guy that brings energy. The same guy every day. Loves family. He introduced me to his family. I introduced him to my family. So, relationship and the bond that we built so quick, it's been good.
Okay, I like it. This is one I asked the assistant coaches in the offseason. 4-person dinner, you're one. 4-person dinner. Dead or alive, you could pick any other 3 to join you at a dinner. You could talk about anything, you ask anything. What 3 individuals, people, entities would you want with you at dinner? You can pick anybody.
I'm going to say Michael Jordan.
Okay, I like it. You're a hooper. I mean, you played ball. You played ball in high school.
And I love his story.
Yep. So Jordan's with you for sure.
Michael Jackson.
Okay.
Michael B. Jordan.
Wow. So you're staying straight, Michael. I like it.
Yeah.
Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah. One of my favorite actors.
Leads me to this. What you been watching lately? TV, movies. What you been on?
I just got into The Odyssey.
Okay. Thoughts? Some review? Thumbs up, thumbs down?
It was a great movie. 10 out of 10. It's a little long, but it's worth it, and it's very interesting.
Yep.
And I think you should go watch it.
Okay. I'll definitely go watch it. All right, year 2, a lot of expectations for you, but just for yourself, what do you want to accomplish? I mean, look, the team wants to do great things and win a lot of games and go win championships and such, but just you in focusing on year 2, what is it that you want to do? What's your goal trying to accomplish in year 2?
Man, I think just the intentionality to really, really get better. Like, I'm talking about on and off the field.
Yep.
I'm talking about, changing your lifestyle. Just wanting to be better, just being better to everybody around you, and and then hopefully that elevates everybody else. So I think every day just trying to push myself. I'm not trying to always be perfect, but I'm aiming to be perfect, and I feel like if I'm doing that, then I'm heading in the right direction.
It's the man, Ariante Ursary. Keep your eyes on him, folks. He's the best.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, there's Tay Ursary, and this interview is up on YouTube right now. So if you want to see it as well as hear it again, it's on the Texans YouTube page and on HoustonTexans.com. We're going to have a training camp special a week from Sunday on ABC 13. That'll be cool. And we're also going to have a flag football special this Sunday night, 11 o'clock, ABC 13. So can't wait for that. Now, coming up, Still C.J. Stroud with Evan Washburn of CBS. That was a great conversation. You're going to hear that. Dominique Robinson, who's going to fill in some of the gaps at defensive end depth-wise behind Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. He's going to help do that, along with a lot of guys like Dylan Horton and Solomon Byrd, etc. We're not going to get to all the names right now, but we'll hear from Dominique next, former Bear, and from Canton McKinley High School. And also we'll break down a position group. That's all coming up. We have a lot to go over as we are live at the Houston Methodist Training Center. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer. Convenient primary care checkups, personalized orthopedics to keep you moving, and experts in specialties like cardiology, neurology, and GI, all in one manageable system, so you can stay healthy and strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area. With new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the dream pool and lazy river. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Ladies, let's get together. Register for free to be a part of the official Houston Texans Lady Fan Club, Battle Red Ladies. Lady Texans fans will enjoy endless exciting opportunities together to chat about football and in-person events, enjoy exclusive contests, have the chance to be the Battle Red Lady fan of the game for additional prizes, and so much more. Ladies, this fan club is for you. So join for free at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
Most people don't think twice about their bank, but my bank's a different story. Or should I say, my banker. She was there when my business was just an idea on a napkin. Then again, when we hired our first employee, when we finally turned a profit, and when we needed her advice on how to expand. Yeah, most people don't think twice about their bank, but my banker's always thinking about me because she works at Amegy and she's banking on my success. Amegy Bank. Here, you grow.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right and naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything, from the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Tito's is known for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
Looking for hot, new Houston Texans merchandise to rep throughout H-Town? Look no further than the Houston Texans team shop at NRG Stadium. Whether you're looking to make a statement with our popular collection of Rep in the H merchandise, or you're shopping for a little one, the Houston Texans team shop at NRG Stadium is your one-stop shop for anyone looking to rep the Texans in their own way. Visit HoustonTexans.com/shop to learn more and stop by for exclusive items only available at our team shop.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Hello. Mike's hot.
I was saying,
how long have you been in this business?
Happy birthday, Andre. Where?
Yeah,
It's
happy
his
birthday, Dre.
And Aaron reminded me because, Andre, his birthday is always it's always this day, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's all, the start of training camp, right? And we're locked into this situation here at training camp. And it's I always find out either late in the day or the next day, oh, darn it. Like Johnny's birthday, I've forgotten it every year.
Yeah.
When is it, March?
March 31st.
Yeah, no wonder. Okay,
It's almost an April Fool's baby.
Look, I would never make a big deal out of my birthday, but we had Deepi Sidhu working here, and she has the same day.
I could tell some stories.
It became this nuisance to everybody that we're celebrating our birthday. So I get that.
Yeah,
I don't even know when Aaron's
But we
birthday
did
is,
we
our
did go out
engineer.
to lunch for y'all's birthday, so that was cool. We'd go to Papacito's or something like that to celebrate.
Well, because
both
back
of the
then everyone was
lunches.
making a big deal about birthdays. I was like, okay, because I like to ignore my birthday. I take my birthday off Facebook, okay?
Yeah.
I don't list my birthday because then everyone wishes you a happy birthday,
Right.
which is nice, but at the same time, I'm good, you know? Once I turned a certain age, Johnny, I said, it's all gravy from here. Let's just enjoy life one day at a time.
I just look at my birthday as, you know what, y'all? This is my day. Let me do what I want.
Okay, good.
Just let me
Reward
do what I
yourself.
want. So if I want to go eat pancakes somewhere, let me do it. Let me eat the things I want to eat. Let me sit on the couch and watch TV. Just let me have my day.
Well,
no, we're going to take you out. No. I want my day.
I want free time.
My day. That's
Yeah.
it. That's what I want.
I get you. Tay Ursary, by the way, that was a great interview.
He's great.
And you asked him what three people he'd want at his dinner.
Right.
So, I mean, he's a wise man, okay? He's a second-year player, but he's got this air about him. Some of these guys just do.
Yep.
That he's been a veteran, for a long time. But he said Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, and Michael B. Jordan.
Yep. It was good. Then as I thought about it, as he was saying, I was like, ooh, that would be good. That would be a good one. It'd be interesting. It'd be very, very interesting.
So you can pick anybody dead or alive.
Yeah, it can be anybody dead or alive. Unfortunately, I will give this heads up. Dalton didn't come up with anybody. Dalton Schultz didn't come up with anybody. He kind of passed it on to the next person.
Question.
So he went next question. But then as we were going over the bridge, he had thought about it.
Okay.
As he was behind
Johnny, it does put people on the spot.
I know it does.
This is one of those.
But you got to
That's
think
why
quickly.
when I ask people, or when you want to ask, what's your favorite movie? I just say, give me 2 or 3 of your favorite movies. That way you don't have to pick a number one because it's difficult. I could say The Godfather, but
I'm not asking him to rank the 3, but just who you thinking about?
The dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would you bring?
I would just say my mom, and everybody else could. I'll just waive the other 2 because I want to have dinner with my mom, who's been dead since I've been 24. So I have a lot of questions, Johnny. I'm hey, what about this? And what about this? And we need the time together.
What about Jimmy Page?
Oh gosh,
Hendrix, and
see, here's the problem with that. And Jeff Beck or Eric Clapton or something. See, those guys are going to be talking amongst themselves. Although I'll listen in.
Yeah, it would be fun to.
I'll listen in.
Absolutely.
Is Jimi Hendrix going to be sober? I mean, that's the key thing here too with this dinner.
I don't know.
I need sober Jimi Hendrix, or at least sober enough.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can craft the dinner however you want.
Exactly.
You can do it however
Eric
you want.
Clapton, post recovery or before? I don't know. He had a big problem.
Yeah.
He and George Harrison were in love with the same woman.
I'm with you though. I thought about what my answer would be, and I came up with my 2 grandmothers because I never met my mom's mom, and my dad's mom passed when I was relatively young, 10, 11. I would have liked to have spent.
But how do you know they're going to get along?
Well, I'm not saying that they will get along.
Okay.
I'm hoping they do.
What if it's a really
They're
tough,
two
tough
very
lift?
beautiful Midwest women. They would be very cordial to one another.
Have apps and an entree with one, and dessert and coffee with another.
Maybe
I think
so.
you go one at a time.
But I would like to do it because I did meet my dad's mom. I never got a chance. My mom's mom passed when my mom was in middle school, and so I would have loved to have spent. What was my mom like when she was growing up? So
you went personal.
Yeah, I go.
Let's say you have to do celebrities.
Oh, I got to do celebrities.
Yeah.
Kyle Chandler, who is in Friday Night Lights. I loved him.
I've actually met him, Johnny. I met him at Lost Pines Hyatt. I was on a weekend, and he was there at the bar, and I just said hello, and I actually got his number. I was like, "Hey, be on my show." This is in the O's.
Yeah.
Now he's done a lot. He's in Wolf of Wall Street as the FBI investigator. He's in a lot of things.
I am intrigued by actors. I think because my daughter has gone into the business.
Yeah.
And so I love Kyle Chandler in that. So I would say Kyle Chandler, probably Channing Tatum. I think he's an interesting guy, and he played football. So there's always a football connection to all these.
You got to shop with dinner with anybody. You're picking Channing Tatum. You're picking Magic Mike.
Yeah, because if I take Channing Tatum to dinner, then my wife can't.
Oh.
My wife is
a blocker.
My wife is a card-carrying Channing Tatum fan.
So she's taking Jessica Alba. She's taking. Yeah, I got it.
Third one would be, I need some comedy at dinner. So, you know who I'd love? I don't know that I'd want him at this particular dinner, but I'd love to go to dinner with Gary Owen. I think he's one of my favorite comedians. I think he would be hilarious.
You are picking such B-listers. I'm telling
you. Okay.
Not that they're bad, but it's like
it's your dinner. It's my dinner.
I guess so. Sorry.
My dinner.
Jeez.
I want people that are, well, I don't want to show up in a limo, security people around. I just want people to walk, just normal people, walk in, let's have dinner, let's have some barbecue, and we'll be good.
Tay Ursary picked Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, and Michael B. Jordan, and that harkens back to the scene in Space Jam 2, with the one with LeBron, which was so good when it's like, Michael Jordan is here, and it's Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan.
Because I really didn't know that Jordan wasn't for sure in the movie. So I thought, Jordan's going to make it. Oh, this is funny, though.
This is good,
I thought that was really excellent. And you know what? Good for Michael B. Jordan to play along and be in that movie.
Absolutely. Michael B. Jordan could be at my dinner, too. I like him.
Spoiler alert, I just did that. I just revealed that Michael B. Jordan is in Space Jam 2.
It was like, when did that come out?
I know. It's
COVID
long
year?
ago enough. All right. Well, I didn't like your dinner choices, but I'm sure I'm going to like your wide receiver breakdown, because we're about to do it right now as Byron's going to fire up the music of autumn. The music that drives us. The music that harkens back to days of yore in the NFL. And you think about the frozen tundra. We don't have that here. We have the humid tundra. And I know that's an oxymoron, because tundra means frozen ground. But it doesn't matter. It's a humid grass field here at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and we will break down all the Texans wide receivers. Maybe not everybody, because they have a lot of them. But now.
We're going to get to all of them. Watch.
We'll get to all of them.
Watch.
Okay.
Be ready.
Okay. I'm going to start with an unknown, undrafted Daniel Sopkowitz. You let me know about him, Johnny.
Great size, great hands. I don't want to say he's a speedster, but he's not slow. Very smart in getting to his routes, tough with the ball in his hands. Had a really good championship game against Montana State in the FCS championship. Just everything you want in a wide receiver. But, playing in Illinois State, there's that thought of, what's the competition? What's this? So I think he's here. I think he can develop. Look, it's going to be really difficult to make that roster, but if anybody could, he's got those skills, great body control on the sidelines. I really like watching him play. Go deep, can hit all areas of the field, Daniel Sopkowitz.
All right, so we're going to get to Nolan a bit here, but let's get to a guy they signed to fill in the gaps, DJ Turner, journeyman. Just a quick note on him.
Yeah, stout. You see him, watch, you're like, you're a receiver? Like, his legs are massive. Has some return game, did some good things early in his career. I think they're, camp body, whatever you want to call it. But, look, we've seen camp bodies get an opportunity in preseason games and turn it around. So he is quick in and out of his breaks. He's a true slot, and he's a return guy.
What about Trayvon Saunders, the rookie from Colgate?
Very similar, but made a great catch day one on the sideline. Ball's kind of thrown behind it back to the inside. He was running an out route. He kind of reached back, kind of snagged it, pinned it to his body, and made the catch before he went out of bounds. He's got a little bit of juice. I'm really curious to see what he can do in the return game. Catches punts, looks very comfortable doing that. I think he, again, is a true slot. Not a big guy, but you can tell he's competitive. He knows how to get open. He's fun to watch.
All right, wearing number 88, fourth quarter preseason game star, perhaps, Jaquan Jackson. What do you think?
Yeah, I've been around the league a little bit. We saw him with the Titans, kind of struggled with the punt return game there. And it's not what he's going to do here, but he's got explosive abilities. I remember seeing him at the Senior Bowl, and he had one of the better GPS times. So he can move. He can scoot a little bit. It's just going to be hard to find the opportunity because I don't quite think he's a slot. I don't quite think he's outside. I think he's kind of in between. But I would probably lean towards putting him in the slot because he's got some shake. He's got some wiggle. He can get open, and he's got some speed. But he's just got to catch the ball. The hands are the one thing that can fail him at times. So that's where he's really got to improve. Improve the hands. He's got the speed. Show off in preseason games, and he can maybe stick on a practice squad.
All right, what about Josh Kelly from Texas Tech?
receiver in every sense of the word. He's not the fastest guy, but he's going to get open. He and Lewis Bond are kind of similar in that way. Like, they're going to get open. They played Lewis didn't as much, but Kelly played in 3 and 4 wide receiver passing games, knows the route tree, just gets open, tracks the ball really well, knows how to slide inside cover guys, wins leverage, good hands, just a tough competitor. He is fun to watch.
All right, starting to get into the names we know better in this wide receiver position group breakdown. Jared Wayne, who's been here for 14 years. It feels like it. But Jared Wayne out of Pitt, trying to make an impression and hang on and hang in.
It's a tough go because the Texans now have guys of his ilk, 6'4", 205. When they brought Jared in a few years ago, we didn't have those receivers for the most part, other than Nico. But now you got Nico, you got Higgins, you got Watson, and you got Jared Wayne. But I'll tell you this, do never bet against Jared Wayne. Yeah. Do not bet against Jared Wayne because that's the kind of guy with his hands, his athletic ability and body control, and his size that he can give people trouble. And he has done some good things. Think of the 49ers game last year. Gets active, had 2 big third down catches for first downs. Jared Wayne's going to be around here in some capacity.
Okay, let's get to some other names you know. Justin Watson, you just brought him up. Big dude, played for the Chiefs, played for the Bucs, made a big catch yesterday in practice. What do you think?
He's a guy we forget about because he got hurt so early in last year. And I think we missed him when we really needed him. Because what is Justin Watson? What did you just say? Chiefs, Bucs. And what were the hallmarks of those teams? They got to the playoffs. They got deep in the playoffs. And Justin Watson made big plays. Well, we got in the playoffs last year. We didn't have Justin Watson, and we needed him. We needed him to have a couple of
Nico,
catches. Right?
Yep.
We needed to have him have a couple of big third down catches. I remember that game against the Rams to start the year. He had a couple of big third down catches. In fact, he was the only guy really kind of getting himself open and beating Quentin Lake in coverage. So he's back and hopefully staying healthy. And if he stays healthy, pushing for that 6 wide receiver spot. In fact, I was doing the math this morning. How many receivers – I'll throw this back at you. How many receivers are staying?
Johnny, I got to compare it to DBs, and I also have to compare it to, well, not so much running backs, but I'm going to say off the top of my head 6.
6 is the max, I think, this year.
It's the max.
It's the max you can go this year.
It's the max. But we'll get to some of these other guys, and then we'll talk about that.
Sure.
All right, rookie, Lewis Bond. Leading receiver in BC history. We talked to him at Media Day right before minicamp, and he credited Bill O'Brien's coaching staff with helping him adapt to the NFL because they run an NFL-type thing there. But what do you think of Bond so far?
I think receivers probably hate it when they hear this term, but it really is truly a term of endearment. And as they get older and they understand that this is a good adjective used to describe them, they'll appreciate it. But he's crafty. He's crafty. He's smart. He knows where the openings in the zone are. He understands how to get there, the tempo. He can't just get to the open area now. It's got to be when the quarterback's ready to throw, and he's got a really good knack of understanding that. Then he's going to catch everything thrown at him, and then he's going to be tough as you know what, with the ball in his hands after the catch. You throw all that together, and that's a guy you trust on third down. That's a guy when you're in 11 personnel, and he's one of the 3 guys, and you're like, you know what, I'm finding this guy. And from that standpoint, he gives you that, and I hesitate using this comparison, but I will because of the way that Amon-Ra St. Brown wins as a receiver. That's how Lewis wins. Now, I do think Amon-Ra is probably a little bit faster, a little bit bigger, probably a little bit stronger, but that's how Amon-Ra St. Brown won a job in Detroit. He just got to open areas, caught the ball, got upfield, and he did it 100-something times. Now, I don't think Lewis is doing that, but I do think he's got those crafty type he's got a crafty understanding of how to play the game and how to play receiver.
He crashes this party, and there are going to be some disappointed people as far as guys who lost jobs, but we'll see how it all goes because he does look like he belongs. Xavier Hutchinson, he's belonged from the get-go when he was drafted in 2023. What do you think of X?
The universal remote. Universal remote works with the TV, the VCR, the DVD player, the soundboard. It works with everything, and one remote works with everything, and that's X. Play the X, play the Y, play the Z, play the F, step back and play a fullback if you need to, put him in the backfield, hand him the ball. He just does a little bit of everything. He's been doing that since his rookie year when he was used more as kind of a quote-unquote gadget guy, but then became more involved in the offense at 24, a little bit more at 25. He's just the one guy that you unequivocally understand he is going to be reliable. You unequivocally rely on him. It's a guy you have to have. Championship teams have that. Like we talked about Justin Watson. The Chiefs, the Bucs, they had a guy like Justin Watson that knew every position, knew where to go on every route, and quarterbacks Mahomes and Brady knew they could rely on him. C.J. Stroud knows he can rely on 19.
Okay, we can also rely, once he gets back, on Jalen Noel. Tell us about Jalen and what kind of year he's projected to have. It's terrible that he's missing time right now. It's good for some of the other guys to get extra reps, but I'd love to see Noel out here. We will eventually.
I hope that whatever issue the finger is, as Nick talked about the other day in the press conference, I hope you can get past that, because that's the type of explosive piece you have to have in your offense. I mean, you can have good pieces in your offense, but if you don't have any explosive pieces in your offense, then you're going to struggle at some point. He can be the explosive piece for this offense, and I know we'll get to Tank Dell. If Tank is healthy, okay. But if Tank is healthy and Jalen Noel is healthy, then you've got explosive. I mean, that's the way you really put pressure on defenses. So you've got to have the explosiveness from Jalen, especially because you don't have Christian Kirk anymore. So you've got to find a way to take short throws and turn them into long gains. And Jalen Noel is the type of player who can do that. And he showed last year, like in the Chargers game, he can be a deep threat to put a lot of pressure on safeties in particular. They're going to have to cover him out of the slot.
Okay, what about Tank here? Because he's doing some stuff. He's not doing everything. He's not on PUP. We've talked about this. When does he get back? We don't know. Maybe a couple of weeks, maybe longer. What do you think?
It's so hard after that injury, Mark. I mean, I think he injured or tore everything.
Yeah.
So you just have got to go on what he was before and what he can be. Like, is he going to lose a step? Is he going to lose half a step? Just watching him run and move, it doesn't look like he's lost anything. But, the proof is, after 20 months of being out, okay, how does he do it against a DB? How's he going to handle a DB being physical with him? Those kind of things. But if he's healthy, that's the explosive piece that you've been lacking in this offense for the last couple of years. And when C.J. Stroud has a guy that he relies on, that he trusts, and he trusts Tank. He trusts Tank. We saw that in the rookie year in particular. We saw it in that Chiefs game before he got hurt. He trusts Tank. And I think with that, it improves confidence in C.J. Stroud. It helps the offense. And then everything around it can just kind of fit in. So he becomes a truly important player, but can't rely on it. We talked about all offseason. Can't rely on it because of that injury. But if you start to see little by little Tank getting back to being the guy that can threaten defenses from all over the field, this offense can go to a whole different level.
Yep, we'll see how they handle it, and we're all excited to see what he can do out here, and maybe in a preseason game or two before the regular season arrives, you make the right decision for the 53 going into the campaign. Jaden Higgins poised for a big year, 6 touchdowns last year, came on strong. This is a really awesome development to see him out here, how professional, how polished he looks in year 2, Johnny. Higgins.
He's making it look easy. And this, you know as well as I do, and a lot of people out there, this thing ain't easy. And he made it look easy. He made a catch on the sideline against Sting and looked like he had done this for 15 years. It was incredible to watch. And I was struck by, I talked to him a little bit after practice yesterday, I was just struck by he's bigger than he was. But he hasn't lost a step. He has added weight without losing his explosiveness. And I tell this story to a lot of people. In OTAs his rookie year, he went by a DB and beat him by a step and a half. And one of the strength conditioning guys came up to me and said, that DB is the fastest guy we have. And I knew exactly what he was saying, which was, and he'd have to finish the sentence, and Jaden Higgins just ran by him. So I think Jaden Higgins has got that. And you listen to it all offseason. Well, what's Jaden Higgins going to do? And he's only his rookie, and he didn't do this. If you watch the second half of last year, it wasn't perfect, but you saw a receiver getting it week after week after week. He was getting it. He was learning it. He was understanding it, and CJ was throwing him the football. Now in year 2, I'm not saying he's got the whole thing, on lock, but it's pretty darn close. He's getting to be, oh, man, we can start relying on this guy to catch 75, 80 for 1K and 10 tutties. And if he can do that, let's go.
Finally, one of the best in the NFL as we conclude the wide receiver position group breakdown. It's Nico Collins, who was drafted in 2021. Nico gets another contract extension. Nico gets another big year. got to have Nico at the moment of truth in January, but you got to have him all the way throughout or as much of it as possible to get to where you want to go.
Okay, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Before I get to Nico. What would you say Andre Johnson, like somebody said, hey, why is Andre so great? What would you say?
Robo receiver.
Okay. If I said, why was DeAndre Hopkins so great?
Hands.
Why would you say Nico Collins is great?
I think adjustments, Johnny. He is the route adjuster.
Yeah.
Not that the other guys can't do this, Hop was open when he was covered.
Yeah.
Andre Johnson, the route running was ridiculous. Right. Everything was good with Andre Johnson. Everything was good.
His size was just...
It's all there. I've said it before. Had he been drafted by the Patriots and played with Brady his career, I think we'd be talking about him over Jerry Rice as the best receiver ever. Because the numbers would be staggering and the championships and everything. And, we'll never know.
Right.
But I believe that to be true. He made the Hall of Fame, and look what happened here.
Yep.
You don't have a winning season until his, 6th, 7th year. You don't have a playoff season. You know the whole story. But with Nico, he makes a lot of big plays, but how many plays does he come back? CJ rolls out. He's on a comebacker, and he makes a big play. The Colts game, Week 18, we all talk about the opening play, which is awesome. What about the one later on where he makes the adjustment?
Yeah.
Adjusting his routes long. He's got a skill set that's very multiple. He can make those sideline Hopkins-type catches, and he can blow by people. He can do it all, John. He's big.
Yeah. And where you're going with that is DBs do not like to tackle him after he has the ball in his hands.
Vertical.
He's one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league, once he has the ball in his hands, because he becomes downhill, violent, Earl Campbell-like runner with the ball in his hands after he makes the catch. I mean, I've seen DBs like, oh, damn. I mean, you could just see it when that catch, the one a lot of people will forget about because it happened in 2024 early. Remember when he got the 15-yard penalty at the end of the first quarter against the Bears? He was beefing with Tyreek Stevenson. And he came over the sidelines. I'll never forget this. He came over the sidelines. I could see him. And I can always tell when Nico's mad or he kind of, like, his feet kind of go back and forth. His head goes down. He kind of starts rubbing his hands. Like, I could see, like, okay. In the very first play, CJ hits him with a bang 8, catches it. And I think he got it about the 15-yard line. It was like, that dude's getting in the end zone. He went through like 2 Bears. He hit another one like the 2 or 3 yard line and just roared right in the end zone. It was like, that's what he can do better than anybody in this league. And when he flips the switch to, like, there's Nico Collins and then there is Nico Collins, like the Jekyll and Hyde thing. When he flips the switch, because we've seen him. He's the nicest dude ever. But when he gets the ball in his hands, he becomes a whole different animal.
Awesome. Okay, that's your wide receiver position group breakdown. I got 7 guys that are possibly going to make this team, but that's too many, right?
A receiver?
So, yeah. And I'll tell you who they are next, and then we'll talk about defensive depth as well, as Dominique Robinson's going to join us, and C.J. Stroud and Evan Washburn coming up as well. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider that trusts to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Relax and let Kroger Pickup handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then choose your favorites, carefully pack everything up, and load it right into your trunk, so you can feel confident it's what you ordered. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Pickup and Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first pickup or delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area. With new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the dream pool and lazy river. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
We reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's excited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Every financial goal needs fuel, but that fuel isn't always money. It's having someone who can help move your goals forward, business or personal. At Amegy Bank, you get a dedicated banker who's there with guidance whenever you need it. Start fueling your goals today with a gold checking account from Amegy Bank, our gold standard in personal banking. Visit AmedyBank.com/gold or stop in a branch to learn more. Amegy Bank, here you grow. Please refer to the deposit account agreement, account disclosure, deposit rate sheet, and personal account schedule of fees, or speak with a banker for more details.
It's game day in Houston, and on the field or off the field, injuries can change the whole season. When life hits you like a blindside sack, call the team that Houston trusts. Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. They fight for you like it's 4th and goal in overtime. No fee unless they win. Don't just take the hit, get back in the game. Call Sheriff Injury Lawyers at callthesheriff.com.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford credit financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For JD Power 26 Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
Attention H-Town, 2026 season tickets are on sale now. Secure your seat in the stands for every Houston Texans home game this year. By becoming a season ticket member, you'll get access to 2026 playoff tickets, exclusive access to unforgettable game day experiences, exciting offers from select Texans partners throughout the year, and more. Don't wait. Call us now at 832-667-2390. That's 832-667-2390. Or visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Yes, it is Deep Voice Guy, and it's John Harris taking over the show. I locked the door on the outside and hung up the proverbial radio sock, so Mark has to stay outside, but he'll be joining us in just a second. You know, as nature calls at times, and when it does, then John gets to take over the show and take it wherever he wants. And by the way, I feel like my choices for my dinner were very, very good. I feel like they were very good. If you missed it, Channing Tatum, Eric Chandler.
Oh my gosh.
Kyle Chandler, excuse me. I feel like they were very, very good.
You're playing keep away from your wife so she doesn't have those as dinner guests. That's what you said. You admitted that.
Like Louis Bond, am I not crafty?
By the way, I didn't make it back from my restroom break in time to bring us back.
That's okay.
Because, normally I could take a little jog, like a run. Yeah. But, since I had the collarbone surgery, I started to jog. It was just going to pop right out of my chest because I got that metal plate,
Yeah.
So I was like, running probably not a good idea 2 weeks after surgery.
Thankfully, John won't take the show off the guardrails too much.
Johnny, you could fill 5 hours
take
by
it
yourself.
Take it off the guardrails.
All right, so you want to know before
you
we
said
get
7.
Okay, Nico.
This is what you said.
Here we go.
7. Okay.
7 receivers.
Nico.
Look, all the other guys have a shot. You're here. You can make an
Never
impression.
know.
But, from where we are right now, we're just spitballing here, as John Lopez would say.
Nico,
Jaden, Jalen, X. That's 4. I'll put Tank in there.
5.
Justin Watson.
6.
Bond.
Those are the 7 I thought you were going to go with.
Yeah. I don't think anybody else cracks that 7. I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And God bless you and good luck. But that's my 7. But you could see that if it's 6... Maybe, like I always say, what do I always say? Somebody's hurt, somebody's on PUP, somebody's on IR, whatever, and then you just take it from there.
Well, the thing that I always think, in fact, I was thinking about this morning. I don't know why. I was driving in, and I was just doing numbers in my head, and which is always dangerous, being a former math teacher. But the numbers get all jumbled now. I think it just shows I'm old. But either way, I was starting to think about the numbers at different positions. And last year when we did this 53-man exercise, which is always kind of a crapshoot in some sense, when we did this at this point in camp, how many quarterbacks did we say we were going to keep? 2.
Jeez.
But then what happened?
Mertz played really well in the final preseason game.
We couldn't afford to put him through the waiver process.
Yep.
Because somebody was going to snatch him up.
Yep.
If Luke Bond plays as well as we think he's going to, and you subject him to the waiver process, somebody is going to snatch him up. I mean, obviously he's a 6th-round draft pick, so I would think there were other teams that were interested. If you subject him to that waiver process, and that could change what you will ultimately do. Like, hey, I might keep this guy over that guy because I might be able to get this guy through the waiver process and bring him back on practice squad versus I put him out there. It ain't going to work. And that's what happened with Mertz. When Mertz had that game against the Lions, which everybody throughout the league could see, everybody went, wait. Quarterbacks in particular, they're always a different animal. But still, you subject somebody that has good preseason, that team, especially a rookie, that a team had a good high grade on but didn't get a chance to draft them, boom, here we go. We're taking them. So those are things that come under consideration. So you might keep 7.
Right.
Because you might be able to, quote-unquote, get away with cutting a couple other guys you're going to bring back on the practice squad at a different position. So you might look on cut-down day and go, wait a second, why did they have 7 receivers and 4 linebackers or whatever? I don't know. It might be for that reason. Like, you think you can get the linebackers through waivers and bring them back on practice squad, which is as good as being on the roster, basically, the 53-man roster, to get them back on practice squad. So you might have to do that with this particular position, especially if Tank Dell is back where you'd like for him to be.
Because Bond would be the wild card here, assuming Watson is performing well in camp and whatever preseason action he gets. Bond in the second half of these preseason games could go off.
Yes, absolutely.
Look at me putting the cart way ahead of the horse. Right? I mean, Josh Kelly could go off too. I mean, I don't know what's happening. I can't predict what's going to happen in the second half of these games. I love these games for that reason. You get these wild moments. That Detroit final third preseason game last year was as entertaining a preseason game as you'll find.
It was fun.
So much fun, so many fireworks, and guys who ultimately didn't even end up here, a lot of them.
Yeah.
So it was just one of those moments. It was like the Texans Prospect Bowl.
Oh, Quintez Cephas mossing that dude.
Oh, it was awesome.
That was such a fun moment on TV because when he did that, we had talked about that on the broadcast, and then he did it, and Kevin looked at me and said, did it look like that? And I said, he did it to the same guy. On the same side of the field. I said, Kevin, that's the same dude.
Amazing.
Same situation. So, Quintez Cephas. I don't know where he is right now, but that dude was talented. He just got off to a rocky start with Detroit, and then it's kind of hasn't been able to stick. But, man, you talk about a talented dude. Holy smokes.
All right, flip it to the defensive side. They're looking for depth. They're looking for contribution behind the edge stars, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. And Dominique Robinson was brought in the offseason as one of those guys who could possibly help. Former Bear, Canton McKinley High School. Here's Dominique after practice with me. All right, Dominique, tell me, when we first visited, you just signed.
Yes,
so take me from that point to now, how it's been for you to be a Houston Texan so far.
It's been fun. CAs, flying back and forth from Houston to Chicago to see my family on the weekends and be with them, and working during the week. So it was good. It was good to get acclimated with the guys. Great group of guys. I can't speak more highly of them. After getting to meet everybody and stuff like that. So this is a group that I want to work with, and I'm excited to be a part of and be able to build onto the culture.
I saw you visiting with your family after practice. How special is that to be able to do that after a hard day's work?
Honestly, it brings things into perspective. You may have a bad practice or a good practice, and then to see them, my two boys, they don't know if I had a good practice or not. They just see me and they smile. So, it makes you come back to earth a little bit. You do this sport, it's hard, it's a job, and to be able to see your family at the end, whether good or bad, it means a lot.
I said after a hard day's work, but I know your day is just almost getting started after practice. What do you guys do in the afternoon? What can you share with the listeners of what your day is like after practice?
We got a little time to ourselves. We lift, depending on what group first, lift, offense, defense, and then we have a little time to ourselves. We eat, shower up, do all the things to take care of our body, and then we meet for the most part, and then and later in the evening we have a walkthrough, and then we go home. So it's a lot of meetings.
Is it hard to get enough sleep and keep energized that way during training camp?
Not really. I mean, it's not hard. It's fairly easy when you have a good schedule. I've been for 5 years going on now, so it's solid. Like, I still go home, I see my kids, and then I decided to stay in a hotel. So I go see them, give my son a bath, one of my sons a bath, and then chill out with my wife, and I go back to the hotel right on time to get my Normatec boots and be able to fall asleep by a certain time to be able to get 7 to 9 hours.
Nice. I'd like 9 hours sounds good to me. Tell me, what's it like to be in this defense? Your role, how's that going so far?
It's going good. It's going good. I still have a ton of things personally that I want to work on, my hands and things like that, just being able to just lock in on the little things. But in terms of the scheme, it's phenomenal. This is a scheme that, you know, when I got signed, everybody was telling me, man, that's the scheme you want to play in, that's the scheme you want to play in. But now getting to know the scheme, play the scheme, learn it, it really is a scheme that you want to play. Any D lineman, this is where you want to be at. So in terms of plays and stuff like that, I got that stuff down. Now it's just getting the things that they want me to work on corrected.
What's it like being around these guys? The defensive line in particular seems very tight as a position group.
Yeah, it's a tight-knit group. They know each other, so I'm getting to learn everybody. But they accepted me like I was one of them. You know, it is what it is. It's a job. We all have a job to do, and for this thing to work, we have to work together. We have to be a family. We have to know each other. So it's exciting.
What's important about through this heat? What do you do to try to do that? I know this is not Chicago where you were last time.
I actually put on 5 to 7 pounds just to lose it this offseason. Good weight. I left OTAs at 259. I came in at 265 and only gained, in terms of body fat, like 1% of body fat. So I put on good weight just to lose it, because I knew I was going to lose it. But you have to hydrate right with this stuff, man, and all day. Literally, it takes all day of drinking water, electrolytes, everything that you can do to be able to survive the heat. And they give us good breaks. It's fine. It's doing good. It's going good right now. We'll see what it's like when pads get on and you sweat a little more.
All right, great visit. Thanks a lot, Dominique.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Robinson joining us, one of the edge players for your Houston Texans. Now, remember, there's no Derek Barnett this year, right? You have Dylan Horton back. He was on a side field day one, so Dr. Vandermeer thinks he's going to be just fine. And by that I mean this is not an official medical opinion, but he was on a side field day one. He might have been out there yesterday. I'm sorry that I can't recall that. But anyway, with Dylan Horton coming back, with Dominique Robinson signed, with Solomon Byrd, he made a big play yesterday, man. Got backfield penetration, looked good. He looked like Will Anderson Jr. on one particular play. That was good to see, because you need contribution there, the way they sub at defensive end. You know, Will and Daniil, best combo in the league. They don't play every snap on defense. Not hardly. And remember, as it got later in the year last year, you saw more Barnett and Horton on down, even second down, and then they'd let Will and Daniil in and let them fire off at the quarterback. When it was getting late in the season, you need to preserve bodies. You got to get into the finish and get into the postseason as healthy as possible. So you got to be ready for anything at the edge spot, and Dominique Robinson looking to make a big contribution there after his time in Chicago and out of Kenton McKinley High School. I love that about him because it's just interesting to me. That's the field where they play the Hall of Fame game, and that's going to be on Thursday night. And he went to Miami of Ohio. And believe me, at Miami of Ohio, they hate it when you say Miami of Ohio, because they feel like they are the Miami. That's Miami University, and the one in Florida is the University of Miami. Everybody following along, we'll have a quiz later. We will have C.J. Stroud next. He visited with Evan Washburn of CBS. It's good stuff. It's going to wrap up the show next here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ. I'm teaming up with TDECU, and you should too. Whether your favorite look is deep steel blue, battle red, or the fan favorite H-Town blue, it's all 15% off at the Texans online shop with your TDECU Texans debit card. Upgrade your Texans game day gear and show off your loyalty while you do it. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get the MVP of your wallet today. Insured by NCUA.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big, right? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer. Convenient primary care checkups, personalized orthopedics to keep you moving, and experts in specialties like cardiology, neurology, and GI, all in one manageable system, so you can stay healthy and strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
You can't fake greatness. That's why 1800 Tequila has built it through generations of obsession with the details. It's the mindset that wins championships, and the same mindset behind every bottle of 1800. That's how we became the world's most awarded tequila. So when the final whistle blows, raise a glass worthy of victory. Official tequila partner of the Houston Texans. 1800 Tequila. Proximo, Jersey City, New Jersey. 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
Fun and adventure at 3 great parks all year long. Downtown Aquarium, Kima Boardwalk, and Galveston Island Pleasure Pier offer thrill rides, games, food, and fun for everyone. Whether you're experiencing the thrills on our roller coasters, taking a journey through exhibits, dining at waterfront restaurants, or soaking up the sun at weekend festivals, there's something for everyone. So come have fun at the Downtown Aquarium, Kima Boardwalk, and Galveston Island Pleasure Pier. Adventure destinations the whole family will love. Buy weekend adventure passes and tickets online now.
Slovacek's Hickory Smoked Sausage is what football season is all about. Slovacek's has been a game day staple since 1957, and it's made just down the road in Snook, Texas. Each batch of Slovacek sausage is still crafted using the original Czech recipe Texans have loved for decades. So, enjoy Slovacek sausage at the stadium or at home all season long. And the next time you find yourself craving a taste of Texas, look for Slovacek's at your local grocer or visit our store on I-35 in West. Slovacek's, the preferred sausage of the Houston Texans.
Way to stampede H-Town in just a few hours. Tickets are sold out for every practice of our 2026 Houston Texans training camp. Presented by Xfinity. If you were able to secure tickets before they were gone, they are now in your Ticketmaster account. Didn't get tickets in time? Don't worry, you can still enter for your chance to win 2 tickets to an upcoming training camp. Then in Xfinity practice. Visit HoustonTexans.com/training camp to enter to win now.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
And the show is taking place right beside Field 1. The team in the bubble today, we let you know that from the get-go, the breaking news at the top of the show, that they would go a little lighter, a little shorter in the bubble today. They're going to go hard tomorrow with the fans in attendance here at Texans Training Camp. So a lot going on. Day 4 tomorrow, and then a day off Sunday, and then back to it Monday. We'll be live 8 to 10 a.m. after Sean and Seth and before In the Loop. So the coverage continues all the way throughout until the following Tuesday, and that's more like Game Week Friday. Actually, it's Game Week Friday, and then Thursday night on the 13th, the team takes on the Chargers, and we'll be live on 95.7 The Fan, and still right here at 610. If you want to listen on AM, you still can do that. I don't know why you would, but you still can. I mean, some cars don't have AM radio anymore, But they all have FM radio, right? They got it. Okay, let's get to this now. Evan Washburn, we talked to him yesterday. Awesome. CBS sideline reporter, works with Watt and Iron Eagle. Excellent. Well, he caught up with C.J. Stroud. We eavesdropped on that conversation and thought, you need to hear this. So let's have C.J. with Evan Washburn.
Well, C.J., first of all, great to see you. Always appreciate your time. Man, we're kicking off training camp, year 4 for you. It feels like you've been in the league a lot longer than that. Has this time flown by, or does it feel like it's been 4 years?
Good to see you, man. Appreciate you having me on the show. But it's been quick. Yeah, it's been a blessing. You know, I'm very grateful to go into year 4. Because like yesterday, I was a rookie, so you know, it does seem like I've been in the league a lot longer. But you know, still, you know, early in my career, and I've been able to, you know, have some meaningful years, but it has gone by fast.
Biggest difference when you start a camp like today as opposed to year 1 and year 2 for you?
Definitely just like the comfortability of, you know, just what to expect, especially, you know, being on the same team for this long and with the same head coach. And I think, you know, he's done a good job of, you know, trying to make everybody one, you know, from offense, defense, special teams, and, you know, making sure we're competing at a high level. So, and then, you know, just learning every day. I think, you know, just because I am getting it down better doesn't mean I know everything. So I'm trying to learn every day.
Specific to your offense, Nick Caley takes over offensive coordinator last year. Inevitable growing pains. You seem to figure it out towards the back end of the season. You guys go on that run. Where have you seen the growth in terms of the relationship you have and the command you have of this offense?
Yeah, you know, early on, you know, had some things that I feel like we, you know, we're just figuring each other out on playing styles, on system, you know, trying to keep it in the system, but also make it tailored to the guys. And I think he's done a great job. You know, I mean, me and his relationship has grown. We talk a lot. We try to communicate as much as we can. I'm in his office a bunch. So it's nice, man, to, you know, have somebody who, you know, wants to see you succeed and, you know, wants the best for you. So, you know, I think this year we'll take another step and, you know, be better than we were last year.
It feels like from the outside, you have what most teams in this league hope for, continuity, both sides of the ball. And offensively, it's more about sprinkling in things to tweak and improve. I want to start with the offensive line. It's probably been a conversation point you've had to answer over the first 3 years in this league. What do you like about the group that this front office put together for you this year?
Yeah, I think they're tough. You know, I think, you know, it starts with, you know, Cole, our O-line coach. He's a tough guy, you know, definitely, you know, is very opinionated and lets you know how he feels, and he's going to be brutally honest with you. But also, you know, I think the guys you brought in, you know, like Wyatt, I thought, you know, I think he's very tough. He's played a lot of meaningful ball in his career and, you know, has wanted to get on a team where he can, you know, make a run. So I'm happy to have him. I think Keelan brings the edge. You know, he's a dog, young guy, but, you know, takes command. Braden has been doing great. Trent's doing great. Tay, you know, Jake, Ed, you know, Ed got paid, but he's working even harder now. So super proud of that guy. But you know, I like where we're going, and I, you know, like the guys we brought in.
I'm curious, what's the process if Keelan's your center to kind of developing that chemistry necessary to play such a key role?
I think first he has to be himself. You know, I know it's different, it's new for him, but he has to find, you know, things that he's comfortable with doing, and I think, you know, but also pushing himself to, you know, try new things. But I think most of all he has to be himself. Like, he got drafted in the first round for a reason, you know, and everything I've seen, you know, he's a first round talent. He's tough. He reminds me of my guys that I had in college. Is like doesn't stop playing until he hears a whistle. Yeah, like but just more than just talent, like effort, and, you know, trying to, like, you know, play to the whistles. Even if he's wrong, he's going 1,000%. So, you know, he's a great guy, somebody who, you know, a faith-based guy who relies on God. So I think, you know, that definitely helped him in his rookie season, and I'm here for him.
And David Montgomery, a name in this league that has so much respect that he brings here to Houston. How do you see him fitting in to the run game?
He's going to be perfect for us. I think you look at this system, you know, kind of we have a New England style / Rams type of running game. So you look at the guys that have had success in those systems, or guys like David Montgomery. So I see nothing but success for him. I think he's super tough, very quick feet. You know, is a one cut guy, but he'll also run through your face. So, you know, I'm a big fan of his since he was in Chicago.
And for you, it's always fun talking to you at the beginning of a season, obviously throughout the year, just your growth both on and off the field. And in preparation for this, I saw a quote you had, "The beauty is in the struggle." as a guy on the outside, it seems like you've had a lot of success. Where's the struggle been for you that you've had to kind of navigate?
I think everybody, and even myself, you think whenever I end a game, I don't ever think about the good plays, I think about the bad. And same thing, I don't ever think about the good games, think about the bad. So, but for me, I have had a lot of success, a lot of wins, and a lot of, playoff wins, which is I'm grateful for. But I'm ready to take a step, and go even farther than that. Not only as, as a team, but personally as well. So I think I put in the work for the offseason. Now, she's doing it now. But yeah, I'm grateful for the success I had. So I'm not naive or dumb that I don't think I'm a bad football player. But I definitely think I can take better steps. And
it's the reality of the job. But when you're as highly touted as you are and productive as you are, people want to know, all right, when's he going to be locked up for the long term? And here in Houston, how do you manage that noise? And just what's the human nature of wanting to know where you're going to be beyond next year?
Yeah, first, my faith goes in God, and, I've been brought to this great city of Houston, when I was 21 years old as a young kid, wet behind the ears, and this city has taught me how to be a man, and, I've made plenty of mistakes, had a lot of successes, but they rooted me on, and I really appreciate being here. So, right now I'm focused on football and letting my agent and our front office handle it. But, everything's moving forward, and, it seems like, everything's moving up. So I'm happy where I am, and I want to be here, as long as I can.
And lastly, CJ, what gives you confidence in yourself, but more importantly, the collective, that this is the group that can push through, get past that divisional round, and reach the goals that not only you guys capable of, but that I know you're desperate for?
Yeah, personally, I would say, just the work that I've put in over the years, the adversity I've been through, this isn't new to me. I've been through a bunch of my career from high school to, playing at Ohio State, now playing here in the NFL, and I'm used to adversity. I'm used to, people not believing in me. So, that's kind of something that I'm used to, but also know that people do. So, and then the work that I put in, I'm proud of myself on the offseason I've had and the steps that I've taken. And then as a group, the work we put in together, I think, we're a group that, is seeing what it looks like when we're rolling. And, those games where we're a little bit off is where, we drop some games. So I think if we go back and we look at, some of the games we had, a lot of one-score games, we win those games, we could be on top of the AFC, maybe even the best team in the league. So that's definitely it's capable for us. So I believe, the work that we've put in during OTAs and now going into training camp, we'll be able to take that step.
Awesome, man. Always great seeing you. Appreciate your time.
See you, brother.
See you week one.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's it. Evan Washburn and C.J. Stroud. Really great interview there. We might have to run that again on Texans All Access at night. John Lopez is coming up along with Reggie, and they've got a big show. Lopez also the host of the popular fishing outdoors podcast called Bite Me. I just like saying Bite Me. Anyway, it's a good one. Bite Me.
You're darn right it is.
Yeah, it is a good one. It's a great one. Anyway, but they're going to talk football next, actually, right here at the Houston Methodist Training Center, as Rod Wright will be your guest today. And it's always a great interview with John, Reggie, and whoever they get. That's going to do it for us this morning. We'll be back with Texans All Access tonight at 6. Have a great day. Thank you very much, Byron and Aaron, for helping out today. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses.
And just generally, they tend to try and take care of their players. So, no, I think that's absolutely a smart thing to do. It's the way to take it. But I wouldn't necessarily say today fits or is like specifically about that. I think it's probably more
It's just part of the plan.
Yeah.
Just one of the steps here.
And all of it is also just when you do your work, right, it's all about the interval training in a way, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we're doing our work, we want to go hard. So when we're not going hard, we have to make sure that we ease up to give ourselves the opportunity to be our best selves. So today it was a little bit more of that. But I think there's still some things that absolutely you could take away because you're talking about recovery. I also think about this in the ways of, have you noticed the guys who are kind of not doing as much practicing, the guys who are kind of, doing some rehabilitation stuff, like someone like a Logan Hall.
Yeah.
So like, not to say that he's like doing rehab stuff, but I've seen him with the whatchamacallit, a sleeve on the leg, him and Dylan Horton, interestingly enough. And, during activation, I'm actively looking because, Tank Dell not doing activation stuff, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Seeing those guys kind of be around but not necessarily in the activation stuff, I go, okay, so I don't know that they're dealing with anything in particular, but it does feel like, again, the general caution that they're taking with health and injury stuff, it shows through in the way they operate.
All right, another passing thought for you, and this is just really years of watching this. The way that coaches obsess with we've got to be doing something, like we've got to be doing. We can't just be standing down, watching something else happen. Because I thought of this, and it happens at every practice in every city, so it's not like a Texans thing, but it just makes me laugh sometimes. So they were doing field goals, okay?
Yeah.
A field goal, full field goals with a little, half pass rush, all that stuff, and so the receivers were just sitting on the side. And it almost looked as if they're like, we got to do something. So the coaches put them on their knees on the sideline and was just like flipping a ball, like playing flip cup over their shoulders and making them dive and hit the ground. Now, look, I know all these drills have some sort of, core of, utility or whatever you want to call it. But it was clear they were just like, well, let's do this. Let's just do this. And they were kind of like scooping the ball, protecting it from the ground, for replay purposes and stuff like that. But I was like, is that really necessary right now? Can't you just watch the field goal for 2 minutes and then go on?
I kind of love it, right? And honestly, I'd be interested to see, as if they would show me it.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be interested to see what the program was, because I honestly would think maybe that was built in. Maybe it was just the period in between getting started. It looked like they were ambling around, because I do think that, hey, man, this is a whole hog mentality, right? And I say that the imagery is, if I kill a hog, I'm not just taking the bacon and leaving the rest. We're eating the pork chop. We're getting the snout in here. We might get some pickled pig's feet. We're using the whole opportunity that we have to get better. And so we're doing special teams. You've got a lot of people that are in on these units. Well, hey, running backs, let's work on something right here. Let's get you guys working on your hands, something that maybe we don't have as much time for on today.
Yeah.
But there's 5 minutes here, and we can do something with this 5 minutes. And wide receivers, let's
play flip cup with the football.
Let's work on you catching over the back shoulder. All these things are going to be helpful, and those are the types of things, the small details. Remember D'Amico yesterday when he was talking about details. I think that's where it shows up is, hey, man, let's refine this. We probably even work on this in one of our independent circumstances or one of the other periods that we have, but we can brush up on it on these 5 minutes while Kaimi is kicking 55-yarders, And I love that for the way that they're operating. It shows that D'Amico Ryans has his whole staff operating on a whole hog mentality. We are going to be as efficient as we possibly can be in getting this work done out here, which is what the name of the game is. Hell, Nick Casario said the number, and it stuck with me. 19 days, man.
19 days.
We got to make the most of them.
Yeah, got to make the most of them. A couple little just sort of observations of who's here, who's not. Justin Watson not participating today. Didn't seem to be nothing at all, to be honest. It didn't seem to be any big deal. Maybe even a little extra rest for him. Whatever, Tank Dell's still on the side, still looking like he's chomping on at the bit. I'm missing one. Who else was not fully going today? But it wasn't nothing to report in terms of, other than the injury we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and for me, the thing that I'm thinking about when I see guys kind of pull off to the side, again, knowing that this is a team that likes being safe than sorry, better safe than sorry. Watson worked yesterday.
Yes, he did.
And so when you see guys that have worked, obviously we understand Tank Dell has a very particular circumstance. We see guys that have been working kind of have a day. Now, of course, you always go, is there anything happening? But it didn't seem like that was the case. Maybe just needs a little breather. He is indeed a vet as well, I don't know if he's a degree of vet, we talk about there. But that one doesn't shake me at all. There are some guys that you go, has he gotten work? How much work has he gotten that make you go, Interesting. Maybe that tells me a little something, but I think we can get to that a little bit later as well.
Yeah. All right. So another passing thought here. How should I put this?
Wait, can I respond to this text real quick as you're figuring out how?
Yeah.
Somebody says, so Reggie, that means you eat chitlins. Well, hold on now. I didn't say all that, right? I understand what I meant. What I'm saying is more about I was about to say illusion. That's not the right word, but you get what I'm saying. The imagery of the whole hog. I'm not actually eating the whole hog. As long as somebody eats the whole hog, is really my point, that we're not throwing it away. Because I know somebody eats chitlins. It's just not Reginald Atatula. Jay,
you're sitting next to one.
You be eating the chitlins? Well, there we go. Yes. There we go. On the show, we got the whole hog mentality. I get the chitlins and J-Lo. Those are J-Lo. That's it.
Hell yes. Okay, I said, how can I put this? I figured it out.
Okay.
Don't be surprised if you see Keelan Rutledge at guard.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised.
I think that's a fair assumption. It's very clear. I'll put it the way that Sean Pendergast put it to me as I was standing out there on the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
It's real clear that they view him as one of their 5 best linemen.
Yes.
Which, thank God, right?
Mm-hmm.
You take a first-round pick, you want to know that they have a starter caliber quality and that they are going to start for you, right? Obviously, depending on where in the first round, maybe you can make an argument for how much of a starter, how much of an impact player they need to be. But the idea that, hey, you view him as a starter, that shows up with him doing work right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, also, when we're talking about guys not necessarily getting work, I think that also factors in here.
Yeah.
But, Keelan Rutledge is getting work.
Mm-hmm.
I think they want to make sure that he's brushed up and prepared to play guard, even still, as we have looked at him as feels like they want him to be your center of the future. They want him to have that physicality where you can push things. Now, in the general abstract way of looking at things, J-Lo, if you end up with Keelan Rutledge as, let's say, a starting guard, right? Again, we're 3 days into camp. There's a lot more to go. We haven't even put the pads on. We haven't even gotten to preseason games. If you end up with Keelan Rutledge as a starting guard, what are your emotions or what are your thoughts at that point?
Well, those are mixed, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm in that same boat because, that, again, it makes it feel like, hey, you didn't waste a first-round pick. This is a guy that you believe can beat out a couple of.
Because it's like, holy moly, there he is.
Right.
And he's day one.
Right. You could beat out a few.
Then look to his right.
Right. And I think in that instance, I would also be like, the appeal for me when Keelan Rutledge was obviously just a dude who's nasty that can move dudes, but also it was. Now we end up in a place where all 5 guys have the physical prowess to not be moved and to move other people.
Yeah.
If he's playing guard, that means that whoever's playing center, and I think the likelihood would very clearly be Jake Andrews, put you in a place where you're still concerned about the physicality at the center position.
Yeah.
So that would be the downside of that coin in my mind. And also, I guess, who is the guard that is not playing? Because in that instance, you go, there's money tied in regardless of which one you're talking about.
Yes. Another pretty crisp, even though it was a half-speed walkthrough. Pretty clean with the quarterbacks in terms of getting the ball where it needs to be, finding the receivers in stride, finding them on time, that good stuff. And again, this happens at every training camp, so not a criticism, just an observation. We did see our first duck. We did see our first duck. We saw
Nico Collins, no less.
Quack, quack. We saw that. It wasn't C.J. Stroud.
Yes, I was like, let's make that clear before people start getting on us for being C.J. Stroud haters.
I have no idea what happened. Maybe it came out of his hand funny or anything, but Davis Mills almost got it there. He almost got it there.
He didn't skip it in. We'll say that. He didn't skip it in.
No, it bounced.
But it did bounce at the feet of Nico Collins. Yeah, and it was on air, which is what made that kind of odd. But I think because of it being on air and the way that it bounced, it made me wonder, like you said, did he just lose grip of it? Did something happen there? But we were talking to Nico yesterday, and he was like, hey, man, we don't want those things to touch the ground.
Right.
Like, they hold it as a point of
pride. And they've been very clean.
They have been pretty damn clean in the way that they've operated, even down to, like, when you talk about the details and simulating. I keep hitting your name.
Right.
I apologize.
It's all right. We're friends.
I'm glad that you said that.
Well, we know each other well enough.
I think so. You're not going to approach AR about HR me touching you.
Not anytime soon, anyway.
But yeah, the point that I was making is like detail oriented. They're getting down to the quarterbacks again on air. They're going through even making sure that you call protections and set those. Like they're going through the whole process. Which again, this is a thing that they talked enough about that I need to see it. And so the idea that they're even repping it when there's not a defense there, whether it's walkthrough or not, it's like, hey, we're running on air. And we're still making sure, okay, what is the protections? What are we doing? Like doing all of the pre-snap stuff. That command, it needs to be there so much for them to be successful this year. So at the very, very least, I appreciate the fact that they're doing through and repping all of that.
All right, one more here, and it's for you. tomorrow's going to be a go. I mean, a go-go.
Yeah,
they're going to go at it tomorrow. Fans are going to be here. There's going to be cracking of pads, full speed. As training camp goes, full speed. What do you expect to see? What do you have to see? We've sort of set the table now these first 3 days.
That's an interesting one. I mean, well, for one, the continuation of what we were just talking about, the cleanness and the crispness of the way that this thing flows. We've seen times in camp where it feels like it's kind of fits and starts, times where they have to hey, huddle it back up, let's break this down. I want to see that operation be smooth. I think that's one of those things that even just feel-wise should show up. I mean, it's simple, but I want to see that rapport between CJ and just the other quarterbacks and their receivers, and specifically the ones that I'm looking at is Jaden Higgins. I want to see that fluidness of connection between them. I want to see those things continue, especially as there's going to be real clean team and 7-on-7 circumstances right here in front of these stands, and they want to show out, right? Like I think the team understands their responsibility in open practices, obviously to get work, but to put a little show on for the fans. I think they're gonna go for some things, and I want to see those things happen clearly and cleanly with minimal miscommunications and things of that nature.
I want to see it. It ties in with what you just said. I want to see how they handle a real defense, because there's not going to be any pity tomorrow. And not that they have been, but it's not going to be soft. They're going to look across the line and see Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and Derek Stingley, and we know the list. Are they going to be able to not just be clean, actually, get some plays done that are productive and not have to tuck the ball. That's what you need to be looking for tomorrow, because you can't take the quarterback to the ground. You can't really hit the quarterback. But how many times can you do this for me? Can you keep track of something for me tomorrow? Because I'm going to be taking my wife and daughter on a fishing tournament.
Well, look at me. I have a wife and daughter.
I have a wife and daughter, and you don't. So I will not be here tomorrow. Count how many times a play breaks down and CJ tucks the ball and either runs or kind of dirts it or something,
or continues to play, but we know
because what that is telling you is he's not getting to his second or third progression. He's not going to have the time because they're bearing down. How many plays break down against the real defense is what I'm going to be looking for.
All right, I will do that. I'll do that work for you.
Through your eyes.
And we could talk about that on Monday as well. I think that one of the other things that I think I would like to see, but is exactly how, and I know that they're not going to give us all of this, right? They try and keep it relatively vanilla because, Streets is watching, right? Feds is watching. But I want to see a little bit better idea of how they're implementing getting the ball to these running backs. It feels very clear that they're trying to get the ball to these running backs through the air a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just...
They have been. No, it's very clear.
I don't know if that's just an overrepresentation in the first couple of days because they want to make sure these guys are familiar with and they feel comfortable, so they're really force-feeding them a lot. But it's happened a lot in day two. It's happened a lot even today with those guys working off to the side. You mentioned during special teams while the wide receivers. They're working on, hey, man, soft hands catching the football. I want to see exactly how that shows up. And, when they get into full circumstances, they're really working tomorrow. So that's another thing that I'm looking forward to. A question that comes in here on the YouTube page. We'll end these thoughts right now with this. There was a question that was thrown up. Who looks better out of the two punters? As of right now, I'd give the slight edge to Stone Street, or Stonehouse, rather. Stone Street is a actor on Modern Family.
Yes,
I don't know why I did that.
Yes,
but Stonehouse is who I'd give a slight edge to. But
I would too.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. If you were, is there a handicap that you'd put on that?
Ooh, no, it's too close. It's too early, too close.
I mean, it's never too early for Vegas.
Yeah, you're right. I'll say 60%. Stonehouse.
Oh, wow, I wouldn't even go that far. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, it feels very much like Stonehouse has the slight edge, but I wouldn't say that there's anything that is particularly stand out in the two. They both look like kind of okay punters, and maybe that's uncomfortable for you because you would hope that they're both like looking really great if there's a competition, or that one guy was winning the battle. I don't think either of those things are happening. Now, again, I'm not going to get out here and lie to you and say that I know exactly what the metrics are for judging punters, but I haven't seen anything that has wowed me particularly for either one, but it just feels like the Stonehouse looks a little bit cleaner in the way that it goes about it. But again, that'll be a full circumstance thing, and I think that the way that D'Amico was setting it up, it feels like the actual preseason games will be big in determining
I think so. No, I absolutely think so.
Which is funny because I would sure hope in preseason you don't have many opportunities to have to punt. Maybe, you know what? Maybe that's a joint practice.
No, special teams, well. There's many more opportunities that are legitimate in preseason.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I would like them to just not have to punt in preseason. Now, they probably would just a circumstance to punt regardless, but I think that's what That's what joint practices are for. We can set up situations against other teams. All right, just some of the passing thoughts from observations on day 3 of training camp here, 2026 for the Houston Texans. All right, coming up next, I want to talk about these Astros because they head into tonight, the biggest series to this point of their year. And this is going to be a huge one, but also the trade deadline is soon to come. Is it possible that the biggest change that the Astros big league club could have is from within? I'll tell you what I mean next on Sports Radio 610.
Ability.
anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, Houston Texans training camp 2026, day 3 in the books. We got fellas walking past us, back in going to get their work in, whether it's meetings or lifts or what have you, because they got through their walkthrough for the day, got a little bit of work in, and I think that they're prepped and ready for what is going to be a big first open practice tomorrow. I think that's the lightness, I guess, relative light work today only intimates that they will be working, putting in some real work tomorrow. Excited to be out
and
here.
And they'll have the energy, too.
They will.
They will feel it.
They absolutely will. We should be talking to Rod Wright. Actually, it looks like he'll be joining us here in a second.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and go there. I'll save an opportunity to talk about the Astros a little bit later on. But joining us here in just a second will be the defensive line coach for your Houston Texans, Rod Wright. Excited to talk to this man because I think he is in charge of the best unit in all of football, man. It does feel like that is the case. His name is Rod Wright. He is a Houston boy himself.
No pressure, Rod. Wow.
A-Leaf in the house. A-Leaf in the house, man. All right, so Rod, yesterday we talked to Nico Collins. I know he's not your charge, but I say this to say I'm 34 years of age, and he was hitting me with a lot of yes sirs. They were hitting me square in my face. And I know that when you got into coaching, you were probably like right about 30, right in that age. How did you deal with it, or how long did it take for the yes sirs to not hit you in the chest anymore?
Well, it's funny you asked that. Today's actually my birthday, so I'm
happy birthday, man.
I'm 42 now, so like at this point, it's like I got to accept the yes sirs.
Yeah, 42 is about the right number.
It's about the right number, but nah, man, it's honestly it's just respect. You know what I'm saying? Like the guys we have some really good, respectful guys, and you appreciate it. I still tell them like, hey man, like you don't have to say yes sir, but I do appreciate it, man. Especially a guy like Nico doesn't have to do that, but he's a great guy, respectful, and that's why he is who he is.
Have you had your head on a swivel today? Because football teams don't say birthdays the way regular people do. I mean, there's some stuff that happens on football birthdays.
Forever, obviously, my birthday's been today, and
you're always in camp.
I've always been in camp,
including college, right?
Absolutely. So I've gotten used to celebrating it before camp because you're literally in the middle. Like it feels like the middle. It's the middle of the day, like hot, and it's your birthday. You're just like, man.
And then these guys are always trying to get you.
Absolutely.
You have one story?
I don't. The one that comes in my mind is being a player and being in a two-a-day, and like it's just like, man, it doesn't even feel like my birthday.
This is supposed to be fun, isn't it?
Exactly.
So how do you handle it? Is there a way that you make the day special, or at least the time? Do you like celebrate early? Do you just go home and just try to turn off?
Man, honestly, it's a celebrate early type of thing. You know, like. I want to say, every now and then since I've been here, we had a day where we got out early on my birthday, but I don't, we kind of get it out the way type of deal. And if there's a moment or there's a this or that, it's cool. But at this point, you're just trying to focus on having good practices and have these guys ready.
We're talking to Rod Wright, defensive line coach for your Houston Texans, and if we're talking about getting you gifts, it feels like Nick Caserio got you one. I'm calling him Big Mac, Kane McDonald in the middle. D'Amico yesterday was talking about him knocking some coaches back. One of those, right?
I'm smart enough to know that Frank is bigger than me. So I'm gonna let Frank get.
And you're 42 now,
I can't. Yeah. I don't need to take any falls right now. But yeah, man, he's such a powerful guy. I mean, even when he's just doing it half, we doing jog through. I mean, he touches somebody, they're gonna go back. And he's such a great kid. Very respectful. He's a sponge. He's learning everything, and so he's picking up things day by day. And he's in a situation where he has guys around him who are really detailed,
They're really organized. They're great pros, and that's great for him to be around because and the NFL is different. You know? I tell all the rookies, man, learn the NFL and how the NFL works, and you'll be here for a long time.
So I've always believed in, and it's not a thought that's unique to me. It's a thought that's been around for decades. The hardest coaching is coaching superstars, you know, because they do want to get better and they do want to get coached. And it's one thing if you've got a raw sort of, you know, clay that you can mold, but you got some superstars there. Where are the challenges there right now because they're at a really elite level and want to get to another one?
Yeah, you know, the easiest thing that the thing I say is the easiest thing is to coach superstars. I just get out their way and let them go.
Yeah.
But seriously, I mean, these guys, a superstar that's humble and that works hard, man, it's not hard to coach these guys. I mean, you stay honest with them. You have them continuously chasing their greatness. What can they do? It was a sack, but it could have been a sack fumble.
Yeah,
it was a sack fumble. It could have been a sack fumble. You could have recovered it and got a sack fumble and recovery. And you just continue to add on to what they can do. I mean, and those guys, if you drill it, you teach it, you show it to them on film, they'll go out there and do it.
Yeah.
And these two with Will and Daniil, I mean, they're always hungry to get better, and so I'm very blessed to have those guys.
Yeah,
I mean, I felt like Will is adding new pass rush moves by the minute. Like, how much of that is you factoring in, or how much is just letting him work in the lab and figure out what feels right to his body?
It always starts with his foundation. You know, he's always been a power guy, always been able to stab, bull. It's going to always start from that foundation, and then you start to add layers to it. You complement your rush, and everything you want to do, you want to make it look the same, and then maybe add a little something to it. You got the longer you're in the league, man, it's a chess match. I mean, guys that you're playing, especially in divisions, they know what you're going to do, so you know what they're going to do. So at this point, it's about precision and executing what you do, but also adding a little something to it. So, man, you can't be predictable. But at the time, you can't change everything you do all the time. You never have a foundation. So you have to have that foundation. You have to add some layers to it, and that's what he's done. He knows himself. He knows what he was going against. He knows what gave him issues. So he tries to perfect his craft and add something to what he does. Because you can't. Everybody's not the same. You know? So with young pass rushers, they'll see a Daniil Hunter, and I'm going to do that, and it's like, You're not the
No,
Hunter.
you're not. No, you're
you know
not.
What I'm saying? Like, man, I want to be like Steph Curry, so I'm going to start pulling up threes. No. Some people got to be in the paint and get rebounds and you know what I'm saying? Like, know who you are and know what you can do and walk in that. But I think that's the biggest thing. Will knows who he is. He learns from great players. But he's got to stay true to himself, and that's what he does.
And that's something that's got to tie in with, I guess, additional duties you have, run game coordinator, defensive run game coordinator. How has that been playing out in terms of yourself, balancing out what you're adding?
I mean, honestly, working with these guys, this is my fourth year working with Matt, Dino, CU, Steve, Frank, this is his second year. So, I mean, and Billy, this is his third year with us as well. So, like, honestly,
it's all
it's a title. It's a title, but we all share the wealth in game planning. I'm naturally, as the D-line coach, gonna know what's going on in the run game. If the run game, the D-line probably did have something to do with that. I don't know what D-line that stops the run. I mean, I don't know what defense that stops the run that the D-line didn't have anything to do with it. And I don't know a run game that's going well without an O-line that's blocking. So that's going to be something, whether I have the title or not, that I got to have an eye on. And but we've been together for a little bit here, and so we all share the wealth. So whoever has any type, it don't really matter. Like we do what we do, and the biggest thing is, we know who we are, and it's really that game day collaboration that's elite. That I believe that, hey man, I know what he's looking at, I know what I'm looking at, I know what to expect from this guy, and the communication is key.
Right.
And I think we have that because we've been together for a little while now.
I'm so interested in something, though. I feel like in the league, especially in the last handful of years, where you'll absolutely have a great handle on this, I feel like defensive lines have gotten really, really good at being able to isolate and pick at things on offense, especially in pass reps. Do you feel like that's the case? Like, do you feel like there's been another level taken for defensive lines to be like, hey, you guys are trying to do something, but we know exactly how to pick out exactly where we want to attack?
Well, you know, having an idea as a defensive line of what protection you're getting and understanding who they're going to try to stop, which, I mean, my daughter, who is going to be 1 in a month, knows that they're going to try to stop 51 and 55. You know what I'm saying? So we know a lot of attention is going to be on them. We're going to get chipped a lot. They might try to move the pocket and do certain things like that. So you work on those things knowing that, hey, they may protect against this defensive line like this, but when they play us, they're most likely going to do this. So you kind of got to have a plan already worked on. So when you get to the game, you're like, oh, man, I'm shocked by this. So I just think it's having an awareness. And awareness is honestly just common sense, like I just said. Like, you look out there, you see 2 guys that are all pros. Like, they're probably going to try to do something to stop these guys, and that's where our inside guys come in. And for us here, man, we try to 4 equals 1. We all try to rush together. And, man, it's not, you know, one guy getting all the solos and, you know, everybody else doing the background dancing. Like, everybody's going to get their op. So it's just like, hey, it might be you this game. You know what I'm saying? But everybody just has to do their job and trust that we're getting to this quarterback together.
Yeah, and it's happened. Speaking of which, you know, Tommy Togiai to me last year was just a great story. You know, sort of came for us, not for you, but it sort of came out of nowhere to really reach another level. The competition inside, the way you gauge it, the way you saw it progress for him, how is that playing out this year? And if you can just speak to Togiai and his rise.
And Tommy it starts in off season, man. There's not one guy in the building that shows up more and intentionally is in that weight room, working out, getting stronger, taking care of his body, studying film, like everything he does off the field ends up all the time on the field. He's the same guy all the time. So it's not a surprise. And he wasn't up the first 2 games of the year. And a lot of that's because we had some veteran guys who we're talking about a Foley who started for us in 2024 and Mario who started for us in 2024. And then they were up. And Tommy, you know, had a phenomenal offseason, a phenomenal camp. And unfortunately, his number didn't get called those first 2 games. And the game that he was called up was the 3rd game against Jacksonville, who was the number 1 run offense at the time, and he had a heck of a game, and nobody was surprised. And because that's what he did all camp. So man, he has a toughness and about himself and a confidence about himself that, hey, when I'm in the game, I'm gonna be a problem to handle, and nobody's surprised in this building by him because he does it every single day.
Rod, we appreciate you sitting down with us. What week should I expect Caden McDonald to have put it all together and be pass rushing as well? At what point should I pencil
you can say last week.
Oh man. Hey man, with him, man, he has just an innocence about him that whatever you tell him, he's going to go 100 miles an hour to go do it. So, man, we have big expectations from him, and can't wait to watch him practice tomorrow. He made a lot of plays at Ohio State. And I feel like, you know, with some of those big guys, a lot of times it's about when we put on pass, you really see how strong that
tomorrow's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun for him. We can't wait, man, and just can't wait to enjoy watching him knocking somebody else back than the coaches.
Us too. It's one of the things that I was talking about this just yesterday with someone. The thing that I'm most fascinated, maybe in sports, but definitely in football, is those big boys in the trenches. They are freak athletes.
Absolutely.
Y'all are freak athletes. Like, y'all move 300 pounds around better than I move 200.
Yeah.
And so I love seeing that. I'm excited. But that reminds me, don't let people forget, you did something back in the day as well. Somebody on our text line said, shout out to Rob, my man tapped my left guard out when we had to play Hastings in high school. And I was going to say, do you remember that? But I have a feeling you tapped a few guys out.
You know, as I get older, I was in. There was a free camp that was done at the end of July, towards middle of July, and when I go back and go to a camp, there'll be somebody be like, hey,
telling
man,
you, yeah.
when we played against you, you did this, and I'm like, I don't remember any of that.
But I'll take it.
I'll take it. But I don't remember any of that. But yeah, man, I was just big. I was a lot bigger than just trying to survive this Houston heat, man. But yeah, that it probably did happen a couple times.
Hey, man.
You're doing more than surviving. You're thriving out here.
We all saw it.
You're thriving out here. We appreciate you and all the work that you do. Appreciate you giving us a little of your time. Appreciate you talking to an Aggie for this long.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have no beef with that. I'm 4-0 against them. So
there you go. Hey, talk that talk.
Normally, when the people that you beat, you just like I don't have any issues.
So we're not gonna talk about the years before those. We're not gonna do that.
Hey, if I wasn't out there, it didn't count.
There you go, Rod Wright, defensive line coach for your Houston Texans. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us some of your time.
Appreciate it, man.
There he goes. There he goes. We appreciate my man sitting down with us, and we all appreciate you rocking with us here on Sports Radio 610, your home of Houston Texans football. All right, coming up next, I did want to have that conversation about the Astros, though. Is it possible that the biggest change that they can make at this trade deadline is actually something from within? Let's talk about that next.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after day one of Texans.
Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans training camp. Day 3 of this 2026 training camp in the books. We just talked to Rod Wright, defensive line coach for the Houston Texans. A delight. Houston's own, A-Leaf Hastings to be specific. We really appreciate him sitting down, and if you ever want to go back and listen to that, the Odyssey app is available for you to do that as well.
He's out here tapping dudes out in high school, man.
100%. 100%.
Tapping them out. Hey, coach, get somebody else in there. I'm done with that guy.
I mean, really and truly, clearly, Daniil and Will have that capability themselves. It doesn't hurt that they have Rod as their coach as well. He absolutely helps pull that thing together and make it. I wasn't joking when I said it. It does feel like it probably is the best room in the league.
Oh yeah,
the way that defensive line
and just on
works.
Rod Wright himself. Keep in mind he's only been here since 2023.
Mm-hmm.
He is rising. He came in as like a defensive assistant, then defensive line coach. Now got the title of as we mentioned, defensive run game coordinator. That guy, keep an eye on that because he's very well regarded.
Here for a good time, maybe not a long time. Let's talk a little bit about the Astros, though. The big series starts up this weekend between the Rangers. They welcome the Rangers to Dyken Park. We'll see how hospitable they will be to the Rangers in this situation. Only a half game back from the Rangers now, and so this is a huge one. This is a very big one. But we could talk more about that. I'm actually a little more interested in the trade deadline that's coming on Monday. Because I keep trying to figure out what they could do, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just too pessimistic of a person. I'm like, I don't know. I don't see it. It hit me. Is it possible that the biggest move that they could actually have for this team is something that happens from within? And the name that I'm thinking about here, J-Lo, is one that you've seen on the back of an Astros jersey a number of times. It's Biggio, but it's Kevin Biggio. Yeah. Kevin Biggio down at the minors, right, down at Sugar Land right now, this year is batting, what is this, 253 with an 858 OPS.
I like that.
Now, he's playing first base right now, but as recently as last year, he played in the corners a few times, a little bit. And I know that people have kind of gotten themselves up on the idea of like a George Springer reunion. Is it possible that you can get production for the outfield by just like bringing up Kevin Biggio, bringing his bat into it, and maybe seeing if you can put that back into the outfield to help you out without having to expend any of the the trade assets or having to figure out how you acquire a player in the outfield?
No, it is very possible, and I like where your head is on that. And frankly, it's not something it's been mentioned because he's been playing so well.
Sure.
Down in my, could he come up? I hadn't really put together the outfield thing. I like it for a number of reasons, and set aside the the sentimentality, the nostalgia, and
of
all
the Biggio name.
Of the Biggio name. Just set that aside. Player X, who has played in the major leagues.
Yes.
Who has played in this stadium, who has, played on contending teams. Obviously, whatever happened, gets released, picked up by the Astros, proving himself again in the minor leagues. Forget the name. That's a guy that should have a shot, in terms of, we talk about margins and tweaking and stuff like that, and not gutting your minor league system for a big name player. Absolutely, that should be something. When are you going to come on?
Yeah, Matt, what's happening? Matt Burke, defensive coordinator. Hey.
Did you break up with us?
All right, I'll do my work. I'll hold that, Matt, and we'll get you out here. I'll talk to him. All right, Matt Burke, I'm going to say it now. We'll get Matt Burke on in the next week or so because he was calling me out like I didn't schedule him. All right, we're going to work on getting you out here, big dog. Matt Burke, also a delight to talk to whenever we get a chance, so hopefully we can do that here soon. But, yeah, man, I think
the answer is yes.
Yeah, right. We always want to talk to Matt whenever we have the opportunity. But no, man, it does feel like, as you're mentioning, right, he has been able to he's played at the big league level, and he's been playing so well right now, and it also doesn't hurt, right? Somebody says, give me a break on the Biggio's kid. He's average at best, not a major upgrade. Well, the reason why I say that is, who is the major upgrade that you're going to get production-wise in the outfield?
Is he better than what you have now, potentially?
Well yeah, right. Shout out to Clint.
That should be the question you ask.
And I think that, clearly you need offensive production in the outfield. The defense, they do a decent job, pretty solid job defensively, but it's clear they need more offensive production from the outfield. It's one of the reasons why Dana Brown has been talking up and down about getting a left-handed bat. And honestly, we'll see how much he's beholden to the idea of a left-handed bat. But Cabin bats left, right? That's also another thing that you have here. And so, yeah, man, it feels like he's been playing well enough. This is something you're looking for, and you don't have a lot. You're walking into the store without a lot of money. Maybe you go home and look through your garage and see if one of those things that you have in there actually works for what you're looking for. And I think Cabin Biggio vaguely fits into that. Yes, he might be average, but what you have right now, offensive production-wise in the outfield, is well below it.
No, I mean, we heard Clint yesterday, and you and I were laughing about it before the show. It was like, he's like, I'll take anybody over what's out there right now. He's not wrong. He's not, because that was around the Springer conversation, which who knows. But, again, the fact that he's been here and done that and been in a race, he's been in a postseason race, I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, and now here's the thing, right? I think that I might have stretched the tease a little bit much. I think that they're still going to probably have like an outfielder, or not an outfielder, rather a reliever added to this to maybe give them a little bit more comfort with the reliever. You have gotten Brian Abreu looking back good again. De Los Santos has been solid for you. Obviously Hader is pitching pretty well, especially in those save circumstances. Yeah. So, I mean, I still think that they might add there, but I'm like, all right, the possibility of maybe them adding a reliever, also adding an outfielder, it's possible, don't get me wrong, but the things have to align there, and you have to have teams that want those lower, maybe, like, are you trading the A.J. Blue Ball, right, or are you trading one of these lower level minor guys in order to get one of those? I just think that might be a little bit more difficult, especially knowing there's a lot of teams that are trying to get those outfielders as well.
Side note.
Yeah.
Rod Wright with his presumed wife and kids. I hope it's not somebody, anyway.
Someone else.
The kids are holding up "Happy Birthday, Dad."
Oh, that's lovely.
I think I read that right, because he can't. Obviously, he's going to be working all day. So they came out. They're on the field with Rod Wright, and the kids are holding up signs. I think I read it right. It says something along those lines: "Happy Birthday, Dad." Hey, man, and you gotta get it when you can, how you can.
Yeah,
and
you can't forget. He also has some balloons over there too.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That is cool.
That
awesome,
is very, very
awesome
cool.
for Rod Wright on his birthday. In fact, also happy birthday to Andre Ware. Don't want to miss that. Also his birthday today. So shout out to our Texans family, or at least Houston family, when it comes to football. Well, no, I mean he's on the broadcast, so I should address him as such.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you thought it was because of Friday and we're out at the Houston Methodist Training Center we wouldn't have B. Scott? Oh no, baby, he will jump in. Let's go around the NFL next, including Baker Mayfield, real vocal about not getting a contract next. We'll talk about that and more next.
How is C.J. Stroud handling the pressure of contract discussions?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Day 3 of Houston Texans training camp 2026 in the books out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. But that wasn't going to stop us from having our main man on, B. Scout from Hiram Clark, in the building. What's happening, big dog?
It's funny because I'm glad to be on with y'all, but I actually feel kind of bad because I rushed over to get here after hearing from the coordinators, but right as it was time to get here, it was time for Frank Ross to go up. So I sit there the whole time to hear from the defensive coordinator, Matt Burt, offensive coordinator, Nick Caley. But right as my main man, Frank Ross, is coming up there to address the public, I had to run over here. So it felt kind of weird.
Talking.
I know, but it felt kind of weird that I bailed out right when the special teams coordinator was getting up there to talk. Sorry, Frank.
He'll be
We'd love to hear from you. I'll go check out the playback.
100%. We'll do that. Let's go around the NFL here, as we haven't had as much of an opportunity to do being out here with training camp, but we can get into some stuff as well, and we'll get into some of our B. Scott's thoughts a little bit later as well. I would like to start with some. Is it breaking news? Is that fair?
Pretty much.
All right.
25 minutes ago.
You remember what's his name? Antonio Romo is what I like calling him. I guess at one point, the lead analyst for CBS or NFL on CBS and their coverage there. He got into a little bit of a kerfuffle with Elise. He had an OWI pop up in Wisconsin.
An owie.
Yeah. Honestly, that is the best reason that I've heard for it to be called what it is.
Right? An owie. I'm still not exactly sure what that stands for.
I think it's operating while intoxicated.
I'm guessing, but
or while under the influence.
That's a new one.
Why did they have to go with that one in specific? Was it like they had people in ATVs and it was like, is this technically driving? Let's make sure that we got all this covered up.
Oh, no, somebody definitely wanted to be cute.
Yeah.
Somebody was like, I don't like driving.
Yeah.
And we want to make it more, maybe it's just to be more encompassing.
Yeah.
Or encompassing.
That's
because you know, like you also have, like if you're out in Lake Conroe, you have boating while intoxicated, right? So maybe this just includes it all. I have no idea. I don't live in Wisconsin or study their laws. But that's what I would guess.
You don't study Wisconsin law?
I don't, man. Funny enough, I just don't have the time. I'm out here at training camp, man. What you mean?
Yeah, but so that happened, and one of the things that some people hypothesize is, could this be a way out for them? As some people think it. And I'm one of those that don't really love him on the broadcast.
Hopefully
now.
it is a way out, man. We're all praying it's a way out.
Hold that thought.
J-Lo, would you like to give us the latest that CBS Sports has announced today?
So about 40 minutes ago, it was reported Tony Romo would be on leave in his role at CBS Sports until further notice. And then soon thereafter, how about this? By the way, Tony Romo, $70 million, 4 years remaining on his contract with CBS. But a few moments ago, being reported that replacing Tony Romo, which kind of tells you further notice means well into the season at minimum, replacing from a one J.J. Watt.
Man, let's go. I think we'll all be better for it. Aside from the obvious bias of this station and this city and our listenership, our audience, and how everybody feels about J.J. Watt, objectively speaking, and I don't have anything against Tony Romo outside of the fact that I just find him to be slightly annoying on broadcast. And at the very least, I find J.J. Watt to be noticeably better, right? Like, he is more measured. I think he's more insightful. And he's also fun. It's not like just milquetoast, dry.
No, he's good.
Right? Like, he's got the perfect balance of personality, analyst, expert, gravitas, right?
Yep.
Like Hall of Fame player. So to me, it's them lucking their way into a good thing, a happy accident, you could call it.
And I'm glad that you put it that way, because I'm still not sure exactly how this goes. It seems clear that CBS is not willing to just part ways with Tony. They want to see if they can make this work. Is this one of those things that's going to be a Wally Pipp situation? If I realize that you might have to actually explain this. I don't know how many people are familiar with the Wally Pipp situation.
Lou Gehrig replaced Wally Pipp, who was injured mid-game way back in the day, and then Lou Gehrig went on to never miss a game.
Yeah, he became one of the greatest Yankees to have
the
ever
Iron
played.
Man.
Right?
Yeah.
And so that man lost his job just for being hurt this one time. Like something that obviously, in that instance, not really within his realm of of influence or impact. Now, clearly, you can't say the same for Tony Romo because he did impact that. However, right, I think that J.J. Watt could ply his trade so well that we can't go back. We can't go back.
I don't even know if it's got to go that far. Like,
everything that I just laid out about J.J. Watt and what makes him a better analyst right now than Tony Romo, if I can identify it, if I know it, and obviously I'm in the business too, but they're
in that
this
business,
is what
in
they
that
do.
company, yeah.
Like there's no way. I don't think it's by accident that J.J. Watt would be the one to replace him. He is clearly the next man up. And they've got to see some of the feedback that they get on Tony Romo.
Yeah.
They've got to actually listen to Tony Romo. And if they compare it to J.J. Watt, I don't think it's going to be rocket science to be able to say this is an easy Wally Pipp situation.
No, I think it's going to happen. And, we don't know how it's going to play out, but I would side on betting with J.J. Watt is going to be the guy.
If Tony Romo keeps that job, it'll be politics. He knows something or somebody likes him or something. It won't be off of merit, I can tell you that.
Yeah, CBS would need to learn a little something for the Texans. You remember last year how Nick Neiman got $4 million and then got cut?
That did
the Texans were very clear. Hey, man, how much you make don't mean nothing around here. CBS better learn something. That $70 million you said?
Yeah.
That don't mean nothing. We get J.J. Watt on here. The only thing that I will lament about this, as this happens and assuming that it happens the way that we're talking, is that we're not going to get that particular dynamic of J.J. Watt with Ian Eagle. I think that was really fun.
Yeah,
and I don't know exactly how they work together. J.J. is clearly good enough to make it go. But it kind of felt like with Ian, they could be pretty light in a way that
they were really good.
That I think helps games go around.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that the Ian Eagle, J.J. Watt pairing will be or would be better than the Jim Nance.
Well, hell, just replace them both.
Which I would not have a problem with. And that's not even like a knock on Jim Nance per se.
It's kind of a knock.
It's more. For me, it's more of a credit to Ian Eagle.
Yeah.
But if it's got to be a knock on Jim Nance to get him out of there or to get Ian Eagle up there, I don't have a problem with it. I'm with that.
Is this get back for that one time that J.J. Watt had Tony Romo dead to rights and Tony Romo somehow magically, mysteriously spun out of it?
Mm-hmm.
Is this the get back?
Hey, eventually it all comes back to haunt you.
How about J.J. just the money he's going to make now if this does all play out the way we think?
Because J.J. was really hurting for it, right?
Yeah.
No, but think about this.
Neither was Tony Romo.
Right. J.J. Watt, one of the greatest players in the history of the NFL, like the entire league. His last year in the NFL, he made $14 million. He'll make more than that broadcast.
Yeah, and that's the thing with all of these players. if they can really find their rhythm, catch their rhythm, and find their spot, and really get a foot in, they have a chance to make more money doing broadcast than they do in their playing career.
Especially a player of that level.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We were talking to Todd Haley over the weekend, Zach Gelb and I on Sunday, talking about Mike Tomlin. And he's of the mind of, obviously, he knows Mike Tomlin, so he's of the mind that Tomlin will be back in coaching. And I'm sitting up here not knowing Mike Tomlin at all, like, man, he's going to get over there, be good at TV, make that TV money.
Yeah.
It's going to be work but less work and perhaps comparable money. Now, maybe he's just a competitor.
Better.
Right. Or better.
Or better.
So, I don't know, man.
Guys like that, it kind of blows me away. It's one thing for Dan Orlovsky, backup ass that he is, to make a lot of money broadcasting.
And you don't eat no season.
Sorry,
but
Dan.
for J.J. Watt and Mike Tomlin, that's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, one of the things you're mentioning is the thing that I'm always fascinated about, because it feels like once you get to the broadcasting, that is the easiest money that you can get, especially for those guys who have been in that world. Like, they understand the game, and so it's just the schedule's got to be better than, especially on the coaching side of things. But even on the playing side, all the prep and, the rehab and all those things, the schedule's got to be better. It's not like it's easy, but it's easier than the work you're doing. These dudes just love football so much, they be going back. Like, the thing that I will never understand was John Gruden leaving the Monday Night Football booth to go and coach football again. I was like, for who, for what?
Yeah.
You are the man in these streets. And he was like, they love this football so much. And so, yeah, that's a fair point.
I bet he'd like to have that one back. I'm just saying. I bet he'd like to have that one back.
Yeah.
I bet you he's looking at Joe Buck and Troy Aikman saying, damn, it's supposed to be my spot.
Not supposed to be. It was.
Yeah.
It was already mine.
Could be still.
Yep.
Had he not.
So talking about going back home, because you can always do that. Shout out to Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel back to the 49ers on a one-year deal, which honestly comes in tandem with learning that Ricky Pearsall. Did y'all see this?
Yeah.
Like, Ricky Pearsall might be the most unluckiest of football players. First,
talking about the dude that got shot in the chest?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That would fit.
And then he misses.
Go on.
Yeah, he misses more time with injury. But yeah, man, Ricky Pearsall, they're talking about him not being able to impact the team at all this year. And I'm just like, yo, this dude is incredibly talented when he came out of Florida, and they're just not be able to get that. I don't know exactly how much the size in, but Deebo Samuel was out there. They pick him up. Does this do anything for you when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers? They've got a lot of moving parts around there with the head coach dealing with the accident and maybe not being around, one of their receivers who they were anticipating doing things, not showing up, and then the one guy who's a knucklehead who just he's on the team but not on the team.
Somebody
Yeah, man, like it's a lot of things happening over there.
Yeah, so I think they're saving great. Look, the Kyle Shanahan thing might be the biggest piece of this. Like if I don't know what his impact is going to be on the team. Obviously, he's going to be away for a while, so I think that's the major piece. But when it comes to the receivers, obviously losing Ricky Pearsall as a potential weapon, as a potential impact player on their offense is a big deal. But then bringing in Mike Evans, and I think what that allows Debo to be, like I don't think Debo's going to come in and play necessarily the exact same role that he had to play
I do.
Years ago.
No, I do.
Well, I think he's going to still have like some of those sort of Swiss Army knife capabilities, but you have a true X receiver now in Mike Evans, right? And it allows you to be, I think, more specific with Debo. And they were already that, but I think they were relying on Debo to do a little bit more than what they're going to have to rely on him to do now with the presence of Mike Evans. And to me, it means you can do more Debo-esque things, or Debo-esque things, as opposed to relying on him to be your X receiver where he's not necessarily the prototypical version of that. So I think they'll be able to survive that part. Not having the head coach and play caller is the part that concerns me the most for the 49ers.
I mean, you mentioned the circus aspect of it. It is kind of circus-y to me, but I think Debo can really help him because of what I just said. I think he's actually going to be more backfield, more moving around, more slot, that type thing.
I meant it in a good way.
Yeah.
He's not going to be overly relied on
that division?
To do one thing. He can do all the things.
That division is going to be fun.
It's fire. That is I tell you what, as confident as I am in the Texans right now, so glad not to be in that division.
Yeah.
Because that would be treacherous.
Yeah, that division's not fun in general. I mean, this division's getting a little bit stronger. You got to admit. We talked about it, but it's worth noting that Daniel Jones is out there at practice in Indianapolis. So it does look like they'll have their quarterback back. I don't know how much that matters to you in the larger scale of things. And then Jackson,
our engineer Aaron just started shaking in his boots over there.
He was quivering. He was downright quivering.
He almost needs a change of pants. He almost crapped his pants a minute ago. Hearing that Daniel Jones is out there.
Yeah, man.
Not Daniel Jones.
Oh, we didn't get a chance to even mention this when it comes to the Kyle Shanahan thing. We didn't have an insight when we had first talked about this as to what happened. Kyle Shanahan got out here and told us, actually, the initial reporting and the actual police report, he says, was wrong in attributing blame elsewhere. He said that he was driving, and he dropped his phone, and it got stuck in the seat, tried to fish it out, and then bad things happened.
Good for him, first of all. That's really because you're the head coach of the Niners, man. You could sort of big dog anybody and put the blame somewhere else. He says, "Nah, man, I screwed up, took my head down." Apparently, it's like a 2-lane road that was really dicey. Kind of swerved into the road, hit the lady. The bag went off, and he said, "All me, my fault."
Honestly, not just good on him for the accountability part, and we can start there.
Yeah.
Good on accountability, but also that's a very relatable thing to happen, and something that hopefully people can listen to that happened to Kyle Shanahan and say let me not do that. If I drop my phone,
I do it all
let
the
me
time.
just leave it there. Just let it go, and I'll get it whenever I stop at a light or when I really actually stop, but not while I'm driving. Because that's a thing that literally anybody could do, and probably most people have done that before. So good on him for being accountable and also having a relatable story and putting it out there. Maybe somebody can learn something from it.
Yeah, hopefully so. So obviously you hope that he gets better as soon as possible. You never want to see people in a bad way. And somebody did make a mention on the text line, which again is 713-572-4610. So 2 Houston guys will be at the top team on CBS.
That's right.
At least for the foreseeable future.
That is true. It'll be a Houston theme. I like it.
Look, we always talk about how national media don't love Houston. I mean, look, they ain't got no choice now.
Well, this is by accident. We're talking about Jim Nance and J.J. Watt.
What they say?
You know what I mean?
By hook or by crook.
I'm with it.
By hook or by crook. One more thing I want to mention, and we'll talk about this more a little bit later in the program, J-Lo. But we're in training camp, and Baker Mayfield doesn't have a new deal, and he seems to be pretty upset about it.
Yeah.
It was – I actually respected the hell out of his comments because it wasn't like it can easily be interpreted as criticizing ownership, and you never want to do that. But the way he worded it was just so well done.
Yeah.
Like he said, I'm not happy. I get it. It's all about football now. And we'll maybe even hear the audio later. But I respected the way he did that.
I don't know how you could not at least respect, if not outright like Baker Mayfield.
Me too.
I like everything about the guy.
Mm-hmm.
He has no back down in him. He seems unafraid, whether that's on the field, off the field. Seems accountable, right? Maybe it's because I just watched that quarterback series, and he seemed really like self-reflective and self-aware. I was able to appreciate that.
And he's good.
Yeah. And then when it comes down to this, like this particular part that Reg is bringing up, he didn't just advocate for himself. He also advocated for Vita Vea in the process, saying, hey, it's a couple of us that deserve our money and should get paid more or less, in so many words. And I can't help but to respect it.
Yeah, he used the word disrespected. And this is in the midst of still being on the team. Like, these are the types of words, J-Lo, B. Scott, that you typically hear afterwards, like after something is parting ways, and be like, yeah, I felt disrespected. He is still the quarterback of this team this year, and there is no changing that this year. And he's like, I felt disrespected, and he basically got to the point where he says, I thought that I'm at the point in my career, understand what I've done and brought to this franchise. I'm very, very thankful for the chance, but I also know I really know what I brought to this franchise, leadership-wise and play-wise. And then he basically was like, to do that to your franchise quarterback with the words they use, he felt like that was disrespectful. I was like, yo, that is – it's not quite explosive,
right?
But it is a bold thing to say.
That's
in
what
that
I like the
place.
way he did it.
Yeah.
He made it clear, but he didn't just like throw torch everybody.
Yeah, and I know we got to get out of here, but another part about it that really shocks me is it's not just this Netflix doc, the quarterback doc that they had. Prime Video did the Tampa Bay Bucks full story documentary not that long ago, and Baker Mayfield is heavily featured as the successor to Tom Brady, and they're all saying these great things about Baker Mayfield, almost like he was instantly accepted and brought as part of the family. So the fact that they would kind of play this game with him is surprising to me.
Yeah. I think there's more details in it that I'm fascinated with, but for the time being, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I also wanted to mention that we got Joe Burrow on the NFL Top 100 now.
Oh,
in the 40s, and so I've officially
any
given
day
up the
now.
ghost.
Any day now.
I just want to let you know.
CJ, any day.
I mean, you saw 2023. Everybody knows CJ's better than Joe Burrow, right? Right? Am I
what
right?
What number is he?
40
in the 40s.
I think 44 somewhere in there.
That dog ain't gonna hunt.
Yeah. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott, you got some thoughts?
I do. I have plenty of thoughts.
Well, then I think that coming up next, we should get B. Scott's thoughts on Sports Radio 610.
Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. Hey, man, it's Friday. It's always
big too. From Sugar Land to Spring, League City to Cypress, you'll hear us loud and clear. No dropouts, no static, just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Rack that one back up for me, Bryson, because we got to get the intro right.
Yeah,
there we go.
We got to hear.
That's exactly what's out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center with the boys. J-Lo to my right, I'm Reginald Atatula, but most importantly, B-Scout from Hiram Clark Inwood has given us his thoughts. What's happening, big dog?
Appreciate you, Bryson. Man, I was wondering, am I me? Is me actually? Here's the thing. We're out here at Texans training camp, and we've had the news of the week, right? Jalen Noel being put on the PUP list. We hear about Tank Dell not being on the PUP list, but being somewhat limited on his own sort of regimen for right now, right?
Can I clean something up real quick just to make – I'm being a stickler for details. NFI list for Jalen Noel. No, non-football.
I'm sorry, non-football injury list. I'm sorry.
It's
no.
effectively the same.
No, I think that's an important distinction because the guys on the PUP list are specifically E.J. Speed and M.J. Stewart. I misspoke. He is on the non-football. But the point that I was actually making is just that he's not going to be out here for a little while.
Yeah.
And more specifically, we heard Nick Caserio say that it'll probably be a few weeks. So that's made me pay a little bit more attention to and made me think that we're not talking enough about Jaden Higgins. I think we kind of just throw them in together. We talk about the non-Nico Collins receivers, and we throw all of those guys into the same bucket as if this guy is not supposed to specifically stand out. And I'm glad you corrected me on that about the PUP list because, look, the Jalen Noel piece of this it's not like they play the same position, but it does allow us, with him not being out there, to sort of refocus our attention a little bit and really just look at Jaden Higgins and what is the progress that he has made from year one to year two. And I don't think I've seen enough yet to say that it is substantial, but the way he looks, the way people are talking about him, I feel like that's the thing that we're not talking about enough. What does year two Jaden Higgins look like? And today was mostly a glorified walkthrough inside the bubble. Tomorrow, fans are going to be out here for I think, what is going to be the main show right across from us here on the main field.
Yeah.
And I think Jaden Higgins is going to be one of the guys that you're going to want to key in on and be one of the main players to watch out here at training camp for me.
Look, man, Reggie and I have talked about it a little bit here and there. What you said is exactly, in terms of setting the stage for what could be impactful from Jaden Higgins. Because all we've seen so far is, hey, look at him. Hey, they're saying nice things about him. Kind of just sort of, there's a rumor to the effect. There's rumors circulating that Jaden Higgins is actually, something that could be more than anybody expected.
Can I tell you how I think of Jaden Higgins?
Tell me.
Jaden Higgins feels to me like a generator, and I say that to say this. Right, we're looking for ultimately the production, and that's what everybody's looking for. It's a results-oriented business. He feels to me like a generator that you just haven't been able to plug in yet.
Yeah.
Like, I think that the juice is there. Right, this isn't hey, if I plug up, maybe I get something. I think the juice is there. We just need to find the connection.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm looking for, but you still have to see that and hope. This is the perfect place to see it, especially tomorrow. As you mentioned, these stands will be full, and they'll be out here trying to put on a show within their work. I think that's one of those things where the show shows up, especially because we were talking to Nico about this yesterday. Nick Cayley has made it clear they want to move people around.
Right.
And Jaden Higgins is one of those. He's a chief candidate for that type of stuff, and he can do all those things different than Nico Collins, but I think that all those things mean that the juice is there. We just got to find the connection.
The other thing that it does, and we talked to Nico about this, it allows them to do even more with Nico.
Yeah.
And Nico was talking, I want to do that. I want to be inside. I want to be moved around. Now, pre-snap and motion is never, at least last year, wasn't a real big part of their attack, but maybe that's one of the wrinkles, especially if Jaden Higgins produces.
Yeah, 100%. I'm glad that you mentioned that about moving guys around, both of you, about moving guys around, because that is, I think, the underrated part about the wide receiving core that the Texans have. they've got some guys that are like ideally placed in certain situations, but they got a lot of movable parts. It's just about what kind of production can you get from those guys. What is their ceiling exactly? And Jaden Higgins, for me, is just the most intriguing of the guys that we don't know about right now, especially of the guys that are available with no Jalen Noel out there because I'm being on the non-football injury list, as Reggie pointed out earlier. But we're talking about Jaden Higgins' production last year. Really kind of just ho-hum. I don't want to call it underwhelming, but that's basically what it was in terms of numbers and production, but actually productive. 41 catches, 525 yards, 6 touchdowns. You got to figure if those numbers aren't double. Maybe double is a little bit too much to expect.
1,000-yard, you heard it, 1,000-yard season coming, baby.
Yeah. But
clap it up.
The 40 catches, though, like why wouldn't 40 turn into 60 or 70, right? Why wouldn't 525 turn into 800 to 900 to, if not a 1,000-yard season, if he's capable of doing that? 6 turn into 8 or 9. Like, I'm expecting 6
was a lot of touchdowns.
6 was a lot of touchdowns, but that is true to, I think that's true to the scouting report, right? A big body target who, as Reggie's pointed out, and as you pointed out, Lopez, is a movable object. Like you can, and in this case, I mean, like you can move him around, a versatile player. So I think that's just somebody that we absolutely have to be watching out for. And I wanted to ask Nick Caley this. We had so many questions for him you could imagine, but I did want to ask him, like, what are you seeing different from Jaden Higgins in year? We talk a lot about C.J. Stroud from year 1 to year 2. Nick Caley himself from year 1 to year 2. The offense overall in adjusting from year 1 to year 2. But Jaden Higgins, not just year 1 to year 2 in the offense, but year 1 to year 2 in his career. I think, or at least I'm expecting, an exponential improvement from him.
Well, and the other thing is, Tank Dell. We're talking about Nico. We're talking about Tank Dell. Tank Dell. When's he going to be ready? That you almost we still don't know. I think everything is trending really, really well for Tank Dell. He looks like he wants to be out there. He's ready to be out there, but he's not. You almost have to have Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
Like Jalen Noel, as we just pointed out, he's not out there either. So you almost like if they don't get Jaden Higgins and Tank Dell is somewhat slowed, it's Nico, baby, and that's it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Lopez, because honestly, I didn't think about it like this until you said it, but Jaden Higgins' progression and improvement will determine whether Tank Dell is actually a luxury or the cherry on top, or if he's a necessity. Right? When we talk about where the explosive plays are going to come from, and it's Nico or bust, and we don't have that answer yet, right? Or at least just now in training camp, because the hope is that Tank Dell's ready by the time the season starts. But while we're in training camp, if Jaden Higgins is not standing out in that way, that's going to mean that Tank Dell is all the more of an urgent type of figure. But if not, right, if Jaden Higgins is along the lines of what I'm thinking of, then that makes Tank Dell all the more of a luxury item to me.
The entire pass attack, you need to raise the ceiling on it. And I say that like, hell, I'm looking at a tent right now, right? The middle of that tent is Nico Collins, right? He's the structure that holds up your passing attack. If you get a second tent pole in there, then that changes the dynamic of the entirety of the passing offense. And that the best case scenario for that is Jaden Higgins. If it's not that, the backstop is Dalton Schultz, and we saw that last year at points. And that's not good enough passing-wise, to be frank. And so you need this development from him. And I think he's more than capable of it. I mean, you talked about the touchdown production that's already there, the catches that he had. The ability to do some of the stuff that we heard Nico Collins talking about yesterday that is a real difficulty for a wide receiver in this position. He's already done some of it. It just needs to be, turned up to 10, turned up to 11, and I think that's what this training camp is about for him, for the offense in general as well.
So I'm excited about Jaden Higgins, really excited right out here in training camp to see how the chemistry is developing with him and C.J. Stroud. One more thought before we get out of here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
One more thought before we get out of here. Keelan Rutledge, I'm starting to, and this is a thought brought by, I had DJ Bieniemy of ESPN on my podcast, on the B Block with B Scott. Y'all check me out on YouTube. But talking with him and hearing the guys talk, the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley just now, and just kind of being around in the building this week, or being around the building this week, I'm starting to have far less concern about the learning curve for Keelan Rutledge going from guard and having not played a lot of center, if at all, and especially even making that transition from college to the pro. I think the college to pro transition is going to be bigger than the guard to center transition, just from talking to them about some of how the techniques, and like obviously it's going to be different going from guard to center, and it is going to be a challenge. I don't want to minimize it, but also don't want to overplay it and let it be overblown. A lot of the concepts and a lot of the things, there is some carryover between the two, and it's the reason why they liked him as much as they did. And, look, we're going to see some mistakes from Keelan Rutledge out there. We've seen him already, even going back to OTAs and minicamp, and we're going to see him throughout training camp. He's obviously in training, but I feel a little bit more comfortable after talking to some other people about at least how serious of a transition that's going to be.
B. Scott, you know that when we talk, I usually am largely in lockstep with you.
Yeah, I knew this one was going to rattle you. I didn't know if I should have led with this one or not, because I knew this one would rattle you a little. Because I know you're concerned about it. I was right there with you. I am not concerned about it. I'm just less concerned about it than I was before.
Is it Uchiwali or is it one mic? Right, we can't come in last year and for those who might not be, dyed in the wool of
everybody knows Nas.
Nas from New York, right? Which one is it? Is it that the center position in this offense is difficult and requires a level of understanding and knowledge that is uncommon, or is it that, hey man, we could just have any dude switch from a different position into it and it's fine?
Yeah,
those things are not congruent.
But the idea is, and look, this might not be the case, right? Because I'm not trying to sell hopium. I'm just trying to do logic here. Yeah. It might not be the case, to your point, that he is that dude. They drafted him to be that dude.
Agreed.
Right? They were aggressive in getting him. He's a first-round pick. So the idea is that he's not just any old dude. And I hate to do this, but if we're just being frank, Jake Andrews was just any old dude.
No, you're right.
This guy is supposed to not be any old dude. He's supposed to be a specific dude, and so I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable about him being that. We'll see if he actually is.
No, that's fair. And one of the things I always say, and I don't know how big of a deal this is, but it's not nothing. That boy went to Georgia Tech. That's one of them schools, if you know college football, they don't just be pulling anybody. You can't just sign anybody up to come up here. They're doing real calculus. Like, that's a bona fide engineering school where you got to be some level of smart. Now, not all smarts are the same, but I would take my guess that if he's smart enough to go to Georgia Tech and do the stuff there and play for Brent Key, he should be smart enough to pick it up. But I want to make it very clear that is a position, particularly here and just in football in general, that I'm not going to just eat kindly into the idea that someone's going to step into it and figure it out on the NFL.
Everybody speaks kindly of his intelligence and his competitiveness, but the other part of it, and a big piece of this, is the physicality. Like, maybe I'm just intrigued. Watch, this guy is taking Azeez Al-Shaair to the ground.
That's right.
Right? Like, the dude is out here gallivanting around town with the Jordanian royalty. like he is about his business. I'm intrigued to see what that looks like, but I'm a little bit less concerned about the learning curve. It is a significant learning curve. I don't overplay it. I think he's up for the task.
Look, we're going to hear from Nick Caley here at the top of the hour, but and you'll hear it yourselves. But listening to you, it just kind of made me realize it is such a complex position, and I don't want to minimize that. But it does come down to size, strength, blocking, nastiness.
And the intelligence piece has to be
like
there.
I said, I don't want to minimize it.
Right.
But I think
he has all of it.
I think he has all those other things big time. And ultimately, I see your point. I want to see it big time in action.
Yeah, that's going to be
because he has all that other stuff.
That's training camp in large part is about Keelan Rutledge and can he do that particular position. Right now, we're seeing him do a lot of the things that we know he can do, which is play guard. But we'll see how that continues to show. That's some of B. Scott's thoughts here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, hey man, big weekend series for your Astros, and also in baseball, the trade deadline's coming up, and one of the most sought-after pieces could end up in a place that nobody likes. Let's talk about that and more next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your Texans, what's poppin'?
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Day 3 of Houston Texans Training Camp 2026 in the books here from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Light day, boys. Light day in the bubble today. Just kind of more of a walkthrough as they prepare for the first open practice, which is indeed tomorrow at 9 a.m. is when practice time starts. I imagine there will be people out here early setting up for the opportunity to see their Houston Texans.
As they should be, right? Like, as they should be. It's an exciting season. You could argue it's the most exciting season that we've had, or at least the most highly anticipated season. So I expect people to be out here. In the previous segment, I was alluding to the idea of Jaden Higgins being one of the guys to watch, but it ain't like there's a shortage of guys to watch, right? Especially this defense. Pretty sure they're going to play with their hair on fire. One of the things that I was noticing in there also from watching them, and this is – like, obviously this is happening, but I am just curious of what the impact is. So even asking Kaylee about it when we had him available to the media, is the Jerry Shaplinski. Like, we all are big fans of Gerard Johnson, but Jerry Shaplinski is not going to be in this role. And there's a lot of back and forth and communication between those guys during this walkthrough, during that practice inside the bubble today. And so I'm just curious on what is, and maybe it's not something that we'll be able to tangibly see or we'll have to really ask them about and hone in on, but I'm curious on what they want that relationship to look like or what they want that impact to be, having had to make that change with Gerard not being here anymore. But that was something that stood out to me, was like just a lot of communication between those two guys.
Look, man, I think it's just being on the same page. It's a cliche. You know, Gerard Johnson certainly was, we heard CJ just raving about him the other day, talking about he's going to be a OC and a head coach. So it's not any slight on him. But Gerard had a wide spectrum of offensive influences, including a large chunk was West Coast. Well, that ain't the case anymore.
Yeah.
These guys are all, whatever you want to call it, Patriot-style offense or this offense or whatever.
CJ called him more of a system guy.
Yeah.
Like, that was a quote. He said that.
So that alone,
was more of a
that alone,
guy.
it will just, translate into messaging. This is how it happens. This is how we do it.
But I am happy because we kind of did allude to the very clear difference in the way that CJ talked about Gerard and the glowing nature. Now, of course, a dude that's no longer in the place that you are, you kind of will talk about that way. And then the way he talked about Shaplinski, I will say it was nice in the way that you're talking back and forth. We saw it yesterday. CJ kind of holding court amongst the quarterback room. It does feel like that relationship, or at least the communication, is flowing in a way where clearly they don't have the same rapport dating back in the same way that Gerard did with CJ, but at least the lines of communication are open enough to where they should be able to do the job in a way that is sufficient and honestly, hopefully better than sufficient this year.
Yeah, for some reason I'm just fascinated with what collaboration looks like with this team.
Yes.
Because I feel like there's a lot of different, or at least even before, there was a lot of different things or folks being pulled from a lot of different directions in terms of system and philosophy. And it seems like now, for better and or worse, they are much more like on a streamlined kind of, just way of doing things and way of viewing things. And so I'm just curious on what all of that looks like. C.J. Stroud's talked about it even quite a bit of like implementing more of the things that he's comfortable with and things that he's had success with in the past. And he said that no less than twice now since the time that we've heard from him in the offseason, going back to OTAs and minicamp and now here at training camp. So curious to see how Jerry Shaplinski, if at all, if he's like kind of a bridge of that, like helping melt these ideas together.
Fellas, huge weekend series for the Houston Astros as they welcome in the Texas Rangers. First game is tonight at 7:15 on Apple TV. That's where this one is tonight. Incredible matchups of pitches. I'll talk a little bit about more. Does run of form matter to you guys headed into this? Remember, the Astros have won 8 of their last 9, but that's against like the Marlins, the White Sox, and the Angels compared to the Rangers, who are 5 in their last 10, but their last couple of series are against like the Rays, one of the better teams in the AL, the Mariners, who maybe not doing great, but still a pretty solid team, at least in your division. Does that matter at all to you? Does that it feels like the Rangers have had some up and down lately because of their last 2 series versus the Astros, who've just won a whole bunch of games?
Yeah, no, I think with the Astros, like it makes me feel good about the Astros.
Sure,
right?
Sure.
Like the Astros, and you mentioned the White Sox in there. Like I think I was talking about this with Sean Pendergast several days back of like, man, one thing that really encourages me about the Astros, which is this is not your big brother's Astros or your uncle's Astros by any stretch, but they have performed well against good teams. The White Sox were one of those several games back. Several weeks back now, or a couple of weeks back now, they performed well against the Rays. So I like what they have done against some of the better teams. It makes me feel good about their matchup against the Rangers going in.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter to me. I think this is going to be kind of a standalone. They know it. You know it. You got, Hunter Brown going tonight. Who do they have going tonight?
Nathan Eovaldi. And then Saturday it's Rondell Blanco versus Jacob deGrom.
Yeah.
And then Sunday it is to be announced for the Astros to face off against Kumar Rocker. That's their best three are coming up.
That's why I'm saying that. They've played really good teams. I think they took 2 or 3 or 3 or 4, something like that, from the Mariners not long ago. And so you kind of erase all that. Hey, they're good.
3 or 4, in fact, yeah.
Yeah, good thing for the Astros to be at 500 again and all that. But it's almost like mini playoff version of a series. I don't think it matters. I think let who does what.
Well, the story of the series clearly is going to be the pitching and and for the Astros and the Astros side of it, like you mentioned, Reggie. The Rangers are bringing their best, so they kind of know what to expect or can reasonably expect. Whereas for the Astros, you're hoping that Hunter Brown is more like he was his last time out than he was starting to show a pattern of, right? And then you're starting there, and then you're hoping that Rondell Blanco is the opposite of what he was his last time out, and he's more of what he was when he first sort of burst onto the scene a couple of years ago. And then the to be determined, to be announced section of the program is its own concern.
It's got to be Javier, right?
At this
point?
I think so. Well, I guess you know what they could do? It would be 4 days. They could pitch Peter Lambert on 4 days.
That might be, that's a possibility. Yeah.
And with how important this series is, maybe that's the way that they play this.
Well, we're going to 4 days now on some of these guys. It's cutting time.
Remember when we were talking about a 6-man rotation? It is cutting time. Hey man, cutting time on the ranch. It dictates that you got to bring out your best pitcher on the season.
Look, I get the urgency. I kind of don't want to mess up this good thing with Peter Lambert.
I understand.
Am I crazy?
No,
I don't want to play scared. I ain't scared, but I'm a little scared.
No, but it's not scared. It's reasonable. It's smart because
just a little bit.
Peter Lambert. I mean, Peter Lambert ain't like crazy stuff guy. Peter Lambert's about making sure that he pitches really well, and this is still somewhat tenuous. This is one of those.
Speak on it.
This is one of those you have found a diamond in the rough type things, and you kind of have manufactured this. And let's be honest, Peter Lambert's not going to run this hot for the rest of his career, right? This is a weird good time, not a long time. Don't mess up the good time too early. I think it's a fair thing to do.
It does feel like found money, right? Or house money even. Like it's you want to hold on to it for as long as you can, but you're not really sure how long that thing is going to last.
Nobody say anything.
Yeah, man. I mean, you remember Spencer Arrighetti when he was the AL Pitcher of the Month?
Yeah.
He has his stretches as well.
All right, so I said I was gonna mention a pitcher who is, big time on the trade market. I'll mention it really quickly because I want to get to something else with you, B. Scott. Tarek Skubal is clearly on the trade market here, and it seems like he is very intrigued in the Dodgers. Now, how much are the Dodgers interested in that, and really more importantly, how much are the Tigers interested in working with the Dodgers in that to that end? But it seems like the Cubs might also be interested here, Jay.
Cubs have entered the chat, it seems like, all reporting up there. Here's the thing with the Dodgers, though. And even they said not long ago, a couple of weeks ago, hey, we might be more sellers than buyers at the trade deadline, simply because they have an assortment of riches, at the lower levels and not being able to play every day. But that was before their pitching got a little dicey.
Yeah.
All of a sudden Ohtani, is not pitching. They haven't heard back from Snell yet. He's still trying to get going. So I think Skubal might be in play there, but the Dodgers the Cubs are interested as well.
Yeah, the Cubs are in the mix, but the Dodgers, this is one of those times where I'm just like, man, you were talking about it there. Embarrassment of riches that they have. They got high-end talent. They got low-end talent. What you need, we got it. They really just have so many different options. Why not add Skubal if they feel inclined to do so? And Lopez laid it out what their pitching situation is. They could very well do that. It already feels like everybody's playing for second place to the Dodgers. If they were to do this, it would feel like that even more so.
Yeah.
All right, one more thing before we go here, and it's a big one, so I'll try and make the time for it properly. Tari Eason has come up on TMZ, and so those two things are never things you want to hear together, but I think it might serve to explain some things in some of the kind of cryptic ways that things have been discussed with Tari Eason. Apparently, he's asked for a domestic violence restraining order against his ex. He told the court that she punched him in the face, destroyed some of his designer clothes. I think it was like 5 figures.
She
worth
poured
of
bleach
that.
on him.
Yeah. And so it sounds like it's been physical.
Allegedly.
It seems like he is seeking some level of protection for when the Rockets play in the state of California. But, yeah, man, domestic violence, not a funny thing, nothing to play with, but maybe this adds a little bit to some of the difficulties that he's been having in his own personal life and how that maybe filters over to the way he plays basketball.
Yeah, man, I don't want to pretend to know more than I actually do or did, but there were always rumblings throughout the season that he was going through something.
Right.
That's something off the floor, and he lost his dad, I think, the season before that. Like there have been things that have happened in Tari Eason's personal life. I didn't know the degree or the details that have been revealed as of late, but it does add a little bit more kind of insight into what was going on top of, and this is the thing that I think was mostly on his mind, was the contract situation.
Sure.
I thought he was in his mind about that, or in his head about that, on top of whatever else was going on in his personal life. So he had a lot going on, and it is no secret that there were times where he did not perform up to the level. So he did get his money, and hopefully he finds some peace in his personal life here. I hope for the best with whatever's going on here with his ex-girlfriend, and it sounds like a really ugly situation.
Quote, he said that at one point, she took all my clothes, poured liquid bleach on them, ruining them.
That's a new one on me.
Claiming $92,000 worth of damage there. He also said that one of her friends, his ex's friends, whose name is Marilyn Maritza Melo Rodriguez.
All right.
Yeah, all
I'll
the names.
I'll take your word for it.
Said, quote, her friends told him, that she would break both of his legs and kill him. Those are threats that were made. Yeah, man, that's going to make your life a little bit hectic. Like, it's one of those things that it's a reminder, even before we get into the actual full details of everything, that you never know what people are going through in their houses, man. Like, it's one of those things that you have to keep a little bit of space for the possibility. Folks could be going through some stuff, man.
You're not just going to kill me and break my legs first?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
That is.
Just kill me if you're going to do that.
Look, I don't want to be on this radio station advocating for street justice. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That doesn't fly everywhere.
No, it
no.
doesn't.
You know, if she's still alive, the woman who made that threat.
Mm-hmm.
I believe so. Yes.
She's fortunate. I'm just saying.
Oh, threats come out like that?
I'm just saying, like, once it takes it to that level, it's like, now I got to eliminate the threat.
Yeah.
You know, not that I'm just saying I'm a killer, but don't push me. You understand?
Well, it seems like
I like the way you put that.
It seems like Tari's in the same mind, which thankfully for everybody else involved. But yeah,
not the same mind as B. Scott.
You're right. You're right, B. Scott. Though I do hope that he finds the peace in that, because just having your life stable, I can only imagine what that does for your production at work, no matter what you're doing, especially if you're in a high leverage job like the National Basketball Association. So there you go. That's some of what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott?
It's a pleasure. I got more thoughts, but I'm gonna save them for the break.
I'm still thinking about that, man.
You know?
Note to self: don't cross B. Scott.
Just don't threaten to kill me. Do not threaten to kill me. I will take that very seriously.
What B. Scott say? You put my feet on you, I'm liable to kill you.
Just saying.
So yeah, man, that's something that you should have known. Don't trifle with B. Scott.
No kicking, no spitting, no threats on my life.
B. Scott's the same one that said if somebody spits in you, it's grounds to kill them.
Yeah.
I think it's justified. I would defend it in a court of law. Don't put me on the jury if you want your life. Justice is a little different in my eyes.
Things are coming together here, man. Things are starting to fall in place with B. Scott.
Understanding what's happening. Well, he's consistent, if nothing else, and I always appreciate that. Both in his thoughts, but also in joining us here in the 11 o'clock hour.
Indeed.
Right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get you some insight from the coaches after another day of training camp. Why not talk to Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans? You'll hear that next on Sports Radio 610.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after day one of Texans training camp. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Here on Sports Radio 610, day 3 of Houston Texans training camp down for the day. But let's hear from the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans, Nick Caley, who talked after practice today. You'll hear that now.
Well, I think, we got a healthy team right now and really trying to utilize everybody we can and, push the needle from where we left off in spring. Not just changes and tweaks to some of the offensive, schemes, but in addition, some of the stuff maybe we didn't get a chance to quite get to at the end of OTAs, still implementing those things. Usage of more, all of our personnel groups, for a variety of reasons. Obviously, get those guys on the field. I believe in being multiple, mixing those groups, and then obviously trying to get some guys in different spots and see what they can do so we can evaluate them, give them a chance to do more.
You have David Montgomery and
yep.
Woody Martin. I know what that could look like for you on paper, but on the field, how much do you see that envision of even playing some together?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're both really good players, and they both have really good off-season programs for us. So, yeah, I plan on using them, to say the least. But, I mean, they've done a good job just in the short term in training camp, but saw a lot of growth in the spring, too, from both of those guys. And I think they've done a really good job of just, improving Woody from year 1 to year 2. But same with Jaws. Same with Britt, and then, obviously Demo, he's all business, man. And he's a really, really good player. He's grounded as a runner, but he's a very good pass game player, and he's tough as nails in protection. So those guys have really fed off each other and just really pushed the needle and helped each other improve. I'm excited about them. I really am.
Part of effort has been placed upon.
Yeah, I missed the first part. I'm sorry.
How much of an assertive effort has been placed upon executing the screen game a little bit better this year?
The screen game?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're repping them, and I would say, like, just in year 2 alone, the frequency and pace of the volume of install has picked up drastically, so that's a big deal. I mean, any way we get an opportunity to complement some of those things and get guys to touch the ball in a variety of ways, that's what we'll certainly try to make a concerted effort to do that, and we have.
When you've seen an offense get put in, is year 2 the conversation about stuff pre-snap, is that typically something that hangs around into year 2?
I'll be honest.
It's been a big conversation point emphasis.
Sure, and I know where this question's coming from. I haven't been truly in year 2 at any place. I'd be making that up. No, so I came into New England. They were established. I didn't see what year 2 was. LA, I was there in 2023. Sean had been doing his thing. So everybody that I've spoken to, from a college standpoint, when I was coaching on defense, I've been a part of year 2s. There is definitely a higher level of understanding, the expectations fundamentally. You got a year of being, just completely entrenched in those meetings, practice reps, et cetera. So yes, the answer is from everybody that I've talked to and I've seen from my defense experience, 100%. And I've seen that now. I feel that now. Phase 2, year ago, you're teaching, what basic information is. What are some of the core routes? And then you're integrating, a handful of concepts a day. Phase 3, you build on it. I mean, this year, it was more than double in terms of the frequency. And that's a testament to our players, too, and our coaches doing a good job. But they did a great job of absorbing it, studying it, staying ahead, and going out here and bringing it to life on the field, and we got an opportunity. And it's the same thing, Cody, that we've seen here in training camp. This training camp's more situations mixed in earlier, I would say, than last year in terms of total situations, and definitely higher volume. And they've done a hell of staying on top of it and working through it.
Talking about the process of the huddle and getting plays in and stuff, what is the responsibility of, say, the coach and the players from when you call a play, CJ get the guys in and the other guys? How is that responsibility kind of divided out?
Well, I get the call in, based on the down distance, the field position, the situation. Everybody's got to get to the huddle. We got to get our subs in. So I'll communicate personnel once I know what the call is. We got to get in, and if there's a change in personnel. Okay, quarterback gets in the huddle. We got 11 in the huddle. He'll now recall and start to give the play to the players, okay? And then we've got to do a good job of breaking, getting out of the huddle, getting our feet set. That's the basic process that we go through, and that's what we've tried to enhance and just do a better job of just being more efficient, getting in and out of the huddle with better urgency, being mindful of getting that thing in earlier too. And I thought we did make a lot of progress from that standpoint throughout the season. We really did. The thing that killed us last year, as you guys all know, you guys asked me 1,000 questions, and I get where they're coming from, but like the pre-snap penalties and that shit, like that, there's no place for that. So we're on a crusade to eliminate those things every single day. Not where we want to be. Still have too many things here and there, but we're making progress, and we're working hard at it. And I think our communication has definitely improved.
I guess like the self-evaluation of it, like you go back and say, well, I thought I got the play in time, and you and CJ kind of have a conversation.
Yep.
Like, well, what went wrong here? How do you fix that?
Yeah, you first of all, you ask what the problem may have been, okay, whatever that may be, and then we just work to try to improve that from, again, a timeliness standpoint, trying to get in earlier from me to him, getting the huddle, and then being able to get them locked in so that we can get the play called. And then there's a variety of things. Is it crowd noise? Sometimes a guy might need it again. Sometimes things get shorted out. Okay, sometimes there's a switch in personnel that might delay if I want to switch. But those are all things that we try to clean up as we go, to answer your question.
How are you seeing things different with Jerry Smolinski coaching C.J. Stroud, at least early on, and what do you hope the impact is of him on C.J.?
Yeah, no, I mean, so Jerry obviously was here, with us last year, really handling all the meetings. He's handling all the meetings, doing a really good job. He has a great relationship with that room. I mean, he's a really good teacher. He's very practical. He's very even-keeled. He's a great listener as well, and has a great relationship with those guys. So I've known Jerry for a while. Jerry's as steady as they come. He's extremely bright, and he's extremely humble. And I appreciate, everything that he's about and what he brings to our staff, and I'm quite sure the quarterbacks do too.
Nick, your players are telling us they expect a more explosive offense.
Sure.
This year. How do you make that happen, and how does that help you when you don't have to drive in 12, 10 plays to get it into the
Oh, sure. Well, obviously the hunt for explosives reduces the drive, the chances of scoring go up. Okay, you hit it. You alluded to it. The biggest thing is, to me, okay, it's all 11, all right? It's getting a good play call in, okay, with what our expectations are based on certain down and distance situations, field zones, etc. And then really it's all 11. And I think a lot of people, okay, explosive, just chucking the ball down the field. To me, those come in a variety of ways, all right? In the run game, it's all 11 for all of these explosives. We've got to be able to get a hat on a hat. We got to know the intent of the play. The back's got to make a proper read. Okay, decisive. We got to get connected on the second and third levels, and we got to be able to set guys up and learn how to be able to play in space and get extra yards after contact, etc. And it's the same thing in the passing game. Okay, if you're talking about catch and run opportunities, same thing. That's where your ability to make guys miss. That's where the timing and being able to go through your progressions comes into play. And we talk about hunting up truly shots. Okay, down the field throws, protection. Okay. Being able to solidify that, being able to get proper depth, being able to read coverage the proper way, not just the quarterback. I'm talking skill players too, if there's an option on certain routes, etc. And then obviously, again, we're all of us working together. And I think the cleaner we can be, all right, the more consistent we can be, you'll see those start to manifest themselves as well.
On that note, Nick,
yeah.
What type of versatility do you have with this tight end group, with guys, how you can plug and play them in different situations and stuff?
Yeah, we got good versatility. We have a healthy room right now. And what I like about the tight ends, they're all conscientious. They're all tough. They all see the game. They all take a lot of pride in being on the same page and seeing it through the same set of eyes, starting with mic declarations, communication, to distribute blocks, activating maybe a hot or a sight adjustment in the pass game. They've been very conscientious about that. And they also give us some versatility to be able to play in YY wing sets, to be able to extend, to move guys into different positions, to facilitate two back run structures or two back presentations. So we've been working through a lot of different things. I'm very pleased with the progress they've made from top to bottom. James has done a really, really nice job with that room. So you got to keep growing, got to keep challenging, got to keep putting a lot on them and stress us out for the right reasons, and then be able to kind of solidify some things and refine things as we go.
Back on the field today for practice. What does that process look like to working him back into the field?
It brings joy. It brings joy to me. I mean, he's got, you guys know, he's got such a spirit about him. And I know he's worked really, really hard. And getting him out there, getting an opportunity to integrate himself, based on his plan has been great. And just keep bringing him along. But I mean, he brings a smile to my damn face every single day when I see him. You know how he is. He's awesome.
Do you have a specific role in mind for him, or you just kind of want to let the process flow?
Yeah, no, you can see his body of work speaks for itself. I think he's got good versatility. He can move around. He can build speed. He can do a lot of different things. He's got a versatile route tree, and he's highly competitive. So, I don't see a lot of restrictions on him.
How is this where Keelan is coming along, playing a position he didn't play in college?
Yeah, he's tough and he's smart, and he's his hardest critic. Sometimes you got to tell him, hey, man, I got it. Like, we just move on. But there's a lot on that guy's plate, the center in general, as you know. But he's doing a hell of a job. Cole does a great job with him. He's locked in. He's pushing himself every single day, and I just see continuous growth. And as long as, there's going to be mistakes for all of us, it's about continuous improvement, eliminating repeated mistakes and moving forward. And I see a lot of growth that's happening. I mean, he's all business, baby. I mean, he's all business, all ball, locked in, and I'm glad he's here.
I was talking to Keelan yesterday about getting reps at center and guard and what the biggest difference is. And he said, look, at center, you're the main guy kind of directing everything. And at guard, you're just more about receiving that and executing. But from your standpoint, is the biggest challenge going to be communication or the detail of technique as far as, snapping the ball and making sure, it's a game of bench, it's a game of half a second if you're late getting off and getting back to blocking and stuff. What's the biggest challenge there between
I would say just the mental piece of setting the table, I think that's obviously an uptick of responsibility than obviously playing guard. Communication is big for all of them, but exactly what you said is exactly what it is. So I think that piece of it, getting reps, which he did in the spring, which we're doing now, okay, that'll start to slow the game down the more reps we get into it. The physical piece, the great thing about, I would say, the way that we teach the fundamentals here, and Cole and I have a long history, and he does a great job, is there's not 1,000 different things we're trying to do. It's consistent, repeated execution of block technique and footwork. We're not trying to have 1,000 different things. So there is some carryover. Stance will change a little bit at center, certainly, than guard, but there's more carryover than you would think fundamentally.
Real quick, two-part on two rookies. On Keelan, what did you think when he blocked Aziz, Pro Bowl backer, and basically took him down? And just what have you seen from Marlon Klein so far? Thank you.
I mean, he's aggressive. So, you obviously want to keep our feet in certain situations, but it's easier to pull that back, in terms of just, but you never want to take that aggressiveness out of him. That's why we love that style of play, and we covet that. And Marlon, I'll tell you, he's a talented kid. He works his ass off. He's got a big runway out in front of him. Big, tough, can build good catch radius. Just trying to put him in positions to be able to get a lot of reps at the techniques that we're trying to get. And there's a lot at that position. I mean, you're involved in run game communication, okay, sub runs, base runs, extended from the formation. You're involved in pass protection. You're involved in route detail, route running, and not just inside the formation either. So we're bringing him along. He's working his ass off. He's doing a really nice job. I'm excited for those guys. Just keep it going.
Who plays and who doesn't? What goes into the process and who you lean on, who makes the decision of who is on the field on offense and who isn't?
Yeah, I think, from the top down, D'Amico's the head coach. So ultimately, like when we talk, we always talk roster. That's a continuous conversation, throughout the year. And then I think, the guys that play are the guys that earn opportunities through showing that they can do it on the field and being consistent with that. And we're trying to, find the most consistent, competitive group that we can put together, and that's through the body of work that you put out there. And so trying to take those things from the meeting to the field, seeing what it looks like on the field, and letting us have as much competition as we can. And then I think, like anything else, in my experience, I believe that it'll manifest itself over a wide body of window here in the, call it in the next month here in training camp. But we'll always have conversations about that as a staff. And then certainly there's input. We talk as a staff offensively in our room just about the growth and the development of the guys. But then we talk as a big picture organization too with D'Amico.
Yesterday, David Montgomery talked about how, we know where the defense is.
Yeah.
As far as, when anybody talk about Houston Texans, they talk about the defense first. They want the offense to be able to match that to that top 5 concept.
Yep.
When you step back after last season, this offseason, what did you see where you can improve and how much you can help CJ improve, especially in this offense? Maybe him being able to do some of the things just off of basic attributes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, just as a big picture, are you asking just from a big picture offensive perspective, too? Yeah, eliminating self-inflicted wounds, penalties, pre-snap errors, okay? Eliminating that. Like, don't beat ourselves, all right? Playing with a quieted mind and being able to out there and execute at a high level, okay? And that is playing clean football and doing it consistently. That was our challenge last year. We needed to be more consistent, and that's been the charge all offseason. Like, we're not going back and living that world, okay? Play clean, play with great fundamentals, play with precision and great execution, and be able to cut it loose. And then when you talk about with CJ, you know, just the comfort level, as we went through a year and you have more and more dialogue and more time on task and more exposure, try to find the things that we do well that suit our players that he's comfortable with. There's not anything that we put in a game plan. We talk throughout the week during the season, you know, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and those quarterbacks will know too, especially in that room, that it's an open forum. They have the right and to voice any comfort level with this play. I love this play. I'm not as comfortable with this play, and here's why. Can we tweak this? Can we, you know? And we communicate, and that starts with communication, and that's what it is, and understanding each other. And we work really hard on that. Like, I got a great relationship with CJ. I love the guy. He's worked really hard this spring, and just trying to continue to build it and tailor it and just be more comfortable as a unit and have great dialogue and good communication and be transparent about things. So, sure, I mean, there's a handful of calls every single game. I was told this a long time ago by a mentor of mine, like, you're going to want back. Like, it's about learning from those opportunities. It's about looking at the big picture and how can I grow and how can I learn. So I'm always trying to do that. I don't have any ego in this, and trying to put our guys in the best position to be at our best, and that's what we're trying to do always.
That's Nick Caley talking to the assembled media. Now let's hear from the defensive coordinator of the Houston Texans, Matt Burke, here on Sports Radio 610.
Actually, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, John Lopez. That was Nick Caley, you just heard, offensive coordinator, talking after practice today, day 3 of Houston Texans training camp 2026. Pretty light walkthrough, but some really interesting things from the offensive coordinator. Let's talk a little bit about those next as we get into our lunchtime confessions.
How is C.J. Stroud
wrong. Like you are going Saquon. Come on, it's Saquon Barkley.
That's the thing that I was found fascinating about this was the idea that Saquon fixed his lips to even think or to say this, or like that he had even thought this. Saquon Barkley was already being considered one of the greatest running backs or one of the at least great running backs before he even made it to the Eagles. We were looking over at the Giants like, damn, y'all are failing an incredible player.
Yes.
Then he gets to the Eagles and we see what he can do when he has a serious operation around him.
Super Bowl,
right?
Everything else.
And then you have this one play that's like, yeah, cool. It just felt like a personification of his greatness. And I would like to see the sports fan that looks at Saquon Barkley and goes, one-trick pony.
Yes.
Like, I would like to meet that person because they're an insane person.
It's not like when you go to a concert, you said Eagles. I'll use that. You go see the Eagles, okay?
Oh, okay.
The band. And they go, hey, everybody. Excuse me. Hey, everybody. We're going to play nothing but new stuff today. No. Nobody wants to see that. Look, you can have that image at all the card shows, at all your events, and sign it. And nobody's going to, say what you said. Like, yeah, well, him and Billy Ray Cyrus, it's not the same thing. He's not a one-hit wonder. I think he's doing it wrong. Own it, man.
Yep. So in listening to Nick Caley, which you just did here on Sports Radio 610, I keep coming back to the idea that maybe, just maybe, and honestly, J-Lo, I'm going to start from the front side.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to be honest, I think that this is a little bit of hopium, but I think this is hopium that we can all get behind and inject into our veins.
Mm-hmm.
They probably didn't have, the Texans that is, probably didn't have too much opportunity, or they were probably, odds were stacked against them to be as explosive as they wanted to be. Because did you hear Nick Caley describe the different things that he feels like is necessary to get an explosive? And I don't think he's wrong. He's like, hey man, we got to get a hat on a hat. We got to make sure that everybody is pushing the same direction, whether it's passing, obviously protection, and everybody's receiver have to read the protections in the way that Nico Collins was talking about. He listed out three different avenues where you want explosives and all the things that have to go right. And I was like, yeah, no, that makes sense. That none of these guys, and it felt like some of it was particular to systems. Some of it is obviously in order to have a really big play, you need everybody to be playing well. But it feels like so much in this system requires everyone to hit right, which don't love that, honestly, but it does feel like they have a better opportunity to have more plays where everybody's doing the right thing and pulling the right direction this year rather than last year. So I guess I'm in this weird place where I'm like, damn, I feel like everything should not have to go right for these explosives to happen. However, I am leaning into the hopium that, this is probably a better circumstance for them to be able to do that in 2026 rather than they did in 2025.
I kind of agree if that's a possibility, simply because the one thing that, we heard Rod Wright earlier, he joined us live at training camp, is, sometimes you just got to kind of let the great players be great. He told some other players, well, you're not Danielle Hunter, so don't try to be. Do what we ask you. You're not, you're not Will Anderson. So I see what you're saying. They have the ingredients, but you also need those supreme talents, to be able to be explosive. You have Nico, and then,
And let me ask this as a question. I guess on a scale of 1 to 5, how capable or how much do you think that this offense facilitates the opportunity for the great players to just be great in moments?
It's a good question. I think it's the question if you're talking about being an explosive team. Again, you have Nico. Do you facilitate Hank get into some of those spots, presuming health? Some of these Jaden Higgins. I mean, I think those are probably the top 3 candidates, for explosive plays outside of David Montgomery.
Yeah, I was like, you're thinking in the pass game still, though.
Yeah, outside of David Montgomery. I think it's fair to wonder that, because you got to put these guys in position to make those plays. And I think, given their offense, they're more like, let's get them as they come.
Yeah, something I'm often pretty judgmental about is offenses that just depend on individual brilliance, or anything in sports that's just like, we don't really have much of a plan. That guy's just going to go be great. Right. That can't be the whole plan. However, it almost feels like they've over-indexed the other way, or overcorrected, where it's like, you'll be great, but do it within what we're doing here. And that feels like that's not quite the right way to do it either.
I agree. We're talking about Saquon, so, just keep giving him the ball. He'll get you 3 and 4 yards. He'll also get you 70 at some point.
These are my confessions.
All right, this confession is very much training camp and Texans related. I really think one player tomorrow is going to be the focus of all our attention come Monday. Tomorrow being Saturday, the public practice, and they're going to be live
Can I say this for the benefit of the audience?
What's that?
You said tomorrow being Saturday, and I don't think you did that just to say it.
Yeah.
I think you did it for my benefit.
Yes, I did.
Because earlier, producer Aaron or engineer Aaron was like, "Hey, I'll see you tomorrow, right?" And I was like, "No, I think I'll see you Saturday." And he's like, "Yeah, those are the same thing."
That would be tomorrow.
So I don't know what day it is. Just wanted to make that clear
That
to
would
the
be
audience.
tomorrow.
That's why I said tomorrow is Saturday, just to help me out personally.
But I think that one player is Caden McDonald. I think what we have seen so far is just hints of explosiveness. Now, he's been a dominant player, obviously, in college. But of all the players, defensively, we know what we're going to get from some of the stars. We know what we're going to get. Offensively, we know one that could, maybe that's the way I should put it, the one that could turn the most heads tomorrow, it's not going to be Keelan Rutledge. He's on the interior offensive line. I think the one that could turn the heads the most tomorrow is going to be Caden McDonald, and I'm really excited to see what happens.
Yeah, it's possible. Especially, well, here's the thing: they're not going to be in full pad yet. I think that's when
you'll see him in the backfield. Maybe you'll see him, making a big push.
Maybe so. I think that Rod Wright is right. His power is going to show up when you have an opportunity to really go mano a mano. Now, maybe it does, and if it does, that'll be so damn fun to watch. Although. I think I will take that in the negative where I go, hey, man, what's wrong with the offensive line where y'all getting whooped like this? I see this on the text line who says, I love the way Jalen Noel is being overlooked locally and nationally. Buddy, he's not practicing right now. What do you mean he's being overlooked locally? We've talked about him being like the fastest receiver and the opportunity for him to also have explosives across the middle of the field. But he's on the NFI list right now. He's active, like his fingers are wrapped up, man. Like there's only so much that we can do in this moment about what he's doing. Nationally, I actually think that there are people, especially that have a lot of interest in what he can be.
Well,
I wouldn't say
keeping
that
an eye
he's
on
overlooked.
him. I mean, he's one of those like watch this. See how it plays out. I think that's where Jalen Noel is right now. Jaden Higgins, on the other hand, getting much more. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Again, going back to what Nick Caley was talking about, I got to be honest. I don't have a ton of encouragement though in the process of getting plays in. I don't even know how much insight I have into what went wrong last year because it was clear there was way too many instances in which they got to the line, the play clock was ticking all the way down, and you're going, this is not a path to success. Well, obviously you heard it. Nick Caley was asked about, hey, how do you make that better? And he just basically went through the process of, well, I'll decide what the play is, then we get the personnel, then they have to huddle it up, then they have to break it, and we're working on making that faster. And I'm like, okay. Sure.
Yeah.
I probably could have assumed those things. But how does it actually change?
Will it?
We just make it faster.
Yeah.
And so this feels like, I hope so. Like that's all I got is I hope it gets faster, but I don't know. And to be fair, I don't know what he could have said that would have absolutely made me like, yeah, we've shifted this or we've changed this in our process to make sure that it goes faster. Maybe that would have made me feel better. That's not what he said.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, hopefully they all get faster at that, which that doesn't feel like much of anything to me personally, not that they have to prove it to me.
That's also one of the things that we really won't get a good feel. It's on the list of things we really won't get a good feel for just how much they've improved at that until like 4 or 5 games into the regular season. Because at training camp, cool. We don't really know how good they are at that. Even preseason games, while you get a better feel for it, the personnel groupings are in and out, and there's new personnel on just, on so many different plays. It won't be until the regular season until we see, okay, they are better at this. And that's frankly, that's one of the big stories. Their words, one of the big stories of the offseason to get better at that.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Oh, we're good on confessions?
Yeah.
All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Training camp day 3 in the books. More of a walkthrough. And it feels like it sets up for what should be a fun Saturday open practice at the start of August. The start of a real football month of the season.
August 1st,
here in Sports Radio 610. Or rather, here in Houston on Sports Radio 610. Yes, I say that just to remind folks. Go ahead and get that mortgage. Go ahead and get that rent together, baby. It's coming tomorrow. All right, you're in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we didn't get to do it yesterday, so I figured why not bring it back for Friday. Let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We do that next.
What kind of impact Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed, you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Friday is going well. We're about to go do a little buy or sell here in a second, so play along on the text line 713-572-4610. But before we get there, hey. We haven't talked about this. Yeah, sorry. That is how I kick my brain into doing stuff. Hey, we didn't talk about the fact that the Texans have been working some people out reportedly. Because I know that somebody on the text line was asking, like, should Houston consider wide receiver, defensive end? And it seems like the places where they are actually looking at possibly adding to the roster at this very point are linebacker, which makes sense, right, when you see that Jake Hansen goes down. Although it does seem like the things that we got back, the immediate information we got back is that it's seemingly they believe it to be less serious than initially thought. Now, again, how much serious we'll ultimately see. But there's that. So linebacker seems to make sense. But also running back? There was a few of them that the Texans worked out. Now, no immediate signings, but Evan Anderson was a name, Hassan Haskins, Alexander Madison, and Montrell Washington. All names that it seems like they worked out. What do you make of seeing that the Texans, obviously linebacker you get into, but also seemingly still looking at possible running backs to add to the room?
Yeah, none of these are going to be, headline grabbers, so to speak, on a national scale.
There just aren't any of those out there.
There's none out there, but it does... I've been a little bit worried, might be a little bit too much, but uncomfortable with the running back depth the entire offseason. And I feel like they need it. You're one injury away, knock on wood, as they say, but from having Woody Marks and then probably Jawar Jordan and who knows, as your running back. So I don't mind it. I mean, kick the tires on whatever you can find.
Yeah.
And let's see on these rookies, too.
I vividly remember, I don't know, was it a couple weeks ago, saying, like, okay, if they were to look at a running back, I don't remember what caused the conversation. It might have been you expressing that similar sentiment. And I was like, all right, let me see who the free agent running backs are. And
there's not a lot.
I think the best one out there is probably Nick Chubb, and been there, done that, right? Now, maybe that's one where you can always go back home, right? Yeah. But I was like, all right, been there, done that. I saw Alexander Madison. I went and looked at it, and I was like, all right, I guess, but even still, that's not one that like gets the juices flowing in any way, shape, or form. And there you go. That's how you come up with the names that are ultimately there. So I think that some of this is just the Texans doing their due diligence consistently. But I think there's a lot of positions where you go, hey, are you going to do some due diligence so it feels like there's something, I don't want to say urgent, but something that they're actively looking for.
Or at least perusing, window shopping.
Sure.
One of those things.
Is this one of those, like, I know that I might need to buy another computer in the next year or so, so I'm just going to keep looking.
And then what do you end up doing? You end up going ahead and buying that damn new thing.
You think so?
Most people
not everybody.
I don't want one right now, but I'm going to start looking, and all of a sudden it's at your house.
I don't know, man. You must not, see, this is the thing, Bryson. 8-sack Bryson sitting in for Figgy Fig today. What I need you to understand is Lopez got money.
No, he doesn't.
Lopez got OG sauce money. He got journalism money, which is oxymoronic.
Yes, it is.
But he's got all this money. Me, when I'm like, hey, I've been looking for a new laptop for over a year at this point, and I ain't pulled the trigger yet.
Sounds like Amazon knows John's address on speed dial right there.
They know exactly.
That they do. No, that they do.
How much of that is you and how much is that your wife?
Yes.
All right, very good.
Yes.
All right, let's do a little bit of buy or sell right quick here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is the number to play.
All right, so this first buy or sell, tell me if you're buying or selling.
Okay.
I'm not talking behind his back because I legitimately looked him in his eyes when he joined us yesterday and said, nah, you're lying. Or something to that effect.
You did say that.
Nico Collins said he doesn't know about White Boy Wednesday in the Texans weight room. Now, if you don't know, haven't heard what White Boy Wednesday is, the playlist becomes... I guess the only way to put it is white boyish.
I was like, we never even got like a full accounting of that, and that's my fault. I probably should have talked about
this.
Yes, we got a playlist that is at least one of the ones that is utilized by the Texans. I did that.
Pearl Jam, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there was definitely some stuff in there. In fact, Figgy has been utilizing that playlist on White Boy Wednesdays when we do it here in the loop. And so,
he said he doesn't know.
Yeah, he said he doesn't know, and here's the thing. I really want to buy it. I want to buy it in that Nico is just, focused on his own thing. I can't though. Music matters to just people of a certain age in our society. Like I think we got to a place where dudes and people in general just use their headphones all the time. Hell, today you saw David Montgomery. Did you see him when he was walking off the field? Wired headphones. Wired headphones.
Good move. Good strong
You think
move.
so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Better
all right.
sound.
And so, yeah, man, I think that he cares about the music. Maybe he's just one of those guys that has his own headphones when he's lifting, but I think he knows. I mean, the fact that Aziz said it to us in a press conference at one point means that at least they talk about it a little bit. This is a thing that is known enough for them to have a name for it.
Yeah.
So Nico having that what'd you say moment?
Yeah, he was like, oh, really? That's a thing?
Didn't sell me.
Didn't sell me either. I respect his political correctness there, but
that was the thing that came across.
Yeah.
I
was like, oh, really?
Not only do I think he knows that it happens, I think that it might not be his favorite day to work out.
Maybe not. But and it's also a locker room. I mean, there are not a lot of secrets when it comes to stuff like that in the locker room, like what's playing and and all that stuff.
Yeah, who gets the aux is one of those things that is very much discussed amongst people. Yeah.
All right, are you buying or are you selling? Jackson says doesn't bother him at all that he's ranked number 69 on the NFL Top 100, which is of course nice.
Huh. You know what's funny? I didn't see this comment from Lamar Jackson.
So it doesn't really bother me.
It makes sense that he would have been asked about it. I will buy this because Lamar Jackson got bigger fish to fry. That's a dude who is trying to reach another level, now doing so with another offensive coordinator, one who has not done that before in Declan Rice, a new head coach in that circumstance after a head coach who is well entrenched in that system. And quiet as it's kept, back in the contract year, Lamar Jackson. So you remember that last time he was in a contract year where they transition tagged him, and then a whole bunch of teams around the league lied and said that they didn't want Lamar Jackson as their quarterback? He's back in one of those circumstances again. I feel like he's got bigger fish to fry than the NFL Top 100, listening to him lower than he should be.
He does have bigger fish to fry, including team and individual, fish, so to speak. But he is also very much, as you illustrated there with his last, little contract situation, or one of them, he's a big chip on the shoulder guy. And I think I'm selling it. I think it's been talked about in the locker room, speaking of which. And I'm going to sell it. I think it does bother him to the point of motivation. All right. Are you buying or selling this? Josh Allen said, we've all seen the Nickel City jerseys, uniforms.
Yes.
Getting torched.
If you haven't, there's the Bills, the rivalry edition, and they are gray. I would say like silver, but it's not silver. It is just gray uniforms, and then they have a blue helmet that has that red kind of stripe that you see in that Buffalo Bill logo. Yeah, and it's not congruent. It doesn't look good together, but it is really flat. It looks, honestly, I heard someone describe it as such. It looks like the uniform of a MAC team in college football.
It really does. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like Boise State almost.
Boise State looks better than that.
Boise State does look better.
How dare you? Boise State has always been a champion of being a smaller school, but is looking pretty good when they put it together.
What is happening with the helmet here?
They're trying to do. You know how the Eagles do the Kelly Green helmet with the wing? They're trying to do that, except with that little weird. What do we even call that? That little flash that comes out of that buffalo on the Bill logo.
Yeah, I don't
Who the hell designed that? Did we ever talk about that
again?
Why that looks like that?
What are they doing with the helmet? Is my question. Anyway, I haven't even gotten to buy or sell yet.
My bad. That's my fault.
It's both of our bads. He said on the Nickel City criticism, I like them. They're cool.
I will sell, but I understand why this happens.
Yeah.
This is a dynamic in football that I I find very fascinating. How quarterbacks become middle management,
Yeah.
And so the quarterback,
he is a company man.
He's middle management.
Yeah.
Like this is we've all been in that situation where your manager is in middle management. They're trying to come and sell you on this thing that clearly corporate did.
Yeah.
That they had no choice, but they're like, hey, I got to rally the troops. This is Josh Allen, middle management, rallying the troops around an ugly-ass jersey that the Bills got to wear.
I got the whole quote here because you could almost, and you have to hear it, and I know you will. He says, stop hating on jerseys. They're great. I like them. They're cool.
When has that ever worked, mind you? When there's a whole bunch of dissent coming up and be like, hey, guys, stop hating that. When has that ever worked?
Still trying to figure out what the helmet is all about here, but you'll see him. Puka Nacua said that, quote, there have been things this offseason that don't reflect who I am.
I'm going to sell this, and it's not even about Puka himself. I absolutely hate when anybody really, athletes or otherwise, does this where they go, the things that I have done don't reflect who I am. Well, then what does?
You know that thing I did? Not me.
You know? And sometimes I'm sure it's true, right? This was out of my typical character.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, you got to show me that. That's not something that you can tell me. And so in those instances, all right, fine, I'll let you rock, but go ahead and show me how that's the case. I really hope that he's right in that, though. That being out here biting people on the
Did
chest
you see
or the shoulder. Yes,
the picture of the bite mark,
buddy. I haven't had better bite marks than when I'm
at
going
the
in
dentist.
at the dentist.
Yeah, it looked like a mold, like you're getting a full whatever braces or something.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So
it was wild,
and the wild stuff that has happened. I'm like, nah, man, you gonna have to own this. Like the idea that this does not reflect you. There was a number of things that happened this offseason. I need you to operate in such a way where you move this away from the case, because this absolutely feels like a reflection.
All right. Are you buying or selling this? Oregon quarterback Dante Moore said, I did not stay to avoid the Jets.
I am. Ooh, that's interesting.
I don't know. I might be leaning the other way.
I'm selling that, though. Even if you should, it was a good side effect of your decision there. Yeah, supposedly he had unfinished business with Oregon and everything, and I'm just sitting here like, go get your money, young fella.
Yeah.
But I can't blame you if you look at the Jets and go, not only right now do they not look like they're bound to win, we all know that is a woeful organization for ownership on down.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that I believe very strongly, quarterback success, at least in decently large part, is due to situation. That is one where you're not setting yourself up for a winner. Hell, the Super Bowl champion started with the Jets and looked like he could not be a quarterback in this league. Yeah, man, keep me away from that.
I think you make a strong argument, but for some reason I want to buy it, and I think the biggest part of that reason is it's a lot easier to to go back and for your unfinished business when you go back and get $7 million too. You're not going to get the NFL contract, but he's getting $7 million. He's getting $7 million. It's a lot easier to have that on you. Okay, go ahead.
Do you think I just wanted to ask a question. Do you think he's in a better situation this year going into the draft, knowing that this is a year that looks like it might have 4 or 5 first-round quarterbacks? Because, he would be, out there and he'd be one of the top guys, if not the top guy in this past draft. Is it kind of better to be in a loaded quarterback draft because inherently there might be a better team that can get you later on in the draft?
Yeah, maybe.
Later on in the first round, even?
Maybe. Or if you do still have your eyes on going number one, Oregon is going to be dang. They're favored above Indiana in the Big Ten.
I hadn't seen the Big Ten preseason.
The only team ranked higher than them in the Big Ten, it goes Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana.
Was this that was getting after the preseason polls, though?
No, he was getting after the SEC.
I was getting after the SEC.
He was getting after the SEC.
We're
not whiny.
All the preseason stuff has kind of merged together. There was one of these coaches, and I apologize for not remembering which, that was like, so why are we even abiding by preseason polls? And he has a point.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Year to year now, we are further away than we've ever been from year to year success being, tied together. So many people are transferring and portaling and all of this. And so how am I supposed to use a preseason poll that looks at what you had last year, trying to see returning production, except half of your production might be portaled in, and going, well, now I will power rank this conference. I can't blame him. Can't blame him for that one.
All right, I got one more for you here.
All right, thank you.
And the only reason I put it on buy or sell is because he sounded very convincing. It seems to be that it would be very convincing, but just keep in mind who said it. The quote is zero debate. The player is Aaron Rodgers saying there will be zero debate. This will be my last season. It seemed so easy to buy.
Yeah, and I'm going to.
But do you?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it.
It is Aaron Rodgers.
I'm gonna buy it. I mean, the last couple of offseason, it's been a little bit of pulling teeth to see if he was going to come back. That only gets harder every other year that you are removed from that. So I'll buy that. He also seems to have mellowed a little bit. We'll see if that changes at all with
got married.
The way he did.
Got his family back somewhat. It seems like. By the way, how does no one still know who he married?
Maybe that's right. Maybe he learned. Keep them out of the public eye.
How does that happen in today's world? No one knows who he married. It's crazy.
God bless him.
Absolutely crazy.
She might be on the ayahuasca retreat still.
Well,
maybe that's or what was the sensory chamber thing that he did as well?
That was it.
He's got so many weird things that he's done.
It's because he's weird, Reggie.
You know what?
That's because he is weird.
You put it so simply.
Weird people do weird things.
And that is very fair. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's a little buy or sell on the program. Coming up next, we get to the final hour of the program for the day. I just said coming up next. Can you tell I've been outside and I'm hot?
What's next?
Yeah. Coming up next, John Lopez. We're setting up for a big Saturday open practice. What are the things that we are most looking forward to see? Also, something that another quarterback said, how does it tie into maybe here with Houston? We'll talk about it next.
Reset your preset. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice guy. Yet another day of Houston Texans training camp 2026. OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig has the day off, but appreciation to Bryson Scruggs for holding us down on the ones and twos. Bryson, that you should know is referred to on this program as 8-sack Bryson because he once had 8 sacks. Was that in a game?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Caden had 7, and I just had to one-up him.
By the way, he said that was real nonchalant name dropping. That's Caden McDonald, the newest defensive tackle for the Texans. He did indeed play with Bryson in high school. So we got Georgia high school royalty in the building. We appreciate you, my guy, for helping us out. So let's talk more about training camp because it rolls on tomorrow. After today, more of a little bit of a walkthrough, but it rolls on tomorrow. What are you most excited to see, especially coming off of today and the observations that we made here?
Look, I mentioned it, during confessions, and actually, Bryson, I do want to 8-sack Bryson. I do want to bring you in on this.
Thank you for that,
because I said I am most excited to see. And I think part of it is the video that was making the rounds yesterday. Him working through. I think Seth retweeted it, working through some dummies, and just a bolt of lightning at that size. Going through the dummies and his moves, and he did a little Euro step, even trying to get past one. How good was he in high school compared to everyone? Because you played at a high-level high school, a state championship team in Georgia, for those who don't know. Was it still, even at that level, that obvious?
Yes. So Gwinnett County, just so people know, it has the home of Caleb Downs. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy, where it's the highest classification in Georgia, just to give you an idea. Caden McDonald was playing ways, only guy on the team doing that, and he was running the ball. They were handing him the ball 10 to 15, sometimes even 20 carries a game, and he was a load. He was like Refrigerator Perry out there, just plowing through people.
Hold on. Can I press pause on you here, Bryson?
Go ahead.
Why the hell are we looking for running backs? Throw Caden over there.
There we go. You got Caden.
Absolutely. Get him in goal line. Get him in short yardage. He'll do it. He's got the experience.
Hey, we may have stumbled upon something here, by the way. Let's put a pin in that for sure, especially at the goal line.
When are we talking to Nick Haley again?
Yeah, no kidding.
Nick, I got you a running back, big dog.
But, yeah, so you played with him, and really it wasn't even that long ago, if we're being honest. So, anyway, in terms of tomorrow and training camp and it's going to be quote unquote about as live as you can get so far.
It does seem like that's the case, yeah.
Yeah, and so they haven't officially said it, but it seems that's generally the case on that first Saturday practice. So he's priority number one for me in terms of I can't wait to see just those hints like we saw in that one video.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I think I've seen him kind of operating more with twos, which makes sense, right? Obviously, you got Rankins, you have Togiai, those guys have a level of deference that you probably should give to them with the production that they have, especially this early on in the year. It might set up very well for him to flash, as you mentioned, right? Going especially if he's going up against twos, which I imagine could probably be the case. You know, one thing that I'm very interested in, J-Lo, and I've kind of hinted towards that with my pet cat draft and who I've talked about a little bit, and obviously the injury yesterday only accelerates this, is the linebacker room, especially with it being live. I think that's going to matter with Jake Hansen obviously going down to injury. Now we did get a little bit of reporting that says that maybe it's not as substantial as it was once thought, the injury that he had to his foot yesterday, but we still are waiting to see what the full extent is of the information on that injury that happened at camp on day 2. But I mean, I don't think I've seen Jake Hummel around. I think they're running with probably about 6 or 7 guys, and the only 2 that I'm confident in right this moment are the 2 that play: Azeez Al-Shire, Henry To'oTo'o.
No, you're right. Your linebacker is definitely big time, because even though this defense is great, we know what they can do. We expect them to be top defense, in the league. You can only hide linebackers, especially in coverage, for so long. And so, it's going to be really important. That's a good one.
Yeah, and I think E.J. Speed he held down a role that was important, right? The ability to play fast and physical, especially when they got into into that base defense, which was a little bit bigger than that big nickel that they typically run out. I think you need somebody that you can trust to do that, in addition to the other things that might pop up. And as of right now, I don't know that anybody has separated themselves, and that's not just my observations. That is kind of trying to poke and prod amongst some of our colleagues in the media and what they've seen, and nobody's been able to tell me that they feel like anybody has separated themselves in that group beyond the top 2. So this will be a great opportunity right in front of the fans, and with live action, I imagine probably more team than we saw in the first couple of days to cater to those fans. I think that I'm going to be very interested in seeing which of the linebackers can maybe even maybe not separate themselves, but step to the front of the line group.
Yeah, and we're not forgetting about C.J. Stroud, because we all know that's going to be the overreaching story.
I don't think I'm familiar.
But even at that, my version of your linebacker concern is, as we mentioned already on the show, running back. Particularly tomorrow, we're so early in camp. There is no depth chart to speak of, but there are rotations that you see out there. Just, who else is really seemingly either establishing themselves or getting the opportunity behind, Woody Marks and David Montgomery. Jawar Jordan seems to be the guy, but, watching the running back room is going to be, I can't emphasize it enough how important it's going to be for a team that says, flat out from the day their season ended last year, we want to run the ball. This week, D'Amico Ryan said, it was clear we didn't run the ball well enough last year. I mean, that's bookending the end of last season to the start of this season. Run the ball is the priority.
It's funny that you mentioned this, because I think the way that you split it might be a little bit off from the way that they are. You go David Montgomery, Woody Marks. I think that Jawar Jordan is in that group of there.
Like I said, right now he would be the one I would look at.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit closer. Hearing Nick Caley, who we played a little bit earlier in the program, he talked about it, and he was asked about Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan. He's like, it's clear the uptick that they've had over the spring and in the offseason. So I think that they probably feel comfortable about those 3 and are trying to figure out the remainder, although, as we mentioned, they have been working out some running backs, so maybe there is a little bit more of trying to find something else on the back end there. Funny enough, I actually was thinking about running backs too, but it's not necessarily about the actual running of the football, which I know sounds wild, because as you mentioned correctly, that is a big facet of what they're doing. It's more about actually getting the ball to them in the air. It's clearly been something they've been trying to do. Nick Caley also kind of emphasizes how they want to kind of be multiple. They want to have very different ways of operating offensively, and they didn't do that as well in year 1. Clearly, there's an effect in year 2. Just how far does that go is something that I'm very intrigued to see. I don't know how much we will get an idea for that. I know that this team does not love the idea of the open practice and how far that information can go. So I don't know that they will put too much on tape necessarily. But it does feel like they're putting a concerted effort to get the ball to these guys out of the backfield. And I want to see how that continues to progress, including tomorrow.
Who's tight end 3?
That is a good question.
And that's one we're going to be watching all training camp long. Foster Moreau is going to be a very important part of this offense.
I wonder how much they're even doing that specifically as tight end 3, because maybe multiple.
Maybe rotating.
Maybe multiple is even too much to overuse. But Nick Haley seems to, and not just Nick Haley. I remember as far back as Super Bowl Radio Row, Dalton Schultz talking about it. They seem to come to the tight end room from the perspective of, hey, it's less about 1, 2, 3 and more about different skill sets.
Yeah.
This is the blocking guy. This is the guy who's possession. This is the guy who's the speed guy. This is the guy that provides this other thing entirely. And you can kind of see that with the way that they have constructed the tight end room, right? And when I say the blocking guy, who am I talking about?
Well, Cade Stover.
Or Foster Moreau.
I was going to say, or Foster Moreau, because he's going to be he's tight end too, for sure.
It feels like that's the case. When I talk about the possession guy, who am I talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about Brevin Jordan and Dalton Schultz.
Right, like there's different skill sets. If we're talking about somebody who maybe possesses more of the speed and ability to attack deep on the field, I think Brevin probably fits in there as well. Maybe Marlon, depending on how he comes across.
We don't know what he is.
I don't at least. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I don't necessarily. And so those are things that I hope to see over the course of training camp. And maybe tomorrow will be one of those days where you get an opportunity to see more of that as well. That's a fair point.
Now, let's not bury the lead anymore that we've already buried it. Not just in terms of what we see in terms of progress with the getting in and out of huddles and all that stuff. Just C.J. Stroud needs a good day. It's insignificant in the grand scheme. But there's going to be fans there, man. There's going to be 2,500, 3,000 fans there. There's going to be a lot of posts. There's going to be a lot of social media. He just needs to come out and show his teammates, himself, his fans, us, that things are crisper. It is behind him. It's meaningless in the grand scheme. We won't even be talking about, hey, do you remember the first, but for now, he needs that sort of validation.
Yeah, and if I can be entirely honest, right, it's awesome to be able to broadcast out at the Houston Methodist Training Center. It's a little bit harder for us to see some of the team activities. Saturday is going to be a great time for me to see it very clearly. And that operation stuff that we're talking about, I want to see just how much of a command that shows up. And it's going to be in front of everybody a little bit more. There's going to be the eyes, and I don't want to do too much on painting the picture of pressure because,
right, he just, like I said, he just needs a good day.
He played at Ohio State, as he will tell you, right? Like the idea of pressure might be a little bit overrated in this circumstance, but I want to see, as the stakes are bumped a little bit, how does the control of the offense look a little bit more up close and personal in some of those team circumstances? Plus, I don't know, did you see this? Because I saw this noted. The Texans on their social media, they do a good job of trying to put a little nuggets for the fans from training camp practices, and there was a cut up of the quarterbacks doing something simple, just like a quick, I don't even know if it was a 3-step drop, but a nice boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
And it was kind of interesting to see how CJ goes, Davis goes, Graham goes, and they all the footwork looks exactly the same. And now it's a pretty quick step thing, so maybe it's just this is what happens, but it felt like maybe a positive in the direction of the quarterback coach and what they're doing there, making those things a lot more modular, a lot more similar towards the end of, obviously, the mechanics on the back end is a good pass.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. Just for everyone's sake, needs to have that day. Now, the other thing with CJ and tomorrow is the thing about training camp. They try to keep a lot of things under wraps. You can't really, you don't really want to talk about a lot of things or video a lot of things, but you only have a certain number of reps. So you are going to have to, practice some things that are just going to be out there, such as, how many, what does their offense look like in terms of passing game, short routes. We're talking day before yesterday about, they kept the pass game pretty simple. Are they going to have some plays where they take some shots? Is there going to be 12 and 13 personnel on the field? Like they can't hide that. That's going to be something that they have to practice. So it's going to be see how they set up their offense in terms of alignments and, like I said, blocking as a tight end. Some of their offensive throwing to the running backs out of the backfield. You have to practice those things, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do that.
Yeah, I agreed. Yeah. Very much want to see all those things. Excited for yet another day of practice, maybe even more so after what was a little bit more of a lighter day today. Someone did ask, though, what's the punting battle look like? And, as of right now, it looks like they're out there punting. You know what I mean? Like, I will say, it doesn't. There's nothing that has made me feel so strongly about one or the other over either of them.
Not
and it's
really.
Not, and
not
it's also
yet.
it's also not. I don't feel passionately about both of them together. Right? It's not like, oh man, both of these guys are great, and it doesn't even matter which one you pick. I'm not there yet either. And so, I guess another day of kind of glancing over at the punters all practice long is also in the cards for me at the very least. I don't know how much the average fan will be looking over there as well. All right, I want to get to this real quick. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. Baker Mayfield did something that I think you took note of, right? Baker Mayfield is at training camp for the Buccaneers, and he has not gotten a contract. I think the reporting was that he was offered a 2-year deal.
Yeah, around $50 million, but low guarantees and some incentives and stuff. It really, to be honest, it really didn't fit his body of work.
At least that's the way that he felt. This is Baker Mayfield talking about that circumstance.
Obviously, I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa. It being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after thinking you've earned it. This is not a poor me thing. There's a lot of other people that have it way worse off, but I can sit here and look at other quarterbacks and peers and evaluate myself based on that and put myself in certain categories that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think.
Look, I thought he handled it absolutely perfectly. If you're going to go down that road, and that road being, I want to tell people why. I want to talk about this. And the reason it stood out to me is C.J. Stroud and his team are doing the exact opposite. Just, hey, I'm just here to play football. But we've talked about it. In the background, there are some big-time discussions going on, and they're probably, to be honest, similarly getting lowballed. And I know that's all relative, but in NFL quarterbacking terms, similarly lowballed. And so it just got me thinking, I thought Baker Mayfield handled that right. Very direct. Very clear, disrespect, underachieving. I've done the job. And by the way, he didn't mention this. He's been hurt, which some people might say, is kind of a bad mark on redoing a contract. But he has played hurt. I mean, he has given a lot to that organization as a hurt quarterback, including in this stadium, not long ago. So I like the way he handled it. C.J. Stroud's going down an entirely different path, kind of putting his palms up and saying, hey, that's for them to decide. I'm just going to play football. We'll see how it plays out. So it just kind of struck me as interesting, the two routes they're going.
Yeah, and I think they both fit their personalities as well, right? Yeah. You got to do the thing that's right there. Plus, I think that if there was a standard issue playbook for how you handle a situation of this in the NFL, CJ is operating on the one that is more standard issue.
Probably.
The reason why it is notable that Baker Mayfield says this is because it is unusual in the way he goes about things. But yeah, honestly, I think that these two things go in different ways. I think now, of course, not in the immediate terms of this summer. Yeah. I think that CJ Stroud is the one that you absolutely keep your hands on. Baker Mayfield, I don't know. I don't think the Bucs are operating in a place that is wrong inherently. Obviously, I heard what you're saying on the idea of
it's not the
feeling
market.
like they're lowballing him. I look at it is worth noting, the Buccaneers do have a little bit of pressure in that they're void years on Baker's current deal, so they're going to deal with $30 million of dead money if he is not on the team next year. Or if you franchise tag him, which that would be a wild thing because then you're talking about the franchise tag number being somewhere around 50 and eating that dead money. So you'd be essentially paying $80 million for that quarterback.
Yeah.
I feel like the fact that they've gotten to this point, he's not their quarterback next year, and in order to make that $30 million dead money work, I think they end up in a circumstance where they're drafting a quarterback.
Or are they just in almost identical situations, even though he's a 31-year-old quarterback in his prime, such as it is for quarterbacks, are they in a prove-it mode, which he probably deserves more, benefit of the doubt than CJ, to be honest, because he's been doing it for 10 years. Several 4,000-yard seasons under his belt. I think 3 playoff berths.
So he probably deserves a little more benefit of the doubt. But are they in just like prove it, and then we'll give you another deal?
I think that their trajectory is a little bit different. I think they're trending a little bit more down as an organization. I think that there's a possibility that you could see a turnover in their coaching staff relatively soon, if not this next year, then maybe the year after. And I also think that they're not as close to what the Texans have as opposed to the Texans here. On top of the fact that I think that CJ's more talented. The things that knock me off, and somebody on the text line was like, if CJ wants to be the highest paid quarterback, would you trade for Baker? No. I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't. The two things that get me with Baker is the injuries, as you mentioned. He's played through it, but I think even on the quarterback this season, he mentioned, he's probably being stubborn about it. And yeah, man, the injuries, as much as I don't want to knock someone for being injured, ignore the fact that it happens a lot for him and that it does impact the way that he plays. But almost more importantly for me, he's in this weird place, and I hate to use this as a knock on him. He almost seems to play, he almost seems to need that edge. He almost seems to need that quote-unquote disrespect to get to that level. And that's a little scary for me, if I'm honest, right? Especially if you settle him with the contract. Do you go to a place where you go, oh, man, there's not enough of that edge anymore, and now you don't get as good of a player? That's not. I don't think that that's insignificant to bring up with Baker Mayfield.
It's not. He started 17 games in 23, 17 games in 24, and 17 games in 25. So, yes, he was injured the 2 years before that in Carolina and L.A., but, the quarterbacks do get hurt. He just plays hurt.
Yeah.
Like he
and
plays hurt.
It affects the play.
It does. But, again, I really like him. I'm a bigger fan of his. B. Scott was talking about he's a big fan of his as well. 30 years old. He'll be 31 when the season starts. I think he's in a really good spot and probably deserves to be paid. And to answer the question, Baker Mayfield versus C.J. Stroud, we know there's still that upside and that greatness with C.J. Stroud.
There you go.
But if you have to win a game, like you have to win a playoff game with one or the other, based on what we know right now, I'm not so sure you don't go with Baker Mayfield.
I feel like I am, but hey.
Yeah.
It's at this point, it's all opinion, right?
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, typically the time where I hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. He's got the day off, so I'll handle duties today. I was thinking, hey, man, with these rookies out here, they might be close to, if not already having, their welcome to the NFL moments. And they got me thinking, what are some of my favorite welcome to the NFL moments that have happened over time? I'll give you some of those next.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after day. Houston. Starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
You know, when I first started covering sports in this city, there was no sports talk. Zero. Then this station took a sledgehammer to the way sports was consumed. Now, we're taking a blowtorch. Every corner of the city, no static, no dropouts, 100,000 watts of power for you, Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law of Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed, it is the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in an accident, let the Sheriff team fight for you. Visit callthesheriff.com today.
I love the way you did that.
I always got to just try and follow the greatness that is Figgy Fig in his segment. You know, if you have to fill in for somebody, or if you have to like hold it down for somebody, like house sit or something, you just want to leave everything how it was. You know, you don't want them to come back to their house and be like, "Dang, who moved all my furniture around?" And so that's what we're trying to do. Trying to keep all the furniture where it is. Obviously, Figgy has the day off. Honestly, just doing something nice for his wife, because that's the kind of guy he is. That's why we love him so much. Bryson, appreciate you filling in. I'm holding down the mixtape today, and J-Lo, just this, actually, was it yesterday or this morning? I was just thinking about it. And it's one of those things that's it's very obvious, and it hits you, and you're like, oh, why hadn't I thought about that before? All these rookies, whether it's Keelan Rutledge, whether it's Caden McDonald, Wade Woodaz, Marlon Klein, name all the guys that you had in this rookie class. They're all going to have their welcome to the NFL moment.
Sure are.
It's one of those things that, especially in this current culture of everybody going on podcasts, is one of those questions that you can't miss on, really. Hey, what was your welcome to the league moment?
They've all had them.
Everybody has them, right? It's one of those things that everybody has when they get a chance to play at the highest level, no matter what. And I was wondering, I am very curious as to what these guys' welcome to the league moments will be or have already been. It's possible that some of these guys have already had it. Hell, Caden McDonald, it might have been walking around in his heat.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's fair.
I'm very curious as to see what those guys' first welcome to the league moment, because we might be seeing it. We might actively be seeing out there, whether it's tomorrow or during training camp, that's happening. But that got me thinking, what are some of my favorite stories of of players' welcome to the NFL moments? And if you have some, text them in on the text line, 713-572-4610. I only pulled a couple here just for you, because I didn't want to have to play a whole bunch of them. But there are two that I enjoyed quite a bit. They're the two that I thought of when I thought of this. The first one is Bo Jackson. So Bo Jackson, pretty good at football, I think.
Absolutely.
Toted the ball really well. This was Bo Jackson talking on a podcast about his welcome to the NFL moment.
What was your welcome to the NFL moment?
I don't know if it was my first year or second year. Got hit right here and then short-circuited everything. The ball came loose. I fell on the ball, which made me cradle the ball. Don't let him get the ball. So I had to tell myself, get up, get to the sideline, and clear your head. So I got up, unfastened your chin strap, get to the sideline, just sit down. And as I sat on the bench, as soon as my butt touches the bench, somebody grabs my arm and said, "You on the other side, ML," and pushed me out on the field.
Wow.
Yes.
So you went to the wrong sideline.
I went to the wrong sideline. And I got to the sideline, and they got Steve Berline, Steve Smith, God rest his soul, because he's no longer with us. He was my blocking fullback from Penn State. It was their job to ask me questions, because we didn't have this concussion protocol back then. The concussion protocol back then was, if you could tell us what you do on this play, then you're good. And I didn't know that. In the end of the first quarter, I didn't play the whole second quarter because they were asking me questions. I didn't know that I was married. I didn't know that I had 3 kids. I didn't know what day it was. And Steve Berline asked me, this is what got me back on track. He said, "When's payday?" I said, "Monday."
I can't believe I haven't seen this with Bo Jackson. I actually had heard that story before, not quite like that, but yeah, that would be a welcome to the NFL moment.
Boy,
that would be one.
But here's the thing: as I'm listening to this, and maybe I'm just more squeamish of the people that talk about football all the time. Man, we really used to have these boys out here playing gladiator sports. What you mean? My boy got up, had no idea what was. He didn't know he was married. He forgot the love of his life in that moment. But I do love, actually, maybe she wasn't the love of his life, because what he did remember is payday's Monday.
that's what now I'm ready to go. Now I can play.
But yeah, it is very comfortable to say that none of the rookies on the Texans team will have a welcome to the NFL moment like that.
Have you ever been knocked clean out?
Thankfully, I have not.
Yeah.
I've been hit really hard. The hit really hard story that I had was when I was in JV football, because JV football, when your season is over, your season might not be over, because if the varsity team is in the playoffs, y'all now tackle dummies, right? Y'all are a scout team, and we had one of those days where that was the case, and so I'm running a route as a wide receiver, just a slant route, and it was a run play, and we're just walking through really and truly.
Yeah.
But the middle linebacker was bored, I guess. When you have a star middle linebacker high school team, not everything's screwed on straight.
Yeah.
This was one of those guys. And so I run a slant, and I'm looking in, like I run the route, and I'm looking at what the run play is supposed to be. And as I'm coming to the end of the route, because we do the play, he levels me. I'm just talking about, and blindside because I'm not looking.
Yeah,
he just levels me. And this is one of those moments where clearly I didn't have anything like what Bo Jackson went through, but I was like, can't show weakness.
Yeah,
you the wide receiver on a scout team. And these boys that are a little bit older than you as upperclassmen are trying to punk you. You can't show that weakness. Let me tell you, it hurt.
Yeah,
it was one of those, and I had no more wind in there. Had to get up, just jog it back to the line.
Trying to catch your breath.
Just trying to make it seem like I'm cool.
Yeah.
You didn't do nothing to me. He did a lot to me in that moment.
I've been knocked out twice.
But like bell rung knocked out?
No, out. Out on the field. But the first time we actually saw it on film, I was out cold, but I stood up, walked to the sideline, sat on the bench, kind of like what he was describing. Or actually, it was our own bench though. Just kind of leaned over. I don't remember any of that. No, I don't remember walking to the sideline.
How much of this story was somebody told you and you
I remember after the smelling salts, because they gave me the smelling salts, and I remember.
So it went hit, smelling salts, and then everything else is hearsay.
Field, and what am I doing sitting here? Why am I sitting here? I don't remember any of that.
So, again, still thinking about the rookies in their eventual welcome to the NFL moments, so going back and looking at other welcome to the NFL moments. How about a little Jameis Winston? Because it seems like everybody loves some Jameis Winston.
That's going to be
This is Winston on the New Heights podcast talking to the Kelsey brothers about his welcome to the NFL moment.
Do you have a welcome to the NFL moment?
Well, my very first pass in the NFL was a touchdown, and a lot of people can never say that. Yes, it was a Cody Simpson ball on a pick six on my very first pass. That was a walk. Man, the first third down was 3rd and 6. Man, they ran 2-man. I'm coming from college. Man, I ain't seen 2-man all year. Man, I set it up, man. I throw a little twist route, outbreak, man. Cody Sensabaugh jumped that thing, undercut. I was like, oh, my God. I had to hop on my horse. I was like, well, it was a touchdown.
He scored a touchdown.
That is the optimism that I hope to have. My boy saw something he had never seen before and was like, well, it happens sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, that's awesome. To me, the most fascinating, because we all hear these stories as we're around, the teams and all that. The most fascinating welcome to the NFL moments for me are always the big dudes.
Yes.
Like Cade McDonald, Keelan Rutledge would be the examples here, because their entire lives, they've been the dude.
Hey, Bryson. You can tell us about Cade McDonald. And he was that man walking around the league, the high school, right?
Oh, for sure. He hasn't had a welcome to college moment or anything. So the NFL is going to have to be.
He's going to have one. And those are always the fascinating, because you are just so dominant, and you're so good, you're so big, and you're so strong. You don't really get a lot of those. No, maybe some do, but you get my point. And there's going to come a time when whether it's Rutledge or McDonald, where they're going to go, well, damn, that guy's just as big or bigger than me, just as strong or stronger than me.
Can I put in the call? I want to put in the call, because the question I wanted to eventually land with here with this mixtape is, who do you think is going to have the most fun welcome to the NFL moment for us? And once we get to that point of the rookies that we have here, clearly, what the rookie class is. We're talking about Keelan Rutledge. We're talking about Caden McDonald, Marlon Klein. We're talking about, Wade Woodass could possibly be in here. I don't know if Lewis Bond, maybe he gets his opportunity to have that.
That has the markings right there.
Oh, you think just from a physicality standpoint?
Wide receiver, a preseason game. He's going to get a lot of opportunities.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about the preseason games. Because the shot that I was going to put in, I was going to say that Keelan Rutledge, when he gets Jeffrey Simmons, whether it's guard or center.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
He's
what I was.
Real big and strong,
That's
too.
what I was thinking, is that one of those would be it. But I hadn't even thought about preseason games. There's a possibility that one of these, lower down, whether it's Lewis Bond
has all the markings.
has the opportunity to give us a really good. Didn't realize that's how this was.
Yeah. I've heard this years ago, but the way it's put is just so succinct and accurate. These guys don't realize those guys are paying mortgages. I mean, those guys are grown-ass men.
Adults.
Paying mortgages with somewhat old man strength compared to yours, and it's Rutledge, rest assured, Rutledge and McDonald, as good as we think they are, as big and strong as they are, they're going to have those moments.
They have that moment.
Yeah.
And that's why I was like, actually, why am I going so far? Sexy Dexy going to be in the middle of Bengals in week 2.
Yeah.
that might be an answer for our boy Big Red as we're talking about it. But hopefully at some point we'll get to hear those answers, and hopefully those will be like the cute ones, where more like Bo Jackson, we're like, hey, this is a cute thing that happened, but then I had a legendary career, and maybe less of the we understand why it didn't work out for you, Jameis, after that first one. But that's a little bit of the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said not my story, but ask Rashee Rice when Petrie lit him up. I feel like this is the thing. He should have already had a welcome to the NFL moment. Before that, he'd been in the league a year plus at that point.
But you never know.
That might overtake the answer, right? That might be like all that other stuff pales in comparison to the Petrie just lighting your ass up. And yes, 832. I guess a salute here in the mixtape just to keep it on brand. Salute to one. Justin James Watts, who he got a promotion today without even knowing he was going to get a promotion. The CBS, they end up placing Tony Romo on indefinite leave, it sounds like, after his OWI in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Stepping up to the first team, J.J. Watt.
How about that?
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think so. The only reason why it wouldn't be great, it'd be Jim Nance's fault in my eyes.
Well, we can ask Show about that.
I have a feeling I know exactly where he falls in. All right. That's the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on the program. Typically, Figgy Fig is running it, so if you see something mixtape worthy, hit him up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll draft the weekend, but also, can John Lopez guess the top 10 rated Texans in Madden?
100%.
I don't think so. We'll figure it out, though, next.
How is C.J. Stroud handling the pressure of contract discussions heading
man, they're putting in work. They're trying to get ready for this 2026 season. The thing that is very evident, John, is the expectation within everything that they're doing.
Within the building as much as anything.
Yeah, let's get John's mic up.
Within the building as much as anything.
There he is.
Yeah, there we go.
There you are. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, but yeah, excited about that. I keep thinking about this punting battle. I'm sick.
You know what? We are going to have some conversations about that. Preseason games are going to be big. Preseason. I mentioned this.
What's the first preseason game again?
That would be August 13th. Something else is happening that day.
I believe that you'll be able to hear sports from 95.7 The Fan.
Yeah.
Remember, set your. Well, go ahead. And two things for me. Set your dial. Go ahead and hit that 95.7. Put that as a preset. But also set your clock. 8 a.m. on August 13th.
Big things planned.
You will hear, there's really big things planned.
Yeah.
You will hear some big names as well on the first, on the maiden voyage of 95.7 The Fan before we get you to Texans, Chargers, where what the punts look like is going to be one of the many things that we're looking at on the field.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it. Not just because there is an actual punt battle here, but preseason for special teams is probably more important in a lot of ways than other positions, other units, just because the people they're fighting for a job, period. Much less the starting job in the case of the punters. But so it's going to be worth watching all the way through preseason.
No, 100%. Also, when we get into that game now, I'm guessing that there won't be a lot of starters necessarily, but I'd be very curious to see if Logan Hall plays. Matt Burke today, talking about Logan Hall, said we're not going to limit his role. Whatever he can handle, we'll let him handle. Excited for him. I was excited when he signed. I was really high on him in the draft when he came out 4 years ago. We're going to put a lot on his plate, and we're going to see what fits best. And, buddy, that thing got me happy.
It should. There are some players here that we mentioned Jaden Higgins. If you're just judging on what we've seen in the non-padded practices, even though they were going really, really hard until today in terms of speed and such, going by rumors, what people are saying, a reaction from players and coaches, etc. I mentioned Jaden Higgins is one of those guys that has been getting some of that buzz. It's going to be really interesting to see him tomorrow and moving forward. He's the other one. Logan Hall is the other one that's been getting a lot of just sort of buzz, so to speak.
And I think rightfully so. We've been, we've had a lot of conversation about what that edge depth looks like after Daniil and Will, because that has been, you rotate those guys in and they factor in. When I hear we're going to put all the plate on his plate and see what fits best. I know that they said they'll start him inside, but I don't know how much you could put on his plate inside that would be to the level that Matt Burke seems to be talking about there with Sheldon Rankins and Tommy Togiai and Caden McDonald. And I think you still have some depth in there as well that you could work in there versus doing some of that and playing on the edge. That would give me a lot more. It would calm my nerves a lot more about the possibility of what the edge looks like for the Texans, especially before we even put the pads on and see exactly to what extent Dylan Horton is effective, to Ali Gay, Dominique Robinson, those other guys that we have been looking at least on the depth chart, is probably fitting that role.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about things that we want to see tomorrow in terms of just kind of getting a good hint of what their thought processes are, et cetera. Logan Hall on the edge is one of them. How much are you going to see him out there, maybe moving in, maybe, multiple, different looks from where he is. He's one of them. I think, did you mention Naquan Jones?
Naquan Jones, I feel like that's more of a me thing. I like Naquan Jones. I'm very curious to see what degree that they like him. Obviously, he's still around and felt like he did some good things there. But I don't know if he would fall in above Logan Hall by any means.
Yeah, no, I get that, but just how they're using him is what we're going to be really looking at.
Fair enough. All right, can you name?
Oh yeah.
How many of the top 10 rated Texans on Madden 27 do you believe you can name?
Well, what did I tell you right before we went to break?
All of them?
100%. My other answer was no. So I'll give it a shot.
Let's give it a quick run before we draft the weekend.
Yeah. One, Josh Allen.
No, Texans top 25.
Oh, Texans top 25.
Top 10, right.
I thought you were doing quarterbacks.
No, the top 10 rated Texans in Madden 27.
At every position?
No, just in general. The top 10 rated. The guys who had the highest overall ratings. I'll give you the easy one.
Okay, Will Anderson.
He's a 95 rating.
Okay.
So that's number one.
Derek Stingley.
He's number 3 at 92. I tied for number 2 at 92.
Daniil Hunter.
The other tie for 92, or for second, 92. So those are the top 3. Will Anderson, Daniil, Sting.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to name the quarterbacks because we did get the quarterback rating for C.J. Stroud.
We did.
Well, are you going to share?
He is a 76 overall.
76.
Mind you, if you were looking at where that would rank him, he would not be close to top 10. That is the 24th highest rated quarterback. Behind Aaron Rodgers.
Damn.
Behind Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Behind Bryce Young.
That's actually lower than I thought.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's lower than it should be.
Yeah.
Like, this is disrespect at this point.
Yeah.
Like, what are we, clearly.
Man, 76.
They managed to put the emotion into the Madden rating somehow. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
To rattle off the rest of the top 10, you mentioned Will, Daniil, Sting. Nico Collins comes in 4th at 90.
Mm-hmm.
Kamari Lassiter is 5th.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. 87 overall. Jalen Petrie at an 86.
Mm-hmm.
Kalen Bullock is 7th. Dalton Schultz 8th. Aziz 9th. And David Montgomery 10th when it comes to the ratings on Madden. So
that actually all seems fair to me, but here we are. We're going to have to defend quarterback, I guess.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. All right, let's draft the weekend, though.
Mm-hmm.
Fun weekend of stuff happening. You will get the first pick here, J-Lo. What do you got coming up on the weekend that you're most excited for?
Well, I mentioned this yesterday during Confessions, an all-women's fishing tournament is happening in Aransas Pass, Texas, and my wife and daughter are competing. And normally Captain Dean, who also is on the podcast with me, the Bite Me podcast, would captain them, and I'd just kind of be out there on another boat watching and doing my own thing. But I'm actually captaining them, and this is a big don't be mistaken. It's a big tournament down there. Hundreds of women, a lot on the line, big high stakes, all that stuff. So I'm feeling that pressure, but it's going to be exciting. Be exciting.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting first pick. I was not going to select that. I don't know if you knew that.
You should have. You could have been on the boat. Actually, it's illegal. But go ahead.
Okay, that changed very quickly from you should have to you couldn't because you would be arrested.
We know the right answer, though, and I'm sure you're going to give it.
What's funny is the answer that I want to select is Sunday, Astros, Rangers.
Because of who's pitching.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, there's a high likelihood in my mind that ends up being a determinant of whether or not they win that series.
I think you're absolutely right on both accounts.
I'm actually going to be there Saturday, so I think I have to select Saturday, Astros versus Rangers.
You're going to see a little Blanco?
Ronel Blanco on the bump versus Jacob deGrom. That one's at 6'10". Like I'm very intrigued. Just this entire series obviously is going to matter a great deal because the Astros can walk away with a solo hold on first place in the AL West, finally climbing the mountain that has been, huge in front of them for a majority of the season.
Yeah, and I think tonight's going to be huge. Set the tone. You got the diesel going in Hunter Brown. It could be some that you maybe get them on their heels a little bit. So tonight would be my second pick. Actually, my first pick. I was kidding about the fishing tournament, but it's going to be good. I think you make a good, strong point though about Sunday. That could be the determining factor.
Yeah, 100%. And then I will also take. Give me Spider-Man Brand New Day. This is debuting, or it's been released. I think there's been people watching it since Thursday. I'm going to find a way to watch that this weekend because this was big, man. Like, I've seen some really good things. The Marvel Universe is one that either people are super into or super annoyed by.
Yeah.
I seem to lean more to the first one. I'm really excited to see this movie.
I'm glad you're on this movie kick. You've been on a little bit of a movie kick here lately.
I mean, I
That's
typically
good.
watch some movies, but I don't always talk too much about them.
Yeah.
But we're in blockbuster season, man. Like, this is the summer where you get the big movies that most everyone cares about.
Yeah.
And after the Odyssey where everybody cared about it, this is the next one. And so I'm definitely going to get out and see that.
And then the other very important thing, I mentioned I'm not going to be around tomorrow because of that fishing tournament, but you and B. Scott and all our other compadres here at Sports Radio 610 are going to be my eyes and ears for a pretty interesting day tomorrow.
Yeah. I was going to see if I could sneak it past you. I couldn't.
Yeah.
The big one is going to be seeing what happens in day 4, I guess is the way to say it, of Houston Texans training camp. First open practice tomorrow. And honestly, now that I think about it, we should, because we got weekend programming here on the Fan.
Yeah.
We should have someone call in to the shows that
T Mill's hosting tomorrow afternoon.
T Mill, you're hosting tomorrow at 12?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be, but stay tuned on that.
Okay. What does that mean? What the hell kind of tease is that?
Yes.
Are you planning on calling in sick?
Yes.
What's happening here? What the hell just happened in front of me?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll no answer there, but we'll get someone to call in and give their updates. So listen, keep it right here on Sports Radio 610, even on the weekends, because we will give you direct updates as to what we're seeing on the ground at Texans training camp. Speaking of Texas training camp, I see my man Big Dog right here, Clint Stoerner, jumping in. Appreciation to D&M Auto for the crosstalk. Hey man, not much, brother.
Boy, J-Lo.
What did I do?
Not you, cuz. Not you.
Yeah.
Them Texans, boy. We starting training camp, man.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly talking about that heat, posting about that heat.
Yeah.
Go out there, get 2 quick days in, literally, man, on the clock, 9 periods. I remember the periods getting into the 20s back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day, J-Lo.
Oh, yeah. I remember 2-a-days, and then
come on, man. When you say 2-a-days, though, you got to two-a-days, bro, you're talking about 2 practices a day with 20 periods in each practice.
Yeah.
Right? These cats, they ain't been past 9 periods yet, Chief. They ain't, and them cats went indoors today, bro.
Yeah.
Were they indoors the whole time?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, J-Lo.
Yeah.
I sit in my. I'm gonna tell you. Let me put the people out there. I sit in my car, thanks to my brethren right here, Reg.
Well, don't give me too much credit. I ain't done you right yet.
You failed me one day. You batting 500 like the Astros, baby. You're 500. I mean, I said, hey, Reg. Hey, all bull jive.
Yeah.
I decide what time to leave my house because I know them jokers, they ain't going to hit that field until 30 minutes later. Yeah. They spend the first 30 minutes of practice, which I'm sure they're counting those periods, just not in front of us. They spend the first 30-plus minutes of practice in the indoor every day. I sit in the parking lot. I say, Reg, holler at me when they come out. When they get through them stretch lines. I don't need to watch a bunch of grown men stretch, bro.
Yeah.
9:45, I roll in that thing at the earliest.
Yeah.
9:45. The schedule says practice starts at 9.
Yes.
I walk in that gate at 9:45, and granted, I may miss a little individual.
Yeah.
But them cats stay in the building for at least a fifth of practice every day.
I love this so much.
Go outside for 9 periods. 9 periods.
Yeah.
And then day 3, hey, man, let's get y'all on this. Let's get y'all on this AC, man. Let's get y'all on this turf on the inside.
Smart.
Hey, man.
That's what I'm talking about. There you go, Ron.
It's all about that recovery,
Hey, let me tell you what. Hey, if they didn't have 30-plus wins in 3 years and had 3 trips to the playoffs, I'd be giving them hell. I'd be going.
As opposed to what you're doing now.
Oh, hey. No, I'm laughing at it now. I'm laughing at it now talking about, boy, I'm old man. Or the old man, get off my lawn, man.
Yeah.
That's who I am right now. Hey. Let me tell you.
Man, you mad because they had y'all in hell.
Yeah. Oh, literal hell. Literal hell. And look, I ain't going to sit here and tell you I was doing a whole lot, but I was doing more than these cats.
Ron, first training camp I went to was, in this business, was 1987. Damn. And that was Oilers. I believe they were in San Angelo. They might have been in San Antonio at Trinity University. And it was 2 full practices in pads, and they stayed in the dorm, and then they had their meetings in the middle, and they would work out and all that stuff. Dude, it was all day.
Coach, I watched Larry Allen. I watched Larry Allen tell Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells came in threatening everybody. This is going to be the hardest training camp you ever been through. We're going to have 10 straight 2-a-days, yada, yada, yada. Larry said, no. I've been to 10 straight Pro Bowls. I ain't doing 10 straight 2-a-days. Hey, he got 2 of them under his belt. Next day, I told Ron this story. Next day, I got pads on walking out to practice. Hey, Larry Allen's in that rainbow Denver Nuggets jersey, tank top, walking across the field. I said, L.A., you serious? He said, I told y'all I ain't doing no more than 2 straight 2-a-days. Hell yeah, I'm dead serious. We're taking the field, and he's in that rainbow. I mean, big body in that rainbow Denver Nuggets jersey.
Yeah.
And these cats out here 9 periods. I mean, think about it, Reg. These cats in 2 days, in 2 days worth of practice, ain't been on the field as many periods, half as many periods as one practice back in the day.
Yep.
Hey, man, you better
man.
Better keep winning, man.
On airplanes.
Look here, Reg.
Keeping them healthy, man.
Hey, Reg, if I was covering them Titans and they were doing that, what are you lousy sunbucks doing? I mean, no wonder y'all can't win nothing. Hell, you don't practice.
To be fair, it's in the rules now.
Clint, I was going to say, Clint, they're not even allowed to
this can't be the rules.
No, it's in the NFLPA. You can only have so many hours.
Yeah, but do them hours do we have to have so many hours indoors?
On the field.
I mean, J-Lo, you can't.
I'm not arguing with you.
But J-Lo, you can't. Whatever the limit is, it can't be 9 periods on the field a day. It can't be.
That's true.
I mean, J-Lo, it equates to about an hour and 15 minutes max.
Yeah.
And 20 of those minutes, I mean, we got guys sitting in the bleachers because it's special teams.
Well, no, they were doing some work. They was out here doing
Coach.
They were doing over the shoulder work.
Coach, you better go. Hey, don't piss on me and tell me it's rain. I'm gonna tell you, I watched Tank Dell and Nico Collins rehash their whole weekend sitting in the bleachers during special teams. Cuz don't tell no. I mean, hey, to each their own. I'm glad they make the money they make nowadays, and I'm glad they don't work. They don't work them long hours.
This is gonna be a good show.
But
this is gonna be a good show.
By the way,
they better win, cuz
you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 in Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Yeah, man, excited for what you guys.
They better win. That's what everybody's doing.
Yes,
everybody's doing.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's relatively everybody is doing this. We were going through because during the mixtape, I was thinking back to, hey man, there's all these rookies. They are going to have their welcome to the NFL moments. Hell, they might be having them here soon, and that made me think of some of my favorite ones. I was curious, man, and I feel like I might have heard the story, but I just wanted to make sure to bring it back. Do your welcome to the NFL moment?
When I sat down in my locker between Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith, growing up in South Texas, I said, "Boy, how did I get here?" I mean, that was my welcome to the NFL. No, look, I remember the one thing I always tell people is I thought my dad was a Cowboys fan, mom was an Astros, a Oilers fan, and so I grew up in a split home. And I'll be honest with you, I hit the screen door when the sun came up. We didn't come to game. I went to one Oilers game growing up. My uncle, who had a little bit of money, brought me one time. Sat about 4 seats from Dan Pastorini. Great story. He was sitting one row down and about 3 over. At the time, I thought he was a dragster. I didn't know he was damn quarterback.
Yeah.
And I looking back on it now, I'm like, what the hell was he doing in the stands? Why wasn't he on the sideline? But I remember in my mind, I thought to myself, my opinionated self, I thought, boy, Emmitt Smith, man, damn, he be washed up, man. He need to get. What am I doing on the team in 2000? Emmitt Smith still running the rock. Get out of here.
Yeah.
And they ran that outside zone one time, and I'm here sitting here telling myself, convince myself that he's washed. And my man stretches out there and is patient, kind of just floats out there behind Eric Williams and that group. And all of a sudden, he puts his foot in the ground and he gets north and south. And I'm thinking he's going to run smooth up an offensive lineman's back. And right before he got to that line, that thing, he must have saw, obviously, the vision was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right? Which now I'm aware of. But, it parted like the Red Sea. And my man hit it, and I was like, oh, there's more to this thing than just being big and fast, right? There's a little more to it. I think that was probably the one. I think actually playing was, I told the story before with Michael Strahan when
there we go.
It actually ended up being the play that was controversial on social media lad. It wasn't actually. It ended up I gained half a yard.
That, yeah.
I gained half a yard. He got a sack for it, right?
Sack.
They need to rewind that. But
I'm just being a hater. I love it.
I always tell people like when I remember dropping back because he rushed and then he looped around the outside, right? And I remember it sounded like he sounded like a racehorse. I felt like the sound that a racehorse makes when it's coming down the stretch with them feet and them damn nostrils going.
Yeah.
I said I can hear him breathing. I can hear his feet. I can't see him because he was to my backside. But I could hear, and I was like, man, that's a different animal right there.
Yeah.
I was on the field with some monsters in the SEC. But the speed of the inside guys. I played with some of the greats. I mean, hell, in that game, Larry Allen was on my offensive line. I got to share a huddle a couple of times with Eric Williams and some of those guys. So I was in the huddle with some of the great offensive guys. But defensively, man, when Strahan, I only started a couple of games, and he was literally in the moment, I was like, boy, that sounds like a damn stallion. That ain't no human being, man. And, it was, needless to say, he caught me for what I thought was a sack, but now
You gained half a yard, man.
Gained half a yard. Quickness, boy, quick as a cat. Quick as a cat.
And the
Strahan owes me one show.
Record books is a sack. Lopez, what was your welcome to the NFL moment as a reporter?
Yeah,
mine was with Tyreek Hill. What was yours?
I got now this is going to make me sound really, really old. But when I was right out of college. I think I was still in college, but I was a stringer. I was a writer in College Station for the Dallas Morning News. And Bear Bryant came to College Station to spend some time with Jackie Sherrill. And I got to interview Bear Bryant. And so that's just a great anecdote. Like Bear Bryant, I got to sit down with him. But I sat down with Bear Bryant, and they said I could interview him. And I just, said, okay, so I was trying to act like a pro.
Yeah.
And he just looked at me and says, not yet. I was like, okay, I'll wait.
Yep.
Not yet.
You got it, Coach. You got it.
I'll be sitting here whenever you're ready, Mr. Bryant.
I got the second question. Tyreek Hill, first time he met with the media in Kansas City after his off the field issues at Oklahoma State.
Mm-hmm.
I had the second question. It ended, John.
It was over.
It ended, and it ended the press conference. He walked off, and I got a talking to by the you'd be shocked by this. I got a talking to by the communications guy, and Tyreek looked at me for 5 seconds like he was going to kill me. Stared me down and then turned and walked.
Yeah.
And ended the presser, and everybody was pissed at me.
Like, who's that guy?
That was my welcome to the NFL moment.
The show ruined the workday for everybody else.
Imagine that. Ron's is the only one that's controversial.
First time he met with the media.
Over.
My goodness. Everybody's like, these quotes from my story. You ain't getting nothing.
Everybody in that media room to this day hates Ron for ruining this press conference.
Well, somebody had to ask.
Hey, you ruined their viral moment. Oh, that's great.
Oh, man.
Hey, will you do me a favor and stay away from these press conferences over here, Bob?
I think he's learned his lesson by now. I think he's good.
Hell, you talking about Ron here.
I'm still pissed off some people. I'm still pissed off some people.
All right, fellas, excited for a Friday show for you. J-Lo, I'll catch you on Monday, big dog.
All right, man.
All right, appreciation again to DM All Leasing for the crosstalk. Remember, listen to Sports Radio 610 all weekend long. T-Mill, hopefully, on Saturday. I don't know the way that he said that earlier. But either way, there's one more thing to say, and that is that The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us all. And this is how we know what Tyler's fighting. Man, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you coming here and giving us everything you got on a Friday. You know Tyler's in a tough spot when he bypassed the hat. Tyler just got up and came on. He bypassed the hat, and I don't know why he does every day because the hair is beautiful. No, leave it up. You don't even feel it. He didn't even know.
I have the hat.
Hey, show. If Tyler rolls his window down on the way home and lets that wind hit him a little bit, he's gonna look like Romo. He's gonna mess around and have that Romo hair working.
We got to get to his ass because we've lost Tony Romo.
Oh, literally.
we have lost. He is gone.
Oh,
we have lost.
Tony done cost himself 70 mil, son.
But he better pick up that golf.
Hey. He better Ron, he better get him a $1 million deal, whatever kind of alcohol shooter was in that passenger seat.
I'm about to say Skechers he's about to lose Skechers here in a second.
No.
My man. We'll get to Tony here in a bit, but the gang is all back, and we appreciate you rolling in with us here. You're on the text line 713-572-4610. That's how you can get involved in the show today. Camp 3, day 3 at camp today. Just really a walkthrough, not really a ton to get through. As Clint, you talked about, it were short practices the first 2 days, and even shorter today. They're really ramping up for the first time. The people will be out there tomorrow, as Reggie's been talking about. So I'm sure many of you listening right now will be out there and getting a chance to see them up close and personal for the first time. So it looked like they were really kind of prepping towards that as we rolled on. So no real updates. Again, the only real injuries from camp, walking into camp, is Jake Hansen with the foot issue, who they said it's not as bad as they initially thought, but everything being all right. But, Clint, I want to take it here to really the situation that closely mirrors what's happening here with the Texans and the number one story. And this is a story that has started to arise here lately because all of a sudden we're hearing from the Adam Schefters and the Ian Rappaports that C.J. Stroud potentially is going to get a new contract. And that there's ropes, and Nick came out and said that there's been dialogue between him and David Mulugheta. And then we see what's happening in Tampa with Baker Mayfield. And I tell you, we heard how C.J. has handled it. C.J.'s hit you repeatedly with the, hey, man, I'm just going to try to hold up the end of, trying to do something with a bargain, as he says. And then, talking about his agent, lets him handle things, and he's just going to play on the field. Baker Mayfield's in a similar spot. This is how Baker Mayfield has decided to go to the media and handle him not getting a new contract. Here's Baker talking to the media yesterday.
I mean, obviously, I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa. It being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it.
Well, Clint, he clearly has chosen violence. In this situation.
My man woke up with them kiddos and that wifey and said, boy, today, man, we're going to have a little fun with the media, y'all.
God.
That was hot.
You think he didn't know that question was coming?
Oh, knew it. He was loaded.
But it is a real contrast on how CJ is handling it. And, boy, I wonder, I'll be honest with you, Clint, I got a little bit more Baker in me. I believe that that's probably the route that I'd be taking more than CJ. I got a little Baker in me where I want you to clearly know how I feel. Now, I don't think anybody has any confusion that Baker's not going to give everything he's got, but I got a little bit more Baker in me. I am certain that the Texans love the way that CJ is handling it compared to hearing how Baker is. Do you think CJ should be doing a little bit more Baker?
Well, you say a little bit, absolutely, absolutely. If I were C.J. Stroud, and all things considered, as I've said a million times, I know the C.J. Stroud folks typically only hear the negative, but I've said it a million times. If I were C.J. Stroud, I'm holding feet to fire, and I'm letting them know I'm going to get this saying right. I've held up my end of the bargain, right? I've done more with less. I've overcome your hires. I've overcome injuries. I've overcome your inability to find offensive linemen, your inability to run the football. Now I wouldn't say those things, but I've overcome a lot over the years. And all that's happened is we've lived in the second round of the playoffs, right? We turned a franchise around. You want to talk about doing something for a franchise? We turned a franchise around, the most dysfunctional organization we've seen. I was part of, if not the tip of the spear that was able to make that happen quickly my first year, and I've overcome some crazy odds since then, and I don't think I should be judged off of one postseason or one game in the postseason. No, I don't want to minimize it, but it was I feel like I've done enough to get an extension and to extend my career here in Houston. Absolutely, 100%. If I were C.J. Stroud, now I don't know that I would say those things. I don't know that I'd be as almost arrogant. I love Baker being that way, but I don't know that that's C.J. If I were C.J., in his own way, absolutely, I would push him to stand his ground a little bit more. Yes.
Yeah, you've talked about it. The wonder if CJ has the want to make it be a little bit more uncomfortable.
Yep.
The only thing is, because he has said he gave us one little small piece that time where whatever he said with a bargain, where he felt like that he's held up his side on the football side of it. That's the only small piece. But the other ways, he's really taken kind of the high road out of this. The only other thing makes you wonder, Clint, is there real conversation happening right now on a contract, right? And that maybe he's going in this direction because there is real conversation. Baker feels like, the hell, y'all didn't give me even offers that I should even look at.
Yeah, clearly feels disrespected from a standpoint of hey, you paid me pennies, I balled out, and took you to the playoffs 2 straight years, winning the division. Last year we got decimated with injuries and it didn't work out. But I deserve the thing. Baker sounds like, because even Baker, as loose cannon as he is, Baker sounds like there's some severe disrespect. Like there's like, hey man, we'll extend you for what we're paying. We'll give you 2 years, $65 million or whatever, basically the same year over year average that he's making now. Like, there sounds like there's a significant level of disrespect for a veteran player that's already played for $30 million and produced at $30 million, and that number should go up a little bit. It seems like there's severe disrespect there.
Yeah, it does. All right, coming up, D'Amico said something the other day that we kind of glossed over, but it's interesting because it feels like only one player doesn't fit what he spoke of. And what he spoke of, he said, you got to make the team to be able to do this. We'll discuss and let you hear that coming up next.
What kind of impact does D'Amico expect new Texans running back David Montgomery to make this season?
We know it's no secret that we.
22. The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a big weekend as things are rolling hard here in Houston. Tomorrow will be the first day that the fans will be out there as the Texans will get on the field, and you get to see this football team for the first time up close and not just have to hear from us. And then also starting tonight at the Dyke, and a big one here, the biggest series of the year, playing for first place tonight with your ace on the mound as a huge weekend series against the Texas Rangers, who are now just a half game above the Houston Astros. So a big one tonight, a lot happening here with the Astros and Texans here in Houston. People are asking me, what question did I ask to have Tyreek Hill bounce? Well, I mean, if you remember, he came off of, allegedly, well, he pled guilty to it, beating up his girlfriend, who would later become his wife and the mother of his child. And I just simply asked him. I said, "Are you using your draft status of being drafted so late because of what happened and what you pled guilty to?" That's probably the part that I should have left out with what happened and what you pled guilty to. Are you using that as fuel for this upcoming season? He just stared me down for about 5 seconds and then left.
That is deep. Now follow up with what the communications director for the Chiefs. What did he say? Did he whisper in your ear, "Hey, that was a fair, solid question, but I got to act like I'm reprimanded you," or did he? What did he say to you?
He said, "Man, that was just too far, man. Too far. That is just." He is just not. We're not in the space comfortable to be able to answer that. Now he's over there for the Bears. He moved on, went over to the Bears. I mean, he didn't crush it. I mean, I had to sit down with my boss a little bit.
You mean the communications?
They ended up giving me
the communications guys is with the Bears now.
Yeah, the communication guy now.
Make sure I didn't miss Tyreek Hill signing with the Bears or something.
No, he did not. No, he doesn't have any power in his right leg now. Yeah, man, it was a deal. It was a little deal. And someone said, now we see why show is in Houston now. No, not quite yet. They gave me a show after that.
The showman.
I was a fill-in guy at the time. Probably the balls on that.
Well, whatever happened, whether he got reprimanded there or had a show or got fired, it doesn't matter. Hell, he jumped up to market 5. So whatever he did it the right way.
Oh, don't worry. That wasn't the last time I got into it.
Nobody, trust me, nobody even thought that was true.
All right. Speaking of trouble, I don't know if this player is in trouble, but I want you to listen, and everybody else listening right now. You're at your desk, you're at your car, you're running wherever you are. This is what D'Amico had to say about the wide receiver room and the expectations. And you tell me immediately where your mind goes after you hear what he says about the expectations from the wide receiver room.
Wide receiver room, they continue to impress every day. Someone different making a play, every day. So it's an exciting room, I think, for us to see how they develop throughout camp. But I'm excited to see, not only them perform in camp, but also just to see them get into some live preseason games. Right? We put a lot on our wide receivers when it comes to coming out of the huddle, a line in motion. We put a lot on their plate. So your mental game has to be on point to play wide receiver, and then you have to be physical and grind blocking and running game to make our team. So we have a lot of guys who have that mindset. So it's just it all sort itself out.
Yeah, I just want to clear Clint. He didn't just say you got to have the want to, right? You got to be physical enough and the want to be able to. When you heard that at 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, when you heard that, who immediately did your mind go to on this roster?
Oh, it's easy for me. The minute I heard it, and I heard it in the raw audio, it wasn't even a clip. It was the whole damn thing. We were just rolling through it, and I went, "Ooh, wait a minute. Wait, what did he just say?"
Nathaniel.
Yeah. So Tank Dell is the one that my mind immediately went to. Is obviously you have the health issues. And obviously you have the time away from the team where other players have been drafted and they have value in those guys and trust in those guys, and those guys have done some good things. And now you've also you've also got a new system. You've got a system that I would say overvalues a wide receiver's ability to block. And when I say overvalue, I don't just mean they demand their guys to be able to do it. They demand and openly talk about all of their guys need to be able to do it, physical and grimy. And so that takes me to one place is where does Tank Dell fit in with the current offensive scheme in Houston and the current offensive roster in Houston in that current wide receiver room? How and where does Tank Dell fit in?
Yeah, text line jumping in. D'Amico drafted Tank Dell. Yeah, but that was a different system, right? And to be honest with you, I don't know that they emphasize that you got to have the ability to like we got to have that. You got to be grimy enough and physical enough to go down and block. I think it's a completely different system, and you tell me if I'm wrong on that. That Clint, not to also mention the first injury that he had was when he went inside and broke his leg trying to do that. But they would call for him to do that more based off what we've watched.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that injury is a good example. And to your point, just to reiterate the one you just made, is this scheme, Nick Caley is going to ask, by design, in theory, is going to ask wide receivers to do actually do more. And so, yeah, man, I just when you look at how this thing has shook out, right? You obviously have Nico Collins at the top. I think Jaden Higgins. I think those two guys are untouchable in the wide receiver room, right? You could probably throw Jalen Noel in there, being a second-round pick, and in year two, or third-round pick. What was he, second, right? Anyway, a higher drafted wide receiver that they got a lot of trust in. I would probably put him in that untouchable range as well. And then you've got really forget that. Let's go Nico and Higgins, and then 3 through 6. Do you really have a spot for a receiver that's going to be more of a package player that doesn't play a ton of special teams, that you don't know if can stay healthy, and even if he is healthy, he's not going to bring a lot to the wide receiver being able to block department that this offense puts so much of an emphasis on? Like, can a receiver of 3 through 5 or 3 through 6 not be able to do all those things and have all those question marks and still make this football team? I think it's a valid question. I think it's a valid question. I think it's a now, it may never come to fruition because we don't know how healthy he is or isn't going to be. But I think when he is healthy, it's going to be a very valid question. I think it's going to be very hard for Nick Caserio to even consider guys like from Xavier Hutchinson down to Justin Watson type of guy that can do all the special teams and all the grimy stuff. It's going to be hard, I think, to part ways with those guys and keep a Tank Dell who is injury prone and doesn't bring those things to the table.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you, Clint. My opinion, I think there should be exceptions to a lot of the rules.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And I think, yes, that's not his strength, right? I even think he has the want to, right? I think he wants to go down there and stick his nose in things. He does that. But I don't know if he has the physicality to be able to do it, and I don't know if it's the best thing that he can do. But what else that he does bring to the table is something special that I don't think anybody else on their team brings to the table. And to be honest, what he brings to the table is probably more of what I want from a wide receiver, right? There are some exceptions, right? I think this defense loves all their players to be great tacklers. Kalen Bullock is not a great tackler, but Kalen Bullock brings something else to the table that you'll have an exception for. Maybe he ain't as good of a tackler as you would want back there at that safety spot, but he might pick off 9 balls this year and is a ball hawk. So just like that with Tank, that might not be his strength, Clint, but he brings something to the table that, hey, man, I may have to make an exception about all the things of where I want them to be inside blocking more than maybe other systems do.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think, and this is a serious question, I don't have the answer in my mind. Do you think that he is going to be made a priority if he does become healthy, let's call it the first half of the season? Do you think, obviously he's not going to be made a priority over Nico, do you think he'll be made a priority over Jaden Higgins?
If he's 100% healthy and based off what we know of those two, I sure as hell hope so. Do I have confidence that I know? No, I don't.
I don't think there's a chance in hell. I don't think there. I agree with you. I don't think that they care about the chemistry the unbelievable chemistry that he has with C.J. Stroud. But I don't think there's a chance in hell that they take snaps
I'll be
away
honest,
from.
And maybe I'm not an NFL coach, but they're about for the wide receivers about 7th or 8th on my mindset on.
Well,
on
the one the coach we got just said you're going to be physical and grimy enough to block in the run game to make this team. So I don't know. I just think once you get beyond, the second receiver and damn sure the third receiver on this team, whoever, if Noel becomes a slot or whatever, like you get beyond that. I think that's the positions in the receiver room that D'Amico's specifically talking about, and it's going to be interesting to see when Tank gets healthy how this thing unfolds.
The Astros have gotten hot. They have gotten hot. Winners of 8-9, and they are at 500. What has changed as they get ready for the biggest series of the year? We'll do that next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans.
dnmleasing.com for your free quote. D&M Leasing. Work with America's leasing company of the year.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros, big series, the series of the year coming up, and it starts tonight. Hunter Brown's on the mound here at the Daikin. Tyler, you're going to one of these games, right? Start your season.
Don't have plans to, but I guess it's not impossible.
He's not in any shape to make them kind of decisions right now.
Yes, he is.
He's just picking one foot up in front of the other, man. I mean, wait till you realize he's in a building right now on the back end of a rooster telling 2-day bender, and he's got to go upstairs to get to the toilet.
It's
you realize
been a problem.
that? This ain't no time to be making decisions about baseball games.
Stop it. As our listeners would say, suck it up. Start your fandom this year.
Rub some dirt
This is
on
ridiculous. Again, I just want you all to know, yet again, he has worn the moniker, and I may have to take it from him. He has worn the moniker that I have believed, this is going on year 7 of me being here, that he is the biggest Houston fan that I've ever seen in sports. The biggest one I know. I always tell people that. He's got it tattooed all over his arm. I think he's got secret ones in places that we can't see. He's got every jersey you can think of in the closet, even alternating jerseys. I mean, this guy bought a Davis Mills jersey, and not during the 3-game winning streak time when he sucked ass at the highest, and he believed in him. He started playing General Mills songs. He didn't like any of the Rockets. He still bought their stuff. He is the biggest fan, and he'll just go to baseball games on a whim. Him and his brother Sterling just go all the time. It is August tomorrow, Clint, and this joker hadn't been to a game.
Damn, you're in line. It is.
And now they climbed to 500. They're playing for first place. Get your ass out there. You want to say maroon money? Maroon it. You paid $5,000 a ticket, I believe, to go see them get their asses by Miami in the college football playoff. I saw your seats. You can make your ass out there to the Daikin. Unbelievable.
No lies detected.
You're gonna go 0 for 81 this year, or you just skip all the games?
Nah, I won't do that. I'll get out to one of these games. I don't know about this weekend, but I'll get out
the series. Somebody, you know what? I might hand it off to listeners. I might hand off the biggest
Lord.
Houston sports fan to listeners. Somebody else.
I'm disappointed in myself. You're not wrong on anything you said.
This Dwayne fella, he might take it.
Very well could be.
This is ridiculous. Unbelievable.
I hate that I've disappointed you and I've disappointed myself, man.
Yeah, you disappointed yourself.
Well, they're 500.
Sterling's got a newborn. I get that.
Well, look, they hadn't deserved it. They hadn't deserved it, Ron. And nobody feels that more than Tyler, because it's not just his heart, it's his pocketbook. So, I mean, they haven't deserved it. Now they do. This weekend, or this starting today, this series will go a long way. I would imagine that they play well tonight. It'll get Tyler back in that building in a hurry.
Yeah, you know, Clint, that'd be one thing. But when you're the biggest Houston fan ever, you know, he was going to those games, and not just going to those games, Clint. He was going to road games during the Jack Easterby era. Okay, yeah, so they damn sure didn't deserve. They damn sure didn't deserve for him to spend money to go. And he was going and flying to Denver.
Well, but Tyler's he's not a blind lover. I mean, one of them guys goes sits in mezzanine seats and talks about, well, it's a long year. No, he ain't one of those guys. Look, he's on the roller coaster. He's on the roller coaster, and when that thing's at the bottom of a climb, it's hard to spend your money, and but sometimes you got to do it. Now the Texans are a little different. There's only a handful of games in a year, so his commitment issues aren't there.
Yeah, well, yeah, they didn't deserve for him to be there.
No
Ron, you clearly haven't met me. I have about 11 to 12 jerseys, shirts, and jackets. Well, you know what? Maybe you're in play now.
Well, hey, throw your name in the bucket, man. Let's see if we can't do that,
Throw
Ron.
your name in it. 'Cause Tyler is giving – I'm going to stop calling him Psycho T. He's lost it.
Oh,
He's
wow.
just Tyler.
That's so boring.
So
hey, everyone. Just Tyler here with you.
Just Tyler. Just Tyler. Your sickness is not. They got plenty of bathrooms at the Daikin. You can.
That's true.
You can go and deposit what you need to deposit.
Hey, 500. That means Ron's got to do the.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh wow, Ron's got to do lineups.
Hell yeah. I thought about that when I was sitting on my porcelain throne the other day. Yesterday.
Wow, it couldn't be better timing.
I already broke it too. I already did it for the radiothon. That really pissed Tyler off.
Oh,
that was
all
hurtful.
right.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Well, somebody decided they wanted to give $500 to the Houston Food Bank, so I'm a money whore. Sorry, or a food bank whore, wherever you want to go. No,
I think you could,
7135.
look, I think you can probably do away with all those terms before that W word. Just go with that. Just go with that noun. Is that a noun?
Just go with that one.
Is
that my boy Ron?
Just go with a whore.
Yeah. I mean, whatever descriptive term you want to throw on the front's fine, but let's be honest.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. So they've gotten hot, and I will give this. Now, Clint obviously predicted that they will not have any injuries. Completely wrong. Bryce Matthews would like to give a hand to you. So would Spencer Getty.
Mm-hmm.
But you did say they were going to get hot, and they have gotten hot. And I throw this out to the folks and you, Clint. What do you think has changed? All right, they've won 8 of 9. Yeah, it's more than them beating bad teams. What do you think has changed? Because 2 of those teams, the Marlins and the White Sox, were at least above 500 when they ran into them. What's changed in your mind?
You know, that's a really good question. I think obviously you've had a run of some pretty good outings. I mean, look, the Spencer Arrighetti outing and the MI outing ended so quick that whoever took over was actually better, right? I mean, Christian Javier taking over for MI made that a really good outing. You put the two work that the work that both of those guys did together, and hell, you got a quality start. So, you know, I think overall, I think the pitching has been better. Look, again, I understand that a couple guys had to have a damn life raft to make it happen, but the pitching, I think, overall has been better. I think Jeremy Pena has been on an absolute tear, and him at the top of this lineup just changes the dynamic. And then I think the complementary pieces, man. I mean, obviously Jordan, he is just such in the middle of this lineup. He just changes everything so drastically that if the guys around him just do a little bit, the lineup is tough to navigate. I think Diaz has been better. At least I don't know if the numbers will show you because I haven't looked at necessarily the numbers to say boy he has or he hasn't. But it sure seems like when you turn the TV on, he's either on the front end of a hit that's moving runners or he's crossing home plate. So he's been productive. So I think there's a handful of things that have, as you mentioned earlier, Abreu has been better. So I think there's probably a handful of things that you could attribute it to, but the complementary baseball ultimately.
Yeah, you brought up there's been some good pitching. The pitching is just weird they've had some odd outings out there. Spencer getting hurt, and Ronell had a bit of a swing there. But Hunter and Pete's been good. Hunter's been good since he got called out by the manager. But the one point to me that jumps is I see some other people rolling in here. The bullpen has been better. Yeah, that's fair. And Abreu has come to that. You could just get it to Josh Hader. He's been really good. But you brought up Pena, and that to me feels like what's been the biggest thing. He's on this 11-game hitting streak in this stretch, Clint, where they're which I don't think it's a coincidence, in this stretch where they have won 8 of 9. I mean, he's hitting .413 leading off with 6 homers. Hell, he's got 12, Clint. This is all in this 11-game hitting streak, 6 homers, and he scored 14 runs. And I just think it is also so important because of where he hits and who he hits in front of. And he is taking full advantage of teams going at him because they don't want to put people on base in front of Jordan. But this is putting a lot of managers at least having to make decisions. Now, I don't think it's real hard decisions, but they seem to be making them hard. But he's putting people in there to have to make decisions because of the way he's swinging the bat, and he's often on base in front of Jordan, and you've got to make a call. And there have been several times in this stretch where they've had to walk Jordan because there are runners on base and they don't want to pitch to him. And Paredes has been able to come through. Christian Walker's been able to come through. So you add not just another bat, Clint, and maybe at the beginning of the year that was Christian Walker, and he's cooled off a bit, but add another significant bat to Jordan. And now you got like a 1-2 punch, and that's what it's been. And that 1-2 punch, they hit back-to-back at the top of the order. And I think that has been enormous, the Jeremy Pena turnaround. And you see the importance of him, and that's why they have got to keep those tight-ass muscles in a good spot, because they absolutely have to have him in there.
Yeah, on a night-in, night-out basis. I mean, you're right. That hitting streak, and it not being Jordan that has the hitting streak, obviously he's breaking as well. But you're right. Anything around Jordan, especially the guy that's in front of him, boy, I mean, that puts an unbelievable amount of pressure on the opposing on the opponent, man. So, yeah, I mean, Jeremy's I'm just glad that Altuve made that call, man.
Telling you, man. You just keep fighting too, Altuve. He was able to snap that streak he was in.
Oh, shoot. He's out there getting, hey, at 42 years old, he's out there getting legging out infield hits, rolling, son, speed.
Y'all over slide him in the 40s.
Y'all trying to put him out there. Don't you
slide him in the 40s.
Y'all trying to put him out the pasture.
I'm not trying to put him in the pasture. I'm not.
I can't believe Tyler's doing it either. Tyler thinks if he refers to him as a stroke goat, it's okay to disrespect. Otherwise, I'm telling you, man, y'all trying to put Altuve out the pasture.
Stop. We're not. No. You hear what we're saying about him. We're simply saying the two guys you named are the brisket and the steak. We're just simply saying he's the green beans.
Why can't he be the rib?
He's not a rib anymore.
I'm ordering a 3-meat. I'm ordering an Astros 3-meat. Who's the third one? He's a
side dish.
I'm ordering an Astros 3-meat. Who's the third one?
He's that Christian Walker.
The Christian combo.
Coming up.
I was wondering if he was going to answer that terrible question seriously, and he did. He gave me two more options.
I got you. Coming up, I think this is great news. Great news that we are hearing for somebody who reports about the Texans every single day. I wonder if Clint is on the same page with him, because he was out there as well. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, here we are, man. If you're looking to sell your home, I tell you every day, Orchard is
Paid for by NHTSA.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 1 hour down on a Friday and a big weekend here for Houston sports. Training camp is underway tomorrow. Big Saturday tomorrow. You'll be able to see the fellas practice for the first time. I know many of you are going out to practice tomorrow, and you'll see CJ and Will and company out there. And then while you're riding back or riding over to get yourself ready for game 2 of the series at the Dyke, you could be listening to some local weekend coverage right here on Sports Radio 610. My man Tyler might be out there. I know Luke is potentially not gonna be there, but there may Luke might be out there, but there could be should be some weekend program coming up where you can listen to and hear local coverage of the Texans and local coverage of the Astros as well on your way over to the Daikin, as Ronel Blanco will be on the mound for game 2 of the series. So you got you covered. And then also you can be listening on Sunday as well on Sports Radio 610. Zach Gill, Brandon Scott, they got you covered on Sundays. Right here as you're rolling around and getting ready for the Astros game 3 of that series. We still don't know who the hell is starting there. Some interesting news. Now, you fellas have to tell me what the hell does this mean. I don't know what this means, but according to the Chandler Rome, according to the Astros, Carlos Correa has begun light on-field baseball activities and running progression. If you remember, Correa underwent what was thought to be season-ending ankle surgery after he got hurt, just swinging in the cages. But he is working on light baseball activities and some running. I don't know what that means. There was nothing else that said that they're trying to target anything. I do remember last year Paredes was trying to get back and did a little bit of this. Not sure, but Correa is doing baseball activities and running.
Well, the way these guys are returning nowadays from full-blown Achilles tears and things of that nature, yeah. Blown out knees, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if whatever Correa injured isn't something that when they got in there and got it opened up and saw what it was it something that maybe wasn't as severe? Was it something that he can return from? I mean, look, I don't know. I mean, what do we got? We got a little over 50 games left in the season.
52 games.
Yeah, so I mean, you got a good chunk of a couple of months at the very least before you would really want to push the envelope with Carlos Correa. And the question is this something that he's targeting of like, hey, if we make it so far, then I could be available. I don't know how that would work, given that obviously it's an ankle. He's obviously not bad. He's not hitting in the cage, that kind of thing. So how realistic is it, even if he could get back? But definitely something to monitor.
Yeah, no, that is interesting to look at. Carlos Correa, we'll see what that means. Clearly, this run and where they are right now, as we sit there, a half game out of first place with the Rangers, who are in front of them here in town over the weekend. And coming into yesterday, as I should check again, they were just one game out of the wild card. Yeah, they're one game out of the wild card. as well. So they are definitely in realistic playoff contention. And, if he is pushing to get back this year, he is, the Astros are definitely in a spot where that could happen. All right. I think this is really good news, and I choose to believe this news because I have already been very clear on where I stand on this, Clinton. I know what you have said, and I'm not going to say what you have said doesn't make sense. Makes a lot of sense. But according to DJ Bieniemy, who covers the Houston Texans for ESPN, when he was going through his notes and takeaways from camp practice number 2, Clinton, you've been at them all as well, he said one of the big takeaways is Rutledge. Keelan Rutledge, the center they drafted in the first round, got plenty of snaps with C.J. Stroud during 11-on-11. At this point, DJ Bieniemy says he would be shocked if the first-round pick wasn't starting against Buffalo Week 1. First, Clint, I want your thoughts. You were out there at camp every day as well. You've seen how things have gone. Are you to the space that DJ Bieniemy is, where you believe at this point it is moving towards him getting the job?
No, I don't. I'm not there. I think it's wide open. I think they got to find out, is he capable? I think if it were one of those deals where he was moving towards getting the job, that he would be plug and play and take the majority of the reps with CJ. Which I wasn't counting. How many reps, that he actually was having. I saw the rotation was really heavy and multiple guys were getting run. I don't know in the two practices. Again, we've had so few reps, in a team setting with CJ that I don't know if there's a whole lot to glean from it in my perspective. But they are definitely, there's no doubt about it, Ron, that this could have went several different ways. And there's no doubt about it with Rutledge. They are definitely getting him run at center and considering him as a guy that in a perfect world was their starting center to start the season. And they're it's not plug and play, but it's definitely in play, if you will, at this point. So and the conversations, the offensive coordinator spoke, D'Amico Ryans has spoke. I believe CJ spoke, and everybody was asked about Keelan Rutledge, and they're not shying away from talking about this young fella like he was a starter. That's for damn sure. The comments made in the media and the willingness to talk about him as a starter and not go default to, it's competition. It's competition. Everybody's getting reps. I don't know. Yada. They are answering questions about the young fella at center as if he's been impressive. So I think the comments that have been made lead me to believe that he's the front runner. But I don't know that any of the reps that we've been able to see necessarily say that. But that's just my set of eyes and me watching in this situation.
Yeah, and I think that is clearly the hope. And we'll see. Tomorrow will be a big one, right? As we see them, and then we'll see a little bit more. Probably as the fans are out, you're going to give them a show, so we'll see a lot more, probably 11-on-11. It'll be interesting to see how much the rotation is with CJ, right? That's really the big one to me. Like, obviously, you want to see him get as many reps, but who's getting the reps at that spot with CJ is the big one. We'll see on that. And I'll be honest, the move off of that, if, let's say, DJ is right, and he'll be shocked at this point, I'm not seeing the path, Clint, on how Jake Andrews makes this roster. Because when you look at it, if he's not the starting center, the one player that, to me, Clint, when you start looking as they look to cross train a lot of these guys, the one player as you start to look that you would say, I don't know if he has the versatility to play as many positions on the bench. If Keelan Rutledge is there, is Jake Andrews. Jarrett Patterson played guard in the playoff game last year, and he has started games at guard. So we know he has the versatility to be that.
Yeah, look, and Evan Brown was also brought in. He's the one that's getting getting some run there and could potentially be in play as it pertains to what you're talking about. Because you're right. I mean, do you want a just surefire backup guard? I mean, backup center, and he eats up a roster spot, even if he's only inactive every week. Is that what you're looking for, or is it more like, hey man, Evan Brown, who plays guard center guard, that guy, if he plays well in this training camp, I would imagine he would be the more valuable player at that point in time. Another veteran that's done it, that's played all the positions, that I would think will pick up the system pretty quick. Has done the communication piece in his career, and so I would think that Evan Brown would come into play if this center position works out to where Jake Andrews is not the starter.
I think we lost our connection here with Ron the show.
Did we show?
I think so. Working on getting him back right now.
Well, that's all right. I mean, look, here's the deal: is does Jake Andrews make this team if he's not the starting center? And Keelan Rutledge, all the audio that we heard today, again, some really good audio out there. We'll play it for you throughout the show. But all the audio we heard today, some of the audio that surfaced on the social medias out there, even Keelan Rutledge doing some talking, it sure seems like they're talking and they're not shying away from him being the guy. It's been a rotational piece. It's not been a plug and play from a reps perspective, but for 3 days now, they sure aren't afraid to talk about him as a starter. You know, we in the past, with the exception of a couple of guys, their default has been, well, we'll let the competition, everybody's competing at every position, we'll let the competition decide, you know, who the starter is. It sure seems like the talking points around Keelan Rutledge are pretty aggressive, more aggressive than the reps that he's actually getting. But Evan Brown will play into that if indeed that Jake Andrews is not named the starter, unless – you know, they start rotating Jake in at some of the guard stuff, which they may. Again, I've not zeroed in on the guard center guard every single snap, so I don't know if Jake's been getting some run at guard as well. But if that is the case, then that changes the dynamic. But your point is spot on. Is, you know, what do they do with Jake Andrews if he's not the starter here?
Ultimately, though, Clint, I do think this is probably the route that I would say most fans would want it to be, right? And maybe by next week, no disrespect to Jake, but the hope is maybe next week he takes even more control, Keelan Rutledge, of this job and gets more of the snaps. That's to me what the hope is, and the quicker we get to a place where he is predominantly getting the snaps, so we don't have as many of the missed snaps and fumble snaps like we had earlier in the week, and he starts to get, because it's such a unique situation with Rutledge, being that he does not have a ton of experience playing the position, and he is going to have to get a lot of that before he has a run of Ed Oliver, followed by Dexter Lawrence, Quinnen Williams, DeForest Buckner. Damn, that's the first four, huh? Wow, okay. Before he has a run of those dudes on the inside, my mind just ran through. Welcome to the league, big dude. But ultimately, Clint, like, again, they need him, and they need this O-line to work. Because you look at this from, and we heard Nick talking about earlier this week, he wants the best five to emerge, that nonsense again. And if this doesn't work this year, I don't know where they go, Clint. I just really don't know what they do, who they call on to try to fix it. They have tried to fix this sucker every year. They need this to work this year, because if this comes up in their face again, I just don't know what they do next.
Well, it would be a sad day in Texans Nation if this doesn't work. I mean, this seems like, I mean, obviously we would have liked to have seen them throw more money at maybe some free agents that were out there over the last couple of years, kind of like the Bears did, to go get some surefire guys that that change the room, that have the pelts on the wall. They clearly didn't do that last year. It looks like they've gone that angle, that direction this year with Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller. Now, look, I mean, people can agree or disagree that those two guys are or are not the answers, but they're definitely veterans that have done it before. It's on film. They know what they signed, and they know what they hope to get out of those guys. And it is a different route than what they've taken before. And so you add Ed Ingram in that mix, which they knew who Ed was as being one of the top guards. You add a first-round pick that they throw in there. I mean, this is a different approach. I would say this is a little bit more aggressive approach, signing guys that should be plug-and-play starters. And we go from there. So I tell you, it'll be a sad day if this thing doesn't work. Now I think when we say does or doesn't work, we need to define that. I mean, I think if you can just improve on last year and just be complimentary to a quarterback that can spin it around the park and one of the best receivers in the league, if you can just be complimentary to that. I know everybody else wants that to lead the show and that to headline offense is running the football, but if you can just complimentary a 50-50 offense, you've got the guys in CJ and Nico to where you should feel comfortable doing that, and you should be able to move the football and score points. Now, we'll see if they can get to that complimentary area.
Yeah, I'm glad you said define that, because we clearly know it ain't just defined by getting to the playoffs.
Right.
They've gotten to the playoffs with poor offensive lines. They just can't be winning games again in spite of them, right? And then ultimately when they get to a team that has a really good front, they're getting sacked 8 times, or they're getting dominated like they did against Baltimore and New England. That can't happen. I at least believe we won't have musical chairs this year. I do at least believe that. Coming up, I wonder if Clint has an answer to this being out there, because we usually see this 3 days into camp. We usually start to hear buzz about this, and we haven't had this yet. I wonder if Clint sees somebody that potentially fits this. We'll do that coming up next.
How is C.J. Stroud handling the pressure of contract discussions heading into this season?
Yeah, I think pressure is part of my job, so I've learned.
888-222-2222.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Hey, Houston's big. Your favorite station signal should be big, too. From Sugar Land to Spring, League City to Cypress, you'll hear us loud and clear. No dropouts, no static, just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we're live here on a Friday. Coming up here in a few minutes, the sports version of East Coast, West Coast. Death Row versus Apple, the sports version of that we're seeing right now play out in front of our very eyes. We'll talk about that coming up here at the bottom of the hour. But training camp today. Today, day 3, as Clint said earlier, just really a walkthrough session. They're really getting themselves prepared. As tomorrow, the fans will be able to see them, and we've gone out there, and this is a group, Clint, that generally plays with a certain level of energy and effort, but that energy and effort really turns up when people are in the stands, and we'll see that intensity probably jump up a little bit more tomorrow as the fans will get a chance to see them for the first time. But tomorrow should be a fun look, a good look. I was listening to In the Loop earlier, and I do want to get to something that generally we see in camp by now, but I don't know that we've seen it with the Texans yet. But I'm wondering, they were talking about maybe a little bit of pressure for CJ to perform tomorrow for the first time in front of the fans. You get any sense of that there's any pressure for him tomorrow, as this is going to be the first time in front of people that he performs since really the Patriot game?
No, look, I'll say it, like I've said it many a time. I don't think C.J. Stroud feels any pressure to go out there and perform well. I think he wants to go perform well simply because it means that his studying and all his off-season work is paying off. I don't think there's any pressure. I don't think a quarterback of this ilk sits there and goes, "Oh no, we're going to have fans in the stands tomorrow, man. I better light this thing up." I think naturally, as a quarterback, you want to go out there and perform well for the people, and just because you're a competitor and he's a superstar and he's a celebrity, and you want to go out there and feed that beast, if you will. But I don't think there's any pressure for a guy like C.J. Stroud to go out there and perform well. Now. And this is where I think we've gone back and forth over some camp observations day one, and this thing's had a 3-day shelf life. This is where I think people, may be misunderstanding some things. Is I don't think CJ's got any pressure whatsoever, but I guarantee you the noise gets significantly louder if you got fans that show up out there and the ball's getting turned over multiple times. The noise is going to get significantly louder around this offense. And CJ, he's the head of it all. Whether it's fair or foul, the noise is going to get louder around CJ Stroud if the ball ends up on the ground or the ball ends up in a defender's hands, more than a couple times. And so that is going to happen. I think the organization and the offense, I think, is got some pressure to go out there and perform well. You look up and the pass protection. If you go out there, and what we've talked about was borderline criminal last year happens again in versus ones, and Will and Daniil are just collapsing the pocket over and over, and it doesn't look like this O-line's going to be able to hang up. The noise is going or hang with this deep. The noise is going to get really, really, really loud, and that's just something that I don't think people – I don't care where you sit on the quarterback or the play caller or the head coach. Like that's That's one thing that I just don't think people are going to be able to deny. If there's not noticeable, marked like improvement in those categories, the noise is just going to grow and get louder and louder.
Yeah. And I'm glad you put it that way. I mean, a lot of it goes to CJ, and you understand why it does. It's the quarterback, and he touches the ball all the time. And if it was the other way, he would get most of the credit, one would think. But I do think it is an offense thing, not just necessarily a quarterback thing. This was like we all hear this. If the Texans just had, a quarterback that just didn't screw it up, they would have gotten there. I think there's a fair thought of if they had a quarterback and if their offensive line blocked to a certain level and if, their receivers were healthy and didn't – like I think if their offense to get as a whole could hold their end, this team would look different. So I do like the thought of this is an offensive thing and not just one player.
Yeah, it's
and not even just the coordinator.
I mean, no, but
it's all of it.
But I mean, look, CJ's really a veteran. I mean, CJ's a guy that has played a ton of football. He's dealt with football adversity now. And look, these guys are, especially guys that have made it to the level of C.J. Stroud, are their ability to compartmentalize. I've said this, Ron, since you and I have been doing radio together, and well before that, is I think one of the most amazing things that high-level athletes do, and you don't get any higher than what C.J.'s done, is the ability to compartmentalize, right? And so, I mean, the only way that I think CJ ever gets in his own head or to your point, feels pressure or presses a little bit is if we get into 2 or 3 or 4 games deep in these and it's interceptions and it's some of it may be bad luck, some of it may be the situation forced him to be aggressive and he just turned it over at the end of the game, but that interception number starts to balloon up a little bit. I could see him feeling it then, but right now, you've made the point. I mean, CJ's no fool. Yes, he had a bad playoff series. But right now, as it pertains to CJ feeling pressure, he's more in the lane of what you always preach, Ron, is, man, the sample size of protecting the football pretty good is tenfold compared to the games where he struggled. I think that right now plays more into CJ's psyche and his mindset than just that ultimately that playoff game.
Yeah, it'll be a big one in terms of the fans being able to see this team for the first time coming up tomorrow. All right, one thing tomorrow that I don't think the fans will have in their minds to see, because I just don't think that the Texans have shown to have one of these guys yet. Usually by this point, and Clint and Tyler, we've done 5-6 of these together. Usually by this point, and you all know it, there's always like one guy, one dude that was a late draft pick or one dude that was undrafted or something that's the camp darling. The one that everybody's falling in love with. The one dude but I think Tank Dell was that guy not too long ago. The one guy really like, dang, ooh, who did this guy come from? This guy might have a chance. This guy might take
babies.
But yeah, the babies, the fun ones. It feels like, and you were out there, you've had your eyes out there. It feels like the Texans don't have one of those guys yet this year. And I know we've been through 3 days of practice, and today was a walkthrough, but usually there's just some wide receiver, Clint, or there's some running back or some tight end that everybody just starts to fall in love with, and then people start to think silly things about, like, oh man, he might be able to do something. It doesn't feel like the Texans have that guy right now yet.
It doesn't seem like it. I think Tank was one of those guys when he first came in. Right, I think Ariante Ursery was one of the more recent ones. I think Ariante Ursery's years were loaded with them, with Higgins and Knoll as well.
John Lopez used to have one a year. He usually has a guy that he just falls in love with once a year that generally doesn't make the team.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I'm just saying the camp crushes.
Yeah, I mean, I think my camp crush a few years back was Kalen Bullock. Even though, I mean, obviously the mid-round pick, it's not a maybe it's not a low end pick, but a mid-round pick. So yeah, I mean, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I think, look, when your defense is the headliner, if you will, and there's not but a couple of spots over there with McDonald and Blankenship being the two that could potentially plug in to veterans, what were veteran spot or different spots, new guys, I guess. There's not a whole lot on the defensive side of the ball, so it probably defaults to the offense, and I don't know who's done enough to even open eyes.
Well, I mean, you've been out there, so obviously you've been out there. There's not anyone jumping out to you that you've seen, but I mean, and we were talking to I was talking to the big conk before the show, Tyler, or Will Kunkel, and he was having a hard time trying to figure out 1-2, and I'll give him the credit on this. They haven't, you tell me if I'm wrong, Clint, you've been out there, the type of offense and how they have been running it here the first couple of days, there's not a lot of high-flying, big opportunities for somebody to go make crazy plays. It seems like get the ball out. I saw DJ Bieniemy yesterday did a chart of the time that CJ got the ball out. That thing was like under 2.5 seconds, except for one scramble. So, like, everything is short, quick, efficient is what it looks like, and there's not a lot of down the field stuff where you're like, ooh, that guy made a great play, because they're just not really doing that a lot.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that yesterday, Ron, of just like it appears. Now, I don't know. I'm going to assume it's probably a little bit of both, but I don't know if it's the play calls or if it is, that's what's, been emphasized to C.J. Stroud at this point in camp is just eliminate the negative plays by getting the ball out early. When we talked about this yesterday, there was a time when Danielle Hunter just immediately shot inside off of Ariante Ursary, and I mean it would have been a sack, 9 out of 10 times, but CJ got the ball out of his hands immediately somewhere to his right side, and so it was a non-factor. That's got to be a more of an, not only CJ having that quick clock in his head, but Nick Caley schematically creating those opportunities. That's one big part of complementing the run game. Like, usually a good running football team has they have a great play action team. Everybody talks about it because that's how you take shots. But the reality of it is, if you can run the football well enough to force the middle of the field closed, all of a sudden you get some soft corners. Now you can throw your quick game. Your screen game is easier on the edges, right? So you're, if you can run it well enough, a good complementary piece to that should be that quick game. And we've seen these guys getting the ball out of CJ's getting the ball out of his hand really quick these first 2 days. Now, this deep's good enough to tighten down the hatches and take that away from you and make you throw it down the field. And hopefully Nico and Higgins and the big bodies that they have outside sitting at 6'4", 215, 220 can go make some plays. We'll see if that happens. But right now they've allowed him to spin it around the park in the quick game, and he's protected himself and his offensive line in doing so.
Yeah, shout out to the text line. Yeah, maybe the closest thing, especially hearing from you, is Jawar Jordan. Maybe he's the closest thing that's kind of jumped out as somebody that maybe folks didn't look at as being a frontline guy that could be a kind of a camp darling. Maybe that's the closest thing we've seen. Because it ain't Lewis Bond. I hadn't heard his name much at all. All right, coming up, the Astros made a move from a player that's familiar here. We'll let you know the latest of that. And this thing is heating up. If you have not heard what old Indiana's head coach Kurt Cignetti had to say, the trash talk with the SEC and the Big Ten has reached a fever pitch. We'll discuss and let you hear that coming up next.
What kind of impact does D'Amico expect new Texans running back David Montgomery to make this season?
We know it's no secret that
Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, yeah, that's fitting, baby. Feel like we got a little Pac and Biggie going on. Hopefully it doesn't end like this. But we got a little Pac and Biggie going on in the Big Ten and the SEC. I do want to get to that. And if you have not heard what the reigning national championship coach for IU had to say, wait to hear this, boy. Oh, man, we should know. We should have known. He gets to talking. Old Kurt, boy, he's the one that came from James Madison, and they asked him about his winning, and he said, "Google me." What my man said. So he's about that life. But before we get there, a little news with the Astros. Braden Shoemake, he has been re-signed by the Astros to a minor league deal. So Braden Shoemake, I'm surprised. I'll be honest. Like I don't want to spend too much time on this. I just want to give the news. But I'm a bit surprised that a team didn't pick up old Shoemake and think he could. He could be of some help for them. There was something like, look, the Astros have brought up a lot of hooks / space cowboys up here. There was a little something there before he got injured that was just like, I don't know what he's gonna be, but yeah, he's probably one of. If we did like a Mount Rushmore of the space cowboys / hooks that have had to come up here the last 2 years, I think Braden Shoemaker is on Mount Rushmore. I think he's one of the four that have been impressive. So I'm surprised that no team tried to pick him up, but it looks like the Astros are bringing him.
Well, your value is what somebody's willing to pay for you, and it doesn't seem like what you're saying is going to hold water because he's back. But
he's back.
I'm with you, man. I wouldn't put him on my Mount Rushmore, but I would definitely. There seemed to be a little something there that. You watch him and you go, boy, this guy's got a little staying power potentially, but boy, he's been yo-yoed as much as any of them, hadn't he?
All right, I just want you to. We don't need to spend any more time on it. I'd love for you to come up with your four. Then, I'd love. It certainly ain't.
Well,
Vince. It ain't Jacob Milton. It ain't these guys.
No, you're right on that.
Taylor Trammell's probably got a spot, but I don't know, man. He was pretty good up there. All right, Clint. This has been happening here, the SEC Media Days, now the Big Ten Media Days, and this trash, and I love it, Clint. How I feel. Shout out to my man Denny Parkins, who always says it's more sports hate. I'm all for it. More sports hate, not real hate, but more sports hate. It's a beautiful thing. And this thing between the Big Ten and the SEC is serious. These are the two top conferences in the sport, and the SEC is refusing to give up the crown, and the Big Ten said they're going to try to take it. And it's just been words back and forth, including your old head coach at Arkansas, Brett Bielema. He got in there and stepped in it. And I mean that was disrespectful when he said they're living in 2005. I mean, what are you talking about? That skipped over all your years. But your ass
he knew what he was doing.
Whatever.
He knew what he was doing. Them boys quickly posted his record at the University of Arkansas, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Boy,
I think he got out of Paul Feinbaum tripped and fell trying to get that record out. But here's Kurt Cignetti, Indiana's head coach who just won the national championship, sticking up for the Big Ten.
The Big Ten is the best league in football, and a lot of really good football teams. It's hard to win on the road. Very physical football teams, very well coached. It definitely prepares you for the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain. All right? And that's why we're the best.
Coach Cignetti, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Jesus, man. Couple things there, Clint. I just want Kurt to know that you all call yourself a Midwest conference. You got teams in the upper Pacific Northwest. You got teams just flat out in L.A. You got teams in New York. So you're just spanning the entire country. So you're not just Midwest. But damn, boy, he went for it all right there.
Well, he's good. I mean, look, and he's a defending national champion, so people are going to listen. I would argue he ain't been there long enough to see if he falls or to whine or complain. He's climbed the mountain. He's done a hell of a job, and they won a title. And is the one program that, in my opinion, has even made this a conversation, because as long as it was just top heavy with Michigan and Ohio State trading blows, nobody was ever going to even shape their mouth to say the Big Ten was legitimately bigger than the SEC. So Indiana making the run to the top the way that they did is why this is a conversation. So I think it's fair. Kurt Cignetti can say what the hell he wants to say, and he's slick with it now. He has got a mouthpiece on him. I am a fan. I'm fascinated. I'm entertained, but I think he's wrong. Again, I think he's dead ass wrong. I mean, it's been a good run, no doubt about it. Been a good run, but we'll see. We'll see if the SEC doesn't return back. We know they'll have 4 or 5 teams in there. We know they'll have the most teams in there, if not win it. So either they'll have one or both, and we'll see what happens this year.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. One, I feel like I want to see some sort of – like, I think they should do what college basketball does and pick a week during the year, and they have some sort of a Big Ten SEC challenge where, it's just 1 week in the non-con where everybody plays someone from the other conference. You know what I mean? Where there's Michigan and Alabama on the schedule together, Texas – and Oregon on the schedule together, Ohio State and Georgia on the schedule. That would be all the way down to, Northwestern playing Vanderbilt. That would be a great thing to see, regular season wise, and obviously it would be some great games as well. But the other part to that is I just go by the numbers, and I think you can really only talk about this as a conversation, Clint, when the Big Ten expanded and they got all of those Pac-12 schools. When Oregon and Washington and USC and UCLA, that is when this became a conversation, because Oregon and Washington had been pretty good recently when they came over. So that's really been about the last 2 years. And I would say, listen, I'll be honest and I'll go by the numbers. And I think a few ways to measure this is obviously the overall championships, most talent, and I think you could look at the first-round draft picks, and then teams that you think, the amount of teams that you think legit could win a national championship. And I think the Big Ten has tightened this thing in a way we have not seen it tighten. But I'll be honest, and I'll go with you. I still think the edge goes to the SEC right now. I think the SEC probably has more teams that we think have a realistic chance to get to and win a national championship. And then still, they still had more players drafted out of the SEC in the first round since, those Pac-12 schools have come over. So by the numbers, still the SEC is there, but the Big Ten is definitely tightened this thing up. And you could see it maybe getting even closer over the next couple of years.
Yeah, look, I think if Michigan, because the other part of this we just give Michigan and Penn State, and we keep calling them blue bloods and all that. But I mean, Michigan has been up and down in a big way, and they had to, they go get a new coach, and we talked about what happened at Penn State, and so I mean, if Indiana has real staying power, which I think they do, there's no reason to think that. In terms of this conversation, I'm not saying they're going to win a bunch of titles, but do I think that they strengthen the Big Ten in a major way? Absolutely, it's one of the losingest programs, if not the losingest program in the Big Ten. And they all of a sudden shifted the power to the top. I mean, that is a major shift. That's like you mentioned, that's Vandy, Arkansas, Mississippi State, Kentucky, all of a sudden making a run to the national championship and being considered one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the conference. That's going to shift the power big time. So Indiana's the tip of the spear, and that shifted anyway. And then you look at that middle of the pack. I don't think the middle of the pack in the Big Ten was necessarily light years below the SEC. I just think the SEC was deeper and better in the middle. And then you look at the scheduling, and I don't know all the ins and outs, but you look at the scheduling, it just seemed like every year one of the blue bloods, one of the big teams out of the Big Ten, we're looking at their schedule and we're like, man, all they got to do is get up for one game. They're playing downhill 11 of the 12 weeks out of the year, and that's a little bit of a buzzkill. So I don't know, man. The gap has tightened, no doubt about it. But I'm still riding the SEC.
Yeah, the Big Ten. If they can get those other quote unquote, I don't know if they're blue bloods, but they're to it. If not, well, a couple of them are. If SC and Nebraska, which Nebraska feels like they've kind of settled into the role they're in now, and not when Tom was there or even Frank Solich was there. But those two teams are traditionally big powers. If they are to get them back to where it used to be, and the USC one is really weird. Washington kind of has been in that too.
Well, Penn State's the big one.
Get real interesting.
Penn State's the big one, right, Ron? I mean, that they got a terrible schedule, or I say terrible. They one of the weakest schedules in the game, and they're a blue blood, and they should be a team. Them, Michigan, Ohio State. Now I think you can throw Indiana in there. Obviously, you can throw Oregon in there. Those squads got to be dominant year in, year out, and then we can have a conversation.
Yeah. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, you mentioned Camp Darlings. I want to go down a list of potential Camp Darlings and then talk about one past Camp Darling, and that's Tank Dell. What is his path, and is there a path for Tank Dell to be a receiver on this football team? You heard me, a receiver on this football team. We'll shed a little light on that convo next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7.
Easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on. But y'all want to talk about that?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Not only do I get good and turned on, but I can spend a lot of money in today's sponsor. Today's Dirty's Daily is powered by Academy Sports and Outdoors. There was a time, Ron, when I'd go in there for selfish reasons. I'd go in there for hunting for old Dirty Red, a little something, just some new shorts or something that I found along the way, something I may stumble into, athletic gear or whatever, golf balls, whatever it may be. I'm telling you, man, I frequent Academy Sports and Outdoors now for my little girls. I went in there yesterday, Ron. I picked them up some batting gloves that fit them. We got a little bat at the house and picked them up batting gloves, and I bought about 12 extra softballs. And we swung the bat last night in the backyard a little bit with the girls. Academy Sports and Outdoors, I greatly appreciate y'all for making that happen. I can always find what I need. I would suggest and you're a little steep on your bucket of balls that have the pad on the top that the coach can sit on before he throws pitches. That bucket's a little bit expensive, so I think you need to come down a little bit on that, and I'll stop by and get another one. But other than that, I can always depend on Academy Sports and Outdoors for being there for me and making them kiddos happy when I walk in the door. All right, we got to have a conversation, boys, and this is a conversation for me that's kind of been – it's been lingering because of the injuries to Tank Dale. when you're in Tank Dell has been injured so often and so violently. I think anything can happen. When you miss over a year of football, I think anything can happen. But it seems like, there's kind of the context around Tank Dell, and not Tank Dell the person, but Tank Dell the player, that I think now is put me in a spot where I think this conversation is a valid conversation. I think if you look at this roster, and you look at how they build this roster, and you look at all the things I just mentioned about Tank Dell's career, I think you'll see. Now, you may not like to have the conversation. It may not be a comfortable conversation, but I think you'll see that there's some validity to a conversation being had around Tank Dell and his ability to not only get healthy and play for the Houston Texans, but to be on this team moving forward for any extended period of time. All right, here's DeMeco Ryans when he was asked about the wide receiver room in general and what you need to do to make this team.
Wide receiver room, they continue to impress every day. Someone different making a play, every day. So it's an exciting room, I think, for us to see how they develop throughout camp. But I'm excited to see, not only them perform in camp, but also just to see them get into some live preseason games. Right, we put a lot on our wide receivers when it comes to coming out of the hub line in motion. We put a lot on their plate. So your mental game has to be on point to play wide receiver, and then you have to be physical and grimy enough to block in a running game to make our team. So we have a lot of guys who have that mindset, so it's just it all sort itself out.
Physical and grimy enough to block in the run game to make this team. I don't think that DeMeco Ryans minced any words there, and I don't think it's hard for most of us that are realists here to understand that Tank Dell doesn't fit that category. Tank Dell, even if he wanted to, at about $120, he's not gonna be physical and grimy and make a dent in the run game at all, right? And so you go down the list of all the different things about Tank Dell and about this team and about this offense schematically, personnel-wise. And then you just look at the overall roster in an NFL team, what your depth wide receivers need to be able to do. It's fair to ask the question, where does Tank Dell fit in, right? You look at the top two wide receivers on this team, Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins. I don't think Higgins and Collins are going anywhere. You're talking 6'4", 215, 6'4", 225. I think that's the way this team wants to be built outside, bigger bodied, bigger frames. At some point, Nico already is one of the best in the league. At some point, you got to believe that Higgins at least is going to be a size advantage outside and be able to do all the physical, grimy things that DeMeco talks about, or he wouldn't be so highly thought of. He's an early enough draft pick where he ain't going nowhere. I think Jalen Noel, somebody that they've got now, he's injured as well. We'll see how that goes. But I think got high expectations for Jalen Noel. I think he's a guy, again, a higher draft pick. I don't think Jalen Noel is going anywhere. All right, and then you start looking down the list. I think they are absolutely in love with Xavier Hutchinson, and we all should be if we're fair, given what Xavier Hutchinson has done over his time in the league and how clutch he's been in his time in the league. Not just being available, but making plays, and not just making plays, but playing different positions in this offense, knowing all the motions, knowing all the different formations, knowing all the route concepts, and then also being the one guy that they choose to motion into the backfield and block the safety that's inserted itself into the box, or condense the formation way down along with Nico and Higgins, and and be a guy that can get grimy and physical, as DeMeco Ryans just said. I think they're in love with Hutch, and again, I think rightfully so. All the things that he can do, and then you get beyond Hutch. And I thought in my mind, Ron, before training camp, I thought this thing's going to be wide open there. There's a couple spots to kind of just, hide a guy or couch a guy until he gets healthy, or even couch a guy that, when you want to put a little package together and maybe throw a wrinkle in the offense, you got it. But I forgot all about Justin Watson. And if you're out there and you're watching Justin Watson, I'm not trying to make Justin Watson a Super Bowl player here, Ron, at all. I mean a superstar player here at all. I'm just telling you, when you watch him play, it's a whole different body style. It's a guy that can be physical and grimy and enjoys and has patterned his game to be physical and grimy if need be, just based on size and strength. Right? He's a guy that can mentally play all of the positions and can go make difficult catches. We've seen it already in training camp in the minimal play. He catches one of the Higgins throws on the sideline where he toe taps and falls out of bounds. And so he's definitely going to play all of the special teams that he possibly can, Ron. And so you move from just the roster building and what they've told us they want their wide receivers to do, and in particular what they've damn sure told us what they want their depth wide receivers to do, right? And then you roll into the fact that they want to run the football and be more of a run-oriented football team, and so that puts even more emphasis on blocking and takes more snaps away from the quote-unquote weapons or creatives, if you will. Ron, I just, when you look at this thing in any way you want to break it down, other than just Tank Dell is a really good player and we all love Tank Dell, other than the love for Tank Dell and how well the chemistry with CJ and how well we've seen him play the game, the game of football in an impressive fashion. Outside of that, I can't find where I can't find where Tank Dell fits on this roster when he does get healthy.
Well, the place, and I'll speak from my own personal feel before I get to what I believe maybe they're thinking. My own personal feel is you're damn right he fits if he's healthy. If he's healthy, he brings a dimension that I don't think anybody else on the team brings. Right? I think if he is healthy, if he is the Tank Dell that we saw play prior to the injury in Kansas City, then Tank Dell is the best route runner, the best one who can get in and out of his breaks as fast as anybody. He is a weapon, and I'll be damned he's good enough at that the blocking part of his game, which is not his strength, we can figure out around it. Now, based off everything that you just said, I think you have to also think Texans. And if you think Texans right now, it appears in this offense that they may look at him, Clint, and I think it's fair for them to look at it if they're thinking this way. They may look at him, Clint, and think, like, this isn't us putting our best foot forward if we put him in the game and he has got a block, or we need him to go on the inside and maybe go and chip off ends or block linebackers or come down and handle safeties or something like that. They may look at that, not think that is the strength. I think he still is on the team because I believe they've drafted him, and I think they know there's something there. But he may very well become more of a gadget situational player than a guy that was on the field all the time. I think he should be if he's healthy, because he is a special player. And just like with Deion, I really don't give a damn about your tackling as much as I give a damn about your ability to cover and change the game with making plays. I just think he is a playmaker, and this team lacks a lot of playmakers on it anyway. If he's healthy, that I'd find a way for him to be on the field. But that's not necessarily, Clint, how they think or view things.
Yeah. Let me be clear. I'm the president of the Tank Dell fan club, and I would build around my quarterback, and I would make sure that the guy that we've all seen, it's undeniable, has great chemistry with my quarterback. I would make sure that guy's not just on the team, but that guy's on the field. I would make sure that happened, even if, and I would not ask him to block. I tell you what, I don't want you to get inside the box. You stay your ass. If I need somebody to block, I'll get Higgins in there and he can block. I'll put you out wide at X or Z or somewhere else and keep you from being in the mix. But that's just not
you in motion.
But right. That's just not what this group has at least said they were going to do, whether we're talking about build around the quarterback and take that chemistry into account or ask their wide receivers to do. I just, the more we look at the Tank Dell situation and the more we hear from the organization, I do wonder how much how much time and effort are they willing to invest. And offense has got to get better now. They've got an identity they're leaning into. They've got to get better. They can't afford to invest in a guy that can't block, and they're not even going to ask to do that. We don't know if he's going to be able to stay healthy. We don't know when he's going to be healthy. It's hard to think that they're going to invest what, quite frankly, I would invest in Tank Dell, even when he does get healthy. So we'll see. The numbers may catch up with him. The injuries may catch up with him. The overall scheme and identity of this offense may catch up with him. And ultimately, the description of what they want their wide receiver room to look like may catch up with him. We'll see. Stay tuned. Sports Radio 610, 95.7 The Fan. We are obviously boots on the ground at training camp. Multiple guys every single day. We'll keep you plugged in to Tank Dell's progress and everything else in and around the Texans organization. Ryan, you mentioned Camp Darling potentials earlier, and I think in your point you were making was, man, we're 3 days into camp, and there doesn't really seem to be a Camp Darling that everybody's talking about yet.
There's usually always somebody, Clint, that we got to start saying, hey, man, let's pump the brakes here. He was undrafted for a reason.
Yeah.
He's a 6th-round pick for a reason.
Yeah.
We ain't got that guy yet.
Yeah, I think that guy, in fact, it's funny, on the heels of a Tank Dell conversation, I think that guy screwed his finger up and is going to miss a couple of weeks of camp. I think Jalen Noel would have been that guy right out of the gate. I think the hype was real. I know a lot of people really had high expectations for him making that jump from return specialist to receiver, particularly the slot receiver position. And him being out, I think, is one that really, Ron, could have potentially been that Camp Darling. And I'm going to give you two that are on the verge. All right, yesterday, D'Amico Ryans spoke about Caden McDonald. I talked to 95.7 The Fan, Sports Radio 610, Seth Payne. I talked to him, defensive line specialist, old D-line himself. He was talking about Caden McDonald and said, nah, this cat's going to be able to help this team. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but ultimately our long conversation ended in a way, nah, he's ready right now. D'Amico Ryans talked about how strong he is, and it's already showing up. Caden McDonald has a chance to be that guy sooner rather than later. Saturday, by the way, in a scrimmage with the public there will go a long way. I think the other one is Keelan Rutledge. I don't think in my opinion, that what I've seen, there's been nothing that's like, oh my gosh, this guy's the next coming, right? But when you listen to Keelan Rutledge talk, when you listen to Nick Caley talk, they're not shying away from context and details around him playing the center position for the first time, and the goods, the bads, the ugly. It sure seems, Ron, like their conversations are, this thing's going to work itself out pretty quick, and Keelan Rutledge is going to be the starting center. The words are saying that, and I think if that happens, we may have one of these big boys, one on either side of the ball, become a Camp Darling in a hurry.
Yeah.
Not sexy. Not taking anything. I'm not taking anything away from you big boys now, but not sexy. But it is.
Those aren't normally the Camp Darlings. Yeah.
Yes.
It's normally the guys that can catch the ball, score touchdowns, or get interceptions or something like that. But
let me give you a rundown of a handful more. I think Mapu. I think he with the linebackers that have gone down. He's a depth guy now behind obviously Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair. With the depth guys that have gone down, I think he's going to get a lot of run in the preseason. And Matt Burke is on record today talking about how excited he is about him, about how athletic he is and rangy he is in coverage. He could be a Camp Darling. And then, look, beyond Jalen Noel, I think you got a couple of guys, skill players on the offensive side of the ball. Jawar Jordan is one for me that in the running back for the Texans, the running back position for the Texans is getting a lot of attention. I think there's a chance that if Jawar Jordan has some big plays, again, particularly tomorrow, he'll get plenty of run. I would think that he could end up being a Camp Darling. And this one has real legs because he just is good looking. Marlon Klein, the tight end, number 8. Well, I mean physically. I mean just get like this. I mean we're talking.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought you were talking about as attractive.
No. I don't even. I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. I don't even know if I've seen his face. But like body wise, I mean he's every bit of 6'5", 6'6", 250. And when you watch him run, whether it's the quick stuff, kind of agility type stuff, or it's laying out on the sideline and catching a ball, it's sexy. I mean, it may not be what gets him on the field week one, but it's damn sure something that when fans watch him, you're going to be like, okay, I see why that guy was a second-round pick. So there's some Camp Darling potential, but you're right, we hadn't seen one jump off the field yet.
Yeah, like we said, Gerard Jordan may be the closest. I've heard you make some comments that he did. And I've heard John Lopez say it as well, but nothing like, people losing their mind. We're like, ooh, this guy, Noah Whittington, people were talking about him a lot. I thought he might be a guy that might fit that, but he hasn't really stood out yet. So we'll see coming up if we got some guys that might fill that role. All right, the Astros, the biggest series of the year, and the lineups are out, but there is huge, I mean, 3 different stories that I think potentially one is big news already, and then there has potential of big news as well. We'll share that with you coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, summer has arrived. It is here, baby, and the days are long. The vacations are happening. In fact, the last-minute vacations are happening as we're speaking. We're taking the babies on a little vacation next weekend, so my family's doing it, your family's doing it, I think everybody's doing it. And the truth of the matter is the roads are becoming more and more dangerous every minute of every day.
22. Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Every touchdown, every tackle, every Thirsty Thursday, Football Friday, and Reaction Monday, every conversation on your drive home, static free across the entire metro area.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a lot of news coming out of the Daikin. The Astros will host the Rangers in the biggest series of the year. They are a half game out of first place, and the lineups are out. We will get you those coming up soon. But I want to pass across some news. So let's. There's three big things, Clint. Let's tackle them. Get in your stance. Be able to come off the ball. Let's tackle them all one by one here. Tatsuya Imai is moving to the bullpen for the time being. Joe Espada said. God, come on. Who's doing it? Clint.
I like the move. I like the move.
Come on, Joe!
I like the move. Well
Come
done.
on, Joe! That is good enough.
Yeah, I like the move. I don't want to completely give up on the kid. We're paying him too much money, and quite frankly, there's too much movement on every damn pitch. But there's got to be an adjustment made at this point in time. And look, if you don't have enough arms, which we never seem to have enough arms in the bullpen. I'm not knocking the bullpen, but it always seems like something comes up where we're once a series where we're talking about putting a strain on our bullpen. Hey. Throw Tatsuya Imai in that position. Limit the time that he has to think about a start, the time that he has to worry about a pitcher's mound, and say, when we call you, young fella, get your ass out there and do the best that you can. And by the way, throw the pitches that we call and just be glad that you still got a job. And we'll see if we can't get a little production out of him. I like this for Imai, and I love Joe Espada making the decision.
Well, it's the move that had to be made, and I'll be honest with you, Clint. This felt like this is probably more than just Joe.
You wanted him in Sugar
This made. I think that I think he's basically going to be that. And I'll be honest with you, Tyler.
You don't think it'd be a bad idea, huh?
No, I think he's basically going to be that. I'll be honest with you, Tyler. I do wonder how mentally he reacts to this. I mean, that's been a...
You have to.
That's
this
kind
dude's
of been,
mentals, I mean, they're wild.
Well, I'm just saying that's been a big thing this year, and now he's been flat demoted in the heart of the playoff race. And, like, he's going to the bullpen. You tell me the next point in which you think he's going to throw in some sort of a leverage situation. Like, when would you bring him in? I mean... the next time he comes in is probably going to be what people came in for him. He's got to save them or try to just hold the game where it is. So, yeah, I like this is probably a blow for him, coming over and having to go to the bullpen. So hopefully he responds in a good way.
Last time I saw him on the mound, he needed a blow. In every meaning of the term.
Hey. And guess what? Joe obliged. He gave his ass one too.
You betcha.
And with that, Clint, according to reports coming from the Astros, Brian McTaggart at MLB.com, he says that Christian Javier is throwing a bullpen, so there is a pretty good hint about him being Sunday's starter. That only made sense. So we know Imai is not starting on Sunday, and that was probably kind of shown to us when his time in the rotation has been TBA for the last 3 days. And now it looks like Christian Javier is making his way and preparing with a bullpen session on Friday to throw on Sunday. And that, Clint, just makes sense right now. Christian Javier came in and has thrown the ball fairly well, especially his last couple of outings, including that last one where he came in and goes 5 innings, no earned, 7 strikeouts to no walks. He should be the one pitching on Sunday.
Well, I think the big difference for me between the Tetsuya MIs and really all these other guys that they're juggling around down there, to me, the big difference is we've seen him be really good with electric stuff in monster moments, right? So you've got a little bit more to draw from when he goes through some struggles, and then all of a sudden he goes out and pitches well. Now it may have been a flash in the bucket, and he may go right back to who he was. Good Lord, I hope not. But you look at Christian Javier and you go, okay, we've seen this guy for an extended period of time, pitch this way and pitch really good to great at times, and he went through a rough patch, and now boom, it looks like he might be back. That again, I don't know what's going to happen, but the confidence and the feel good vibes around Christian Javier, I think, a lot more real and a lot more valid than the Homer Mikes and the MIs and these other cats that we even Wisniewski right now, and that crew as they roll through. The Christian Javier pieces, as a fan, I go, man, I've seen Christian Javier stalk around the mound and peacock around and have that electric stuff and win games for us and put us in a really good spot to win games. So it's not just it feels like it's a little bit more real, I guess, is where I'm coming from.
Yeah, so good to see him. And when you say there's a little bit of real, there's just confidence. He's been in the toughest spot that you can be. Like, you've seen him at the biggest stage that this game offers, and him have major success. So that's, to me, it looks a little real. And then this report, Clint, we talked about it earlier, a report about Carlos Correa doing some light running. Even more on that, Carlos Correa is doing some light running and fielding ground balls, Joe Espada said. When asked whether Correa could play again this season, Espada elected not to answer the question.
Well, I mean, that beats the hell out of the alternative.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Tyler.
Look.
So you're saying?
Well, okay, I got it. I'm sorry. I forgot who we were talking about here. I was like actually responding to the thought that, like, Carlos Correa, the report that we last saw ended in after having season-ending surgery. So it's like, yeah, you can talk about all you want, but if you finish it with if it's still categorized as a season-ending surgery, then what are we talking about? The fact that Joe Espada didn't answer, one of two things is going on. Either there's a chance he's going to come back and play, or maybe he learned from opening his mouth and reporting on guys before when it didn't work out for him. Or maybe he hadn't talked to Dana Brown about it yet.
I think they talked. I think they all know. I think this just has to mean, Clint, that they are not completely ruling it out, right? Or why else would he be doing this? Like, you if you knew you got to get yourself ready for training camp, spring training, excuse me, then that's what you would work toward. This seems like a bit quick on that. This seems like very much like Isaac Paredes last year, where he tried to get himself ready towards the end of the year. And again, I don't also think this is a surprise, Clint, that he is doing this as the Astros have pulled to within a half a game out of first place, and it looks like they're making a real run to it. And listen, come on if you can go, right? I mean, the lineup you could put forth if he can go. It's better than any of the other guys that they're going to put in the order. So yeah, come on if he can go. But obviously they've got Correa more than this year. You don't want him to put himself in a position where he hurts himself and he's in jeopardy for the future. But
if it's an ankle, if it's an ankle and he's able to get back this quick in the regular season, if he tears it up again, his ass can have surgery and be back by next year. And so, yeah, I like it, man. I like the because you've got the luxury, right? You've got Jordan being able to play left field in games that matter, playoff games. You're going to put him out in left field more than likely anyway. And so if you needed that DH, you could use it with Carlos Correa. That'd be significantly better than anything else that you have. So, I love it. I mean, you could even get better defensively and play with the Paredes and Correa, and I mean you could do some different things with him, whether it's a DH or in the infield. So yeah, that'd be a big boost if he could get back, man.
Yeah, that's big. So that's one to watch. By the way, the lineup is out as they'll be playing for first place. They'll be facing Nathan Eovaldi, who is one of the better pitchers for the Rangers. The red-hot Jeremy Pena is leading off by the full season red-hot. Yordan Alvarez is the DH. Paredes behind him. Christian Walker and Altuve. And then Taylor Trammell, Yainer Diaz, Lamont, Wade, Jr., and then Cam Smith. That is the lineup for the Astros tonight as they will face the Rangers. And if they get the dub, they will be in sole possession of first place in the American League West. All right, coming up, we've heard how C.J. Stroud has elected to handle the contract situation. If you haven't heard Baker Mayfield, they're in a similar spot. C.J. Stroud should do a little Baker. We'll let you hear and see if you agree. Coming up next.
How is C.J. Stroud handling the pressure of contract discussions heading into this season?
Yeah, I think pressure is part of my job, so I've learned you got to keep the
toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin, thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As we are live here on The Drive, we will hear the contrast of C.J. Stroud and Baker Mayfield, how they're handling this situation.
Are we going to get your flowers?
But I'm sorry. I mean, the Twitter is a beautiful thing. Shout out to Houston Stressing. I'm looking at this, Tyler, and apparently Trent Brown is a rancher, and they got him in this video, and he's out there with horses, and he's got a horse, and he's walking with the horse, and the entire time, Tyler, all I can look at, and I can just see that horse, and they kind of zoom in on that horse a couple of times, and that horse looks like he's thinking, I know you better not hot gas on my back. That's the eyes that horse. That's the eyes that it looks like that horse. When they keep showing that horse's eyes, yeah, you better keep standing next to me. You better be the same way that horse would look at. No, I ain't gonna lie to you. That horse would look at me the same way. I'm not as big as Trent. He's looking at Trent's ass. That's height and weight. That's what he's looking at. Don't you? You better not even think to put your foot to get in this saddle.
That's
Hell
too
no.
much mass for this back, son.
He's as big as that damn horse. Man, hell no, man. That
You're
horse
crazy.
will go to the ground, Jack. He'll get down. Man, big Trent Brown, man. As my man told us, he'd sit in that middle seat, didn't he?
Got a big ass.
Yeah, man. Oh, man, that's good. All right, coming up in a little bit, 5 o'clock fire as we get you ready for this big sports weekend here in Houston. Clint, one of the things that's become a talking point, and I think Nick Casario's been a part of it, as he said that there's dialogue between him and David Mulugeta. And basically, from reports and what he has said, it's almost thought to not rule out that C.J. Stroud could get a contract extension. And but all off season, CJ has handled it mostly in a way in which, he seems to. There is no issue. They seem to all be on the same page, with the exception of that one time when he said he felt like he held up his end of the bargain. He said something similar to that, but held up his end of the bargain, and felt like he deserved to be compensated. But outside of that, he is really, hey, I let my agent handle that. Well, Baker has decided to go a different direction. Baker met with the media yesterday, and not only is that, is Clint Baker set a deadline. He gave their ass a deadline. He said when training camp starts, it's over. And this was Baker Mayfield as he chose violence in addressing his contract situation.
I mean, obviously, I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa. It being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point in my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it.
Now, Clint, obviously they have gone different directions on how they wanted to handle this. First, before you give your thoughts on this, when you compare it to CJ, do you think, like if we gave CJ truth serum, do you think CJ feels a similar way that Baker feels? Baker said he feels disrespected, not valued. Do you think deep down CJ feels that way?
Yeah, absolutely. And rightfully so, he should. You're talking about a guy, and if CJ's not wired the way to think this way and feel this way, which I'd be shocked if he wasn't, then it's his agent's job to make sure that he's fully aware. CJ Stroud, was the tip of the spear that pulled this organization out of the deepest level of dysfunction that I've ever seen in the NFL. Now, you can argue maybe that tip has dulled a bit since that rookie year. Maybe Will took over and Stingley took over and Kamari took over and Kalen Bullock took over and all these other guys on the defensive side of the ball because they're so good over there. Maybe they took over there. They're the tip of the spear. But at the time, CJ was the tip of that spear. And the reason he wasn't in the MVP, like legitimate MVP hunt, was because you could default to a rookie of the year because he was a rookie. That was one of the best quarterback years we've seen in the NFL, much less for a rookie. And the last 2 years, although they weren't as good, I would argue that the first year was so good that it set the expectations at an unfair level. And he has regressed a bit. Again, I would argue it's impossible for him to match that rookie year. And so regression was probably expected. And sure, there was a bad playoff game, but he's still been the quarterback of a team that's won over 30 regular season games, or maybe not 30, right? But 30 games in 3 years, including the playoffs. They've improved year over year as a team, maybe not as an offense, but as a team. And while one playoff series, one playoff run, the 2 games this year were really bad. I'm still deserving of an extension before I play my 4th year. Yeah, absolutely. I think C.J. Stroud should feel disrespected.
Do you think he's handling it the right way, or do you think he should potentially? Because I'll be honest with you, Clint. There is no way that he can't feel that way, at least somewhat, especially when you see, all the guys around him who has gotten paid.
Yeah.
Right, and as you said, he was the tip of the spear, the main push, the main cause, not just with the success, but I think the success and helping bring people back and making people believe. The jerseys we see by far is 7 out there. I would be handling it probably closer to the way that Baker is, but I'm kind of, at times a little, a little messy, but
a little unhinged.
But to me, I'm not surprised. The only reason that makes me push to think that he may not be handling that is that there may be some serious, or at least somebody from his camp isn't handling it that way. That there may be serious talks happening that they don't want to do anything to potentially put, because clearly Baker doesn't give a damn.
I don't know. Again, the timing would be really weird for me if it rolled out. Not that it wouldn't happen, but it'd be really weird for me for them to let it go this far with a guy that they clearly, if they re-up him before his 4th year, they clearly think he is a franchise quarterback and the guy that they want to build around. And so it would be weird if you feel that way, to let this thing draw out the way that it has for me. And for me personally, I can see where the team, the fit, the defensive-minded head coach and defensive-led team, you want to be really, really sure before you drop 50-plus or maybe even 60 on a guy per year. So, and you change the way you build your team. So I could see where the team would hold off as well. So it's hard for me to land in a place where this thing could pop in training camp and this thing could pop before the first game of the season. Stranger things have happened. But I tell you, back to your question on CJ. I've made this point multiple times, but I do think it is accurate or fair to use it here. I just don't think CJ's wired that way. I don't think CJ is comfortable making other people uncomfortable. I think he's too good. Even in this scenario, because I think CJ. One, I think it would have to be done in within his own personality, so it's clearly not going to be in the way that Baker did it, like talking about being disappointed in the organization and all that, right? But I do think it would benefit C.J. Stroud to say, look, I feel disrespected. I feel like where this organization was before I got here and where they are now has put me in a spot where I deserve an extension. And something along those lines of I feel disrespected, I deserve, and maybe the third time he'll get that I've held up my end of the bargain, that phrase. Maybe he'll get it right that third time. But I do think that would, I mean, hell, if anything, if I were him, it'd make me feel better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think poking your chest out and acting like Baker's a good idea, and mainly because I don't think it's in his personality. And I think you've got to, love or hate it, you've got, as a quarterback, as a leader, as a man, really. I mean, you gotta exist in your own personality, and so I don't think it obviously comes across the way Baker did. But I think the mindset and some level of that being communicated and relayed to the organization, the public, I think would be good for CJ, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's what I was saying. Maybe somebody in his camp could go out and do the dirty work for him. Someone tell him real quick before we get to 5 o'clock fire. Hell no, CJ does not feel that way. Why would he? That's soft to think like that. He knows he's going to get paid. I don't know if he knows he's going to get paid. Like you, I don't think it's soft. I mean, I know he has sat here and watched in his time Laramie Tunsil at least get paid once, maybe twice, become the highest paid lineman in the game. I know he has sat here and watched Titus Howard before he got traded get paid a couple of times, and their offensive line has been horrific. Yeah. And not to mention everybody else who's gotten paid, and he's sitting back here having to prove himself again.
But there's nothing soft about. Now how you handle it and what you say and how you say it might be soft, but I mean, there's nothing soft about, especially at contract time, at re-up time, going and saying, "Hey, look, I know what I'm worth, and I feel disrespected by the offers that have been given." There's nothing wrong with that. Friction is good. I mean, friction is fine. It's part of life, right? I mean, you can't. I don't think it's soft, like in Baker's instance, or CJ's, right? I mean, look, CJ's youth and how well he's played 3 years into his career. I think if you watch that quarterback documentary, love or hate Baker, his teammates love the hell out of him. I mean, he's clearly a thermostat, if you will, in the room for his team, at least his offense. And so, when you look at that, like, there's nothing wrong with saying, "Hey, man, I feel disrespected. I feel that offer ain't quite in the ballpark where I should be."
Yeah. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros and the Rangers, the biggest series of the year. Got a chance to get to first place. We'll give you the lineups, and Hunter Brown is on the mound. Also, big news coming from the Astros. Decisions on Imai, Javier, and an update on Carlos Correa. If you missed that, you don't want to miss this. And day 3 of training camp. On and popping. Big day tomorrow. We'll get you ready for that with the Texans as well as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I have made fire! What kind of impact does D'Amico expect new tech?
psoriasis. Visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Jess Tyler have the latest. And the latest is the Astros have the biggest
why are you
series.
kicking him when he's down, man? I can't let you, man. I gotta look at his eyes over here, man. He's already down and out. Now you just hurt him like that. Remember this,
I
team.
can see his ass too. I see his ass too.
But you can't feel it. I'm in person, man.
You're in a different room. You feel it as much as I feel it. All right. I'm just telling you. Hey, sometimes a good form of, we used to call it bullying, but I'd say pushing is there. Okay. You want to be Psycho T, and not just Tyler. That's just what he is. Just Tyler. I need to see the passionate fan. You're the most passionate fan. You were the most passionate fan in this building. And now I think Jesse Watt and Cindy have passed you up. All right, the latest here. Come on. That was a little low. But Sean Bijani's definitely passed you up. All right, the latest is this is a huge series. Hunter Brown, Nathan Eovaldi. This is a great pitching matchup, although Eovaldi has not been to the level that he normally is. But I think you can kind of throw away some of that with him. I know his ERA is over 4, but he is a big game pitcher. So, he is somebody to kind of look at. But they will tangle in the lineup today for the Astros. If they win, they get sole possession of first place as they're a half game out behind these Texas Rangers, and they'll get over 500. Jeremy Pena is leading off, playing short. Jordan is at the DH spots. Paredes and Walker behind him with Altuve, Trammell, Diaz, Lamont Wade Jr., and then Cam Smith. I would ask you, Clint, because this is the biggest series of the year. This is, to me, if Joe has been managing this team lately as if he's got to have all of them, well, this one ought to be like the World Series, the way he approaches this thing. He's going to put his best foot forward all the time. There ain't no load management. You had a day off yesterday. There ain't any of that. You are managing this thing like you got to have every last one of these games. Clint, do you think this is the best lineup that they can put forth right now? Is this it?
Well, look, I don't. Nothing with Wade in it is gonna put me in a spot where I think it's the best lineup. No disrespect, but no disrespect. That's just where I'm at. I think the best lineup for the Astros is Alvarez in left field, and then obviously your next best hitter at the DH position. And I just got to believe that there's a better option than Lamont Wade at this point in time. I don't hate it. As long as Smith is in there and Trammell's in center field, or Trammell, I'm sorry, is in center field, then I can live with that, I guess. But I would do something in that 8 hole right there, other than Lamont Wade.
I'm with you, Clint. But when you break it down, I just don't know what it is. I mean, there's Spence, DeCinzo, Vasquez, and Nick Allen. Those are really the options.
Well, look, I think 3 of them you named. Personally, I would prefer DeCinzo, Nick Allen, or Vasquez in that DH spot over Wade. Now, I understand the left-handed bat, I guess, maybe against Nathan Eovaldi is where you're going there. But at some point, we got to reach like an overall batting average of that puts you in a spot where, like, this is just not a better option, even though he's left-handed. So,
yeah. Maybe Vasquez catching and Yiners the DH.
Yeah, that would be fine with me. Either way, you just look at the experience, and again, we're back to where it seemed like last year. What was the Frenchman that I thought was a catcher? The catcher that I thought was a Frenchman. or Italian. What was his name? Gosh dang it, man. The one that we just played earlier. Who?
Victor
Caratini. No, that's not right. Is that right?
Saravelli.
Caratini.
Victor Caratini.
I mean, look. I mean, he was clutch as all get out, right? I mean, so there's just something there that I just personally feel better with three of those other guys up there than Lamont Wade. No disrespect, Lamont Wade. I'm cool with you getting a little run every now and then, but if we're talking about the best lineup, I can't go there.
Yeah, we'll see. This is close to it. I think there's kind of a toss in the air there. I at least think 8 of the 9 are there, and then really, I mean, it's Wade. He gets on base more than the others, so maybe that's where they're going with it. But it should look like this, right? Close to this every day. And maybe there's a difference with the way. But I definitely think when Vasquez catches, I would start DHing Yiner. I think that to me makes a lot of sense. Big one tonight. We'll see if the Astros can take care of business.
5 o'clock fire.
Now, off the field, decisions being made with the Astros, and there are 3 big things. And if you're jumping in here, just getting in your car, getting off work, getting yourself ready for the weekend, Imai is moving to the bullpen for the time being, Joe Espada said, which makes a lot of sense and not a real surprise once we saw that they weren't penciling him in to be the starter on Sunday. We'll throw a pin in that. I will say I do believe this is the right move. I just don't believe right now, when you are absolutely in it in a way you haven't been in it all year, that you can go and put him in the game as a starter right now. But we saw what happened with Homer Mike, Clint, and this don't mean that this is going to be the last time. This is exactly the wording they used with Mike, and Mike got at least 2 or 3 more extra starts before they finally shut it down with him. So Imai still may get a start in the rotation. I think it's huge for guys like Christian Javier, who, by the way, looks like, the other news there, looks like he is in line to start. According to Brian McTaggart, he was throwing a bullpen session today, which is a hint that he's going to get the ball on Sunday, which I believe he deserves. But those guys got to keep it going. But Imai going to the bullpen, we know how much they paid for him and the investment they made in him. But this is the right move. They could not continue to be serious to the fans and Tyler and to their teammates and their players. They could not continue to be serious about trying to get to the postseason and running him out there.
Yeah, look, I love the move with Tetsuya Imai to the bullpen. I don't think, obviously quitting on the most expensive starting pitcher you got, I think at the time is the move right now. I like him going to the bullpen. I mean, the stuff is nasty. There's so much movement on everything that he throws, not just the off-speed stuff. There's so much movement on everything that he throws that, boy, if you get him on the right day, he could really be a weapon. But I do agree that putting him in a starting rotation while you have guys like Christian Javier available and on deck, if you will, for that starting rotation, I think that ship is sailed. Christian Javier throwing the bullpen obviously gives you a little peek behind the curtain of what they plan on doing Sunday, and I'm here for it. I like Christian Javier, the experience, the resume, if you will, the pelts on the wall of just being a starter and being good to great in big moments. I think you just can't leave that in the bullpen. Not with what's at stake and not when you got guys like Tetsuya Imai that you're running out there. Christian Javier sitting in the bullpen seems to, at this point, even though to most of us it seemed a little bit odd a couple of weeks ago, but at this point I think it's crazy to think that he's going to stay there and not start his rotation.
Yep, he looks like he'll start on Sunday. We'll keep our eye on that. And then this is really interesting and one to watch for the next couple of weeks. Carlos Correa reports is doing some light running and fielding ground balls. Joe Espada said, and when asked if Correa could play again this season, Espada elected not to answer the question. So, obviously, Clint, if this was still a season-ending surgery that he got, I think it would be very easy for Joe Espada to answer this question, right?
Right, yeah.
So this is going to be one to watch. and to see what Carlos Correa is able to do. He's already doing baseball activities, taking ground balls, and doing some running. This is going to be one to watch. They got 52 games. It's just going to be August tomorrow. And if he could get himself back, that would be a huge bolt.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Carlos Correa piece is that's sexy. If they can make a run and get to a point where games matter late season and potentially into the playoffs, to inject Los back in this thing is whether it's as a DH or you rearrange that infield a little bit when you need to get better defensively. You've really got some options there. Back to what we were just talking about from a standpoint of the DH and tonight's lineup and all that. Boy, you insert a Correa in there all of a sudden for a guy like Lamont or even the Vasquez, or even catching Vasquez and Diaz being the DH. You enter Los Correa into the mix, and all of a sudden you've got a no-brainer. So, him getting back to some place where he can help this team if indeed they get to a point where it's necessary and it's worth the risk. Hey, sign me up for it.
Yeah, so that's one to absolutely keep an eye on. So that's the Astros news coming out of today.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Texans had a training camp day 3 today. More or less big walk-through day. Not a lot today, but tomorrow's going to be the first day that they get to go in front of the fans. And this is going to be the first time that C.J. Stroud is in front of the fan base and in front of fans since the New England game. And I'll give this is a conversation that the fellows on In the Loop were having. You listen to them every day at 10 to 2. And they were thinking CJ, there may be some pressure for CJ going into this to perform in front of this fan base, that this is probably the most cool they've been on CJ since he's been here. Do you sense that? Do you sense there's some pressure on CJ tomorrow?
I don't think there's pressure on CJ per se. Because pressure is on his mind when he goes out there, maybe pressing it a little bit and feeling any level of outside pressure. I don't think that's real right now for C.J. Stroud. I think the only way C.J. Stroud ever feels any of that is if we get a month into the season and he's turning the ball over. I think there's going to be real pressure on C.J. Stroud at that point in time. Right now, as it pertains to what you just said, is, hey, this is the first time the fans have seen C.J. Stroud since the come apart against New England in the playoffs. The quarterback is not thinking about it. The quarterback's just going out there and going to try to have a good practice. Now, I do think there's pressure on the organization, just from a standpoint of are you still rolling an offense out there that's turning the football over? If you go out there and CJ turns the football over multiple times and Woody Marks fumbles a couple of times, the ball ends up on the ground a couple of times, and or I'll add this: if they go out there and the fans are there and the pocket is constantly collapsing, and Daniil and Will Hunter, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson are just collapsing the pocket and getting in CJ's grill the whole time. I think either one of those, turnovers or the inability to protect the passer, I think those two things, the noise will get loud around this organization if it's not a good showing.
I'm with you on that. I like that. I think the offense. You thought the organization, but the offense in particular.
Yeah.
I think there's pressure for Nick Caserio. There's pressure for Nick Caley. There's pressure for the O-line. I think there's a lot of pressure all the way around because it was all of their performance. Yeah,
pressure may not be the right word for me, Ron. I think there's a lot at stake. You know what I mean? Because pressure implies that they feel it, right? They like Caserio and Caley. I don't think there's any of that yet. I think there's a lot. I think the pressure is what's at stake. I think you go out there and this offense appears, and for some people out there that, oh man, it's just a practice, it's not a big deal. Look, we watched last year when, it looked like a JV team was just getting dominated by the varsity team in a scrimmage, right? We it's not like what we're referring to is not some of what we saw last training camp. It was when it was bad, it was bad. And I'm not even talking about the turnovers. I'm talking about just the inability to get a playoff, right? Hell, D'Amico said it. D'Amico said last year we were just trying to get out of the huddle and get lined up and get a playoff, before the play clock expired, right? It can't be that. You know what I mean? Like it can't be. We're still fighting the play clock. We're still fighting getting out of the huddle. We're still fighting like the whole pocket just collapsing on the quarterback, and we continually talk about, boy, our defense is great. No, I mean, if those things are the case, it has nothing to do with your defense. It has everything to do with what's going on the offensive side of the ball. So I think there's a lot at stake, and I think things get a lot louder around the organization if the offense doesn't go out there and at least look like they got their stuff together. And that's CJ, that's the O-line, that's Nick Caley, that's the whole bunch. Just seem like you have your stuff together, which I suspect that they will. I suspect that it'll be set up in a way that they'll be able to get that done.
All right, there has been more news on what has become one of the biggest sports stories across the country here in the last week or so. And now it does have an absolute local tie. We'll discuss and let you know what that is coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th. Starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
You know, when I first started covering sports in this city, there was no sports talk. Zero. Then this station took a sledgehammer to the way sports was consumed. Now, we're taking a blowtorch. Every corner of the city, no static, no dropouts, 100,000 watts of power for you, Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here to The Drive as we are all back. Tyler, shout out to Tyler, who is under the weather, still a bit under, and still coming in and working hard to get in. As big week, training camp underway. Big day tomorrow as they play in front of the fans for the first time. My man Dwayne, pressure in practice, what are we doing here? Listen, Dwayne, I'll just say this. I think what we've seen up to this point, I feel like C.J. Stroud has handled everything that happened in the postseason, which has to be obviously the most difficult moment in his athletic career and probably one of the more difficult moments in his life. Obviously not the most difficult moment, but one of. I think he's handled it pretty well, and I do think he is probably what he has shown thus far past it. But I don't think it's crazy to understand a situation that occurred that happened to him and then the reaction and the response that has happened around him and what people are saying about him to think that could get to someone and that could spring on pressure, anxiety, each step they come out, right? Like I just like what however you want to look at it. I mean, this isn't just they lost to the Chiefs like they did 2 years ago, or they lost to the Ravens like they did 2 years ago. This has been I've got to believe a very difficult last however many months for C.J. Stroud. Hell, we didn't even hear from him. Right? He went in and I think did the right thing, took the time to himself, processed him. He turned down the Pro Bowl. He turned down everything, didn't go to any of it. I don't think it's nuts to think like, hey, maybe this was something serious.
Yeah, Ron, there is no way around. This is not a what are we doing, guys situation. Look, I don't think the player, quote unquote, feels pressure at the practice where I mentioned his first turnover, or the practice where I mentioned the fumbled snap, or in the scrimmage or whatever you want to call it tomorrow. I don't think the player feels pressure, but he's aware. I mean, this isn't a guys. What are we talking? Like if anything, that's the craziest thing to me in the city, and whether it's fan base or media or anything else. Like the guys, what are we doing? That response to anything around pressure or need to perform or need to not turn the ball over and none of that around this offense, this play caller, this offensive line, this quarterback, none of that, guys. You can disagree if you want, but none of it is man, what the hell are we doing? What are y'all doing? What are y'all talking about? Like, nothing. I mean, it's all very real conversations.
Yeah, and again, I don't, like you said, I don't think he feels pressure, but it's not crazy to think that you could see how he could. Like, it's not crazy to think that you could see after everything that happened. It's like, let's just be honest, it's the biggest question and concern that many people have around here and many people nationally. Yeah. How's he going to handle it? Where is his mindset? Can he bounce back? It's more, Ron. It's more, again,
forget the pressure. So I love the conversations. I do think it's real, but to me, it's what's at stake, right? This is an open practice. We know what Dan Orlovsky and everybody down in the quarterback sphere, in the quarterback arena that discusses quarterbacks at every level. We know what they've said. Anybody that analyzes the NFL loves the Texans, and there's a caveat of if the offense cannot turn the ball over, or if the quarterback plays well, right? That if you don't think tomorrow, what's at stake tomorrow is if you go out there and you turn the football over tomorrow with God and everybody watching, and they can't control the media, they can't control the narrative, they can't control what people are reporting and not reporting. If you don't think that immediately is going to be on a ticker on ESPN, that there's X numbers of interceptions thrown or Texans offense turns the ball over. Like, if you don't think that's going to be a topic of conversation, I'm sorry, man. I don't know what world you're living in.
Yeah. Yep. No, I'm with you on that. Yeah. And just, I don't, again, as I said, I think CJ has been shown that he has handled this and is past this, or at least appears to be past this right now. But I clearly can see how this could be a situation of, this is the first time I'm playing in front of people, not to mention a bunch of people who have had some real, cash stuff to say about me. And a bunch of people who have blamed me as much as I blame myself for not going to the Super Bowl. I think you could see a situation and how there is pressure there.
Ron, I don't even know what's being said. The TV in the studio's out, but I've seen old Travis Hunter in Jacksonville's training camp 3 times on Tyler's little TV in there. I mean, we saw they made a 24+ hour headline out of Jamar Chase throwing the helmet of a DB that I don't even remember his name. Right? If you don't think all eyes are going to be on this thing, and if you don't think good, bad, or indifferent, hopefully it's great. Hopefully it's, hey, man, that Texans offense is out there just, again, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, hey, there's going to be very little movement. Hell, I may even slide C.J. Stroud to script before this starts. Hey, Kaylee, here's the script. Here's what it's going to look like. Let's let this thing fly, baby. The conversation, the story out of tomorrow's scrimmage is going to be C.J. Stroud and Nick Kaylee are lighting it up. That's going to be the conversation if I have anything to do with it. But the point is that everybody, it's a national story. The contract, last year's ending, the defense versus the offense. The Texans are a national story. Right, first and foremost because they're a Super Bowl contender in a lot of people's eyes, but secondly because of kind of how things have worked out on the offensive side of the ball and how they're defensive heavy. Right, if you don't think whatever happens tomorrow, good, bad, or indifferent, doesn't have the potential of being a national story, you're crazy. I don't know what planet we're living on.
I don't. And it's the biggest story. It's the biggest story we've been talking about, and not just us. It shows up nationally all the time. All right, Clint, this is some news that that broke, and just another addition to this story. Tony Romo has been placed on leave by CBS Sports. Obviously, Tony Romo is their number one analyst, and he works as their number one A-team with Jim Nantz. He's been placed on leave following his arrest. CBS Sports announced that Tony Romo is on leave from his role until further notice. For the time being, analyst J.J. Watt, by the way, man, July 31st? There ain't no damn games until September for the time being. For the time being, analyst J.J. Watt will replace Tony Romo and work alongside Jim Nantz and Tracy Wolfson. So Tony's done, right?
Boy, I would think so. And that was an expensive drink. Did y'all see where I think they said there's $70 million left on his contract?
That was it. That was some expensive drinks. Ooh. That wasn't just a single drink.
I mean, good. Yeah. Fair. That was an expensive round of golf or whatever the hell it was where he was boozing. Yeah, man. I mean, love or hate Tony Romo. He made a major mistake putting lives at risk like that, and I mean, there's a lot of people out there that their lives have been changed by people drinking and driving, and so I don't want to minimize that in any way, shape, or form. But man, to lose the job and for it to end this way, is rough, man. I mean, I hope for his sake that he gets the help he needs and that he gets back in the booth. But, hey, man, I'm sure J.J. Watt will take that number one slot.
Yeah, how about that? J.J. Watt slides right into that. I mean, come on, man. They've already announced the team. Man, you would think for leave, like, hell, man, we got over a month. Like, what's the –
well, you got to believe. You got to believe, right? I mean – I don't pile on Tony Romo. I mean, he doesn't necessarily bother me as much as he does a lot of people when he's calling a game. I get the quirky personality. I expect it, I guess, maybe because I've known him and I've been around him. But like I wonder how much they were like, all right, one. How can we get? It would be a blessing if we could get out of this deal. Move? Yeah, I mean, like it's almost like you wonder if they knew they were in over their head and were just waiting for the opportunity to shake the contract. And boy, he delivered it to them on a silver platter.
You did. I mean, they've marched JJ all the way up. I mean, he is there. Wow, how about that, man? And to be honest, there is a great chance that JJ and Jim Nantz are doing the game week 1 against Buffalo. Here in Houston, I mean, there's a great chance that's the game that they get week 1 for CBS. So, that was I mean, man, this is going from bad to worse. And not only, as you say, like they're looking for a reason to get him up out of there, Clint. It was getting the response was getting tough around him. Just from the way he had called games to begin with. They were routinely voted last from, like, there are a lot of number 2 teams that were voted ahead of them by a lot of people who look at this. So, you know, they may have been trying to get out. They're not only going to be able to get out of this, they might have to get out of this without having to pay.
Yeah, I know.
That's $70 million.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's a good chance. By the way, did y'all, I mean, I don't even like laughing at this stuff. But did you somebody tagged me?
Somebody did the Dak.
Oh man, and it was that damn AI's. I mean, it is so good. It looks like he's legit. I honestly had to watch
Teresa.
I had to watch it multiple times to make sure he didn't really try. At first, I was like, "Please tell me he didn't really try it. This wasn't something that just they didn't put it."
Clint,
did you see that? Did you see Dak? Did you see not Dak. Did you see Tony Romo? Somebody did the AI meme of him doing the Dak.
I have not seen that, but now I want to.
Oh, it's on. It is on. Listen, if he'd have done that, he would be still working at CBS. If he'd have proved that he could do what he do, yes, he'd still be working.
I mean, what would you do if Romo would have jumped into that right there? Hey, boys, y'all. I know I'm a little tipsy, but y'all watch this right here, boys. Look at this, Jim. And did this little, did the Dak. Oh man, golly, I hate it for you, T.
It's they got my mom. They got Teresa.
Hell yeah, you damn right. They got me.
All right, coming up, T Mill's best bets is he had a hell of a week going. Let's see if he can finish it. 4 for 6. He's in the green. Let's see what he can put together tonight. T Mill's best bets, and as promised, I'm a man of my word. I said I won't take them serious until they get to 500, and I won't do the lineups till they get to 500. We'll do the lineups coming up next right here live on The Drive.
I'm so excited!
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after day 1 of Texans training camp.
But what I look for the first day, when you talk about communication, guys working together, being on the same page, we achieved that today. Now, as I mentioned to our guys, is how do you build on the next day? And that's what you look for in camp. It's a steady build, and how do you continue to improve each day?
Anywhere, now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code 610 at BlueChew.com.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths that the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, T-Mill's best bets. He had a great week leading up to today, but got a little under the weather. But he's 4 of 6. Only missed 2. Only missed 2 on the week. And remember, you can find all of his best bets on Space City Sharp. Space City Sharp on Twitter. You can find it there. What you got tonight?
I got 3 picks for the people around Major League Baseball. 2 of the 3 in this Astros-Rangers game. So we'll start there. Yep. Big matchup as Ron and Clint been laying out all show. Big series between the Astros and Arlington getting started tonight. I have the Astros winning tonight with the Diesel on the mound. I like it a lot. Astros money line at minus 125 odds as they welcome the Arlington Rangers. Within this game, a player prop for you. Altuve over half a total base at minus 165 odds. And this time I will not make the error I made last time, Dirty Red. Those odds are so bad because it's half a base, not 1.5. And Altuve has quite the career experience against tonight's Rangers starter and Nathan Eovaldi. Altuve in 42 career at bats, 7 homers, 7 RBIs, a 381 batting average, and a 1.324 OPS. That is very good if you're not familiar with the numbers in baseball out on the diamond. Altuve over half a total base is your lock of the night. Yep. And then your
see
third.
That, Clint? You see that, Clint? Even the house believes he's a side dish. Half a base? Wow.
Whatever.
He's not Jordan.
They will never do that to you.
So Stro Goat, bet the over on half of a total base.
Your beef rib earlier had half a base when Tyler made the mistake a couple days ago.
Beef rib. Third and final best bet is an over 9 runs between the Brewers and the Angels tonight. Angels welcoming the Brewers to town. Over 9 runs in that one. So over 9, Astros money line, Altuve over half a base. Book it.
That's not bad. Hell, the Angels, they'll throw the ball all over the place. Or let the ball go between their legs repeatedly, and the Brewers will just pound them like they've done most teams this year. Those are T-Mill's best bets. Let's see if he can finish having a great 3-day week as he is primed. Boy, if he can go 3 for 3, boy, that's a big-time week that he's had. Remember, you can find all of his best bets right there on Space City Sharp. And more than bets, he has a lot of numbers and things to be there to help you with your decisions and your bets. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as the fellas will go through training camp. A lot of walkthroughs. I saw John Harris talking about a walkthrough day. But they'll probably really prepare you for tomorrow as this will be a big one, the first one in front of the fans. As we'll see a little bit more intensity tomorrow, I would assume, than we did today. Area 45, a special one tonight. Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. Am I all right to say this, Tyler? This is the final episode of Area 45 with our guy, Mr. Colin. This is his last.
Yeah,
this is his last episode.
Yeah, man. Bittersweet.
Yep.
Seabass is all bigger and better things.
What
but this
the hell's
be,
going on?
Seabass is departing us here at Sports Radio 610.
Where in the hell is Seabass going?
I know, but I'm just not sure if it's supposed to be shared.
That's his story to tell.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
fair.
That's his story to tell.
Fair. I'm glad.
I will tell you, Clint. I will tell you, Clint. If you knew where he was right now, it would stop traffic on the show right now. Because I don't know. I told him to his face. I told him I just couldn't see. I don't see it. But he is having his last night here on Area 45. So stay tuned for that. They will have the baseball post-game show after this game. Hopefully they'll be talking about the first place Houston Astros as Hunter Brown gets the ball tonight. So they'll be talking about that, much more training camp. They always have a good time out there. Live and local on a Friday night until 11 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 610. Now with that, Tyler.
Is it really happening?
Get me my damn music.
Hell yes.
Give it to me, damn it! Yeah! Yeah, there you go, Mr. White. Not me, but the artist who sings the song. There we go. All right, here we go, baby. For first place, for above 500, damn it, it's your time. The Astros are at home, not at the Icebox, but at the Daikin. And I mean the Daikin. And make the Daikin proud tonight. Leading off, he is the hottest player in America, second only to the guy who hits after him. But he is the shortstop, and he is the panty dropper. Ladies, drop them thongs, drop them bloomers. He don't care what you got on. Drop them and throw them. The panty dropper, Jeremy Pena. And batting second, the MVP. We can say it now. I love it when they call me Big Papa. I said they love it when they call me Big Papa. He is still rolling in them fofos. The designated hitter, Yordan Alvarez. And batting behind him, playing third. Don't you dare. Tyler, you may have forgotten this when you left your fandom, but don't you dare call him Isaac. It is Isak Paredes. I think that's how you pronounce it. Paredes.
Isaac me.
There it is. And batting fourth. His walk-up music, Clint, should be dun 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 dun, because he's sea-walking. He's sea-walking his ass up to the plate, and he's actually had a pretty good year. The first baseman, Christian Walker, and batting fifth. He might be 5'6". He might be a side dish, but he carries the big stick. The Stro Goat, the greatest to ever put it on until 44 retires. Jose Altuve. I feel like I'm throwing shots at him, and I'm really not. I'm just trying to be truthful and honest. I'm sorry about that. All right, and batting sixth, which he has no business batting sixth in a lineup of a team that may be in first place. But Travis, tell your wife to move over because the real Tay-Tay is here. The real Tay-Tay is in the building. The center fielder, Taylor Trammell. And batting seventh. He doesn't run like a catcher, but hell, he doesn't throw like one either. He is the catcher, Yainer Diaz. And batting eighth in left field, I don't know his number, Lamont Wade Jr. And batting ninth, they call him Cam. Come on, they call him Cam. Cam, don't strike out. Don't drop the ball, man. Can you just stay in the lineup? Look at this. You've dropped all the way to the 9th spot. Pick it up, damn it. Cam Smith. That is your starting lineups. Hunter Brown gets the ball. Get to first place, damn it. Let's go. I need a drink, man.
About damn time. That was good. That was really good.
Yeah,
you got me hoping that Christian Walker walks to the plate tonight.
And I'd like to apologize to Altuve. That was a little much. I'm sorry.